Yo, yo. This should have worked. Can y'all hear us? Hey, sorry about that, y'all. And we're back. So yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it wasn't, yeah. Once I had a new problem. Once I fixed the internet connection, there was a stream key thing. Some technical jargon. There's like a stream key situation that happens, but we're good. No audio?
Yeah, somebody's saying no audio.
Say check. We should be getting audio. I'm audio good here. One, can you guys hear us? Say yes if you can hear me. Sounds good. Okay, cool. Woo! Man, let's give everybody a second to come back on in. Sorry about that, y'all. At least we got a stronger connection.
For the architect.
Hey, I mean,
the architect seen it on the fly. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I mean, I should have double checked it before we started and everything, but if I had to do that, I would have had to unplug the router, plug it back in, but it's all good. We're here now. I'm glad we got that out the way.
Right.
What's weird is that, okay, no, we're good now. Okay. Yeah, I can't blame that on any retrograde, though. I think that could have been prevented on my end, but it's all good. We got it fixed.
That moon in Gemini, we have to show that duality.
Yeah.
I think we spoke about it. You see what I'm saying? So because we spoke about, the ability in the alchemical blend of sound, we had to see, what it was like. So I think we just called that forth. It's all good.
Yeah.
It is all good.
I'm just double checking to make sure we have no duplicates. Okay, no, we did it right. Or did we? Yeah, we're on this one. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, I'm gonna delete this one just in case people get confused. Okay. Boom. So we are live and we are good. Okay. I can always reconnect them later. We've had this before to where we had to get shut down.
You said I'll blame it on the flat earth.
He would say that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, people think that internet's run through the satellites, but it's all run through fiber optic cable underground, All the internet's happening below us and through antennas and everything. So it's all good. It's all good. So we're back. Our intro wasn't that, I'd say, important necessarily, so I don't really need to go back, download it, reconnect it. I don't know if you noticed, sometimes I take like highlights of certain shows and I'll re-upload them as separate videos and stuff, depending on what we're talking about. But yeah, so that's that. We're letting everybody come back on in right now. Okay. So now, where were we? Pause tape says, Moon in Gemini, AD, but outside I see the moon under Taurus. Can you explain? Yeah, maybe from your perspective, you can. It depends on your location, too. I don't know where you're at, pause tape. If you get a moon app, it'll tell you based on your location where you're at. So if you're in a certain part of the world, you might see the moon under Taurus. You know what I'm saying?
It just came out of Taurus as well. So you have, we have a vantage point where we see things as they were versus as they are.
Yeah.
So like we see the sun as it was 8.5 minutes ago. You see what I'm saying? So that vantage point shows you, like AD saying, where, depending on where you are,
yeah,
it will show you where you were. That's the beauty.
Yeah. So, and that's the one thing that the ancients tracked the most was the moon, because that was the energy that changed the most often. And like I was saying before, we had to switch up the stream. Working in an environment with so many people, where I'm speaking to these people every single day, it was very apparent to see people going through situations. to see like, oh, she's going through some emotional drama. Okay. Hey, she's going through almost the same type of emotional drama right now. Why is everybody crying today? You know what I mean? I start noticing like that. And sometimes it's a thing where you notice, well, okay, because like with females, when they all hang out together in groups, sometimes they start to sync up with their cycles. You know what I mean? And that's very interesting too, because that can connect to the moon as well. But they connect within themselves, seeing these girls, because they're in the dressing room, they're really close to each other. It's amazing the biochemistry that works among them to where they can sync up with their cycles. So we call it on their flowers. So if one girl's on her flowers, it's very common for a lot of other ones to also be on their flowers. And then I have the intuition to know, okay, I see what's happening here. There might be a little bit more delicacy happening with these ladies. So that type of intuition is very interesting. You know what I mean? Because someone who's not paying attention to these types of things would be like, why are these bitches tripping? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I don't let them know what's happening. It's like, you know, that's not really a conversation to have in public sometimes. You know what I mean? But but I understand it. I see it. You know what I mean? Especially because I lived with a girl for 3 years. I was able to notice the intricacies and nuances that would happen in energy throughout this time. You know what I'm saying? Coach Kandaka says yes. So she says emotional damage, but it's so interesting. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's just noticing. It's just pattern recognition. So being very much into pattern recognition with music, it's all pattern recognition with lyrics and the cadence of the way rappers spit. It's pattern recognition. You know, with drums, it's pattern recognition. I used to play in the drum line in high school. Everything was just patterns. Doing this pattern, I'm doing flam stutters. Now I'm doing flam drags, and it's just like it's all patterns. So you almost start turning into Rain Man. I feel like Rain Man sometimes. It's like, you know, carry the one. But I'm so used to it at this time. It's just, it's natural, especially as an engineer, you know, constantly balancing left and right, you know, compression settings and ratios. It's a lot of numbers, but I couldn't do it without the coffee. So back to what we were talking about. Yeah, the moon. It's interesting seeing how the influence it can have on, you know, they say it influences the tides, which there's some debate about that. But, you know, we're all made of water. So the moon can affect us. You saw what happens on a full moon when the werewolves come out, you know, on Thriller, when Michael Jackson turned into a werewolf, remember?
Yes.
It's the power of the moon. Y'all already know. So,
a lot of medical professionals speak to that. You know, they speak to the cycles of the moon. They have to be aware of that as well, because emergency response times and things like that.
Boom.
And even their equipment oftentimes are affected functionality-wise by the positions of the moon, especially in the full moon or the new moon.
That's interesting. Interesting.
Eclipse as well. So it's not just so
interesting. Let's see. Somebody asked some funny questions here. Demetrius was like, 80 was Nick Cannon in Drumline. Yeah, wasn't he?
Yeah, he said you was Nick Cannon in Drumline.
Oh. Damn, you know, I was really big into Drumline in high school. I joined the Tournament of Roses honor band, and it was for the Rose Parade. I don't know if you know about the Rose Parade that happens in California, and you had to try out, and it was all the schools would have all their best drummers would try out to be part of the Rose Parade. You know what I'm saying? And like I was good, but compared to a lot of these other cats playing the drums, they were able to flip their sticks and like they were way fancier than me. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna go straight to the xylophone. Because, you know, I know the keys, and I knew that it wouldn't be that much competition. So my first year in the Rose Parade, I just tried out for xylophone, got it like that, boom, because there wasn't much competition. It was all females, and I was the only dude in the xylophone line. And then during the parade, the girls got tired of like holding the bells. They had to pull them up. If you pull them up, it means you're tired. You know what I mean? To me, I was so used to like doing bass drums and shit, so that xylophone wasn't that heavy to me. So I would go the whole parade, just it was easy. And the last 2 years I did it, I tried out for cymbals. I could have tried out for snare, but like I said, there was too many cats that were way good. I didn't want to compete against them. You know what I mean? I probably could have held my own, but these cats were just like, I mean, there's like these drumline crews called like Vanguard and stuff like that, where they're just really skilled drummers and marching band type stuff and everything. But I didn't want to risk it going against them, so I just tried out for cymbals and just like, psh, you know what I mean? We had to march backwards and hold the hi hats for the drummers and everything. It was fun,
Right.
but I enjoyed it. At the end of the parade, they gave us all In-N-Out burgers and Dr. Peppers.
That's got to be fly. Right. In-N-Out burger.
Yeah,
and the
man.
Dr. Pepper.
It was high school. It was a 7-mile march. We had to do that.
Yeah, my children were in the Daffodil Parade.
Oh, okay.
I was in the Pacific Northwest, so up there in Washington State, the Daffodil Parade was around that April time frame, and it's raining and crazy, and the city comes out. Everybody still comes out like nothing happened. So, yeah.
No shit. Yo, Washington State has an amazing drum line though. Like, they were way good. Because a lot of the bands, they were able to choose their music. So they would do like sometimes hip hop songs. And then they have the whole like field show would be like dancing. And I remember Washington State's bands, they were just groovy. So good. It was interesting seeing these bands compete back then. That was the day, man. But yeah.
So I was talking about production earlier, AD. Like, what's your production sound engineer, architect D journey into? What was it about production that got you interested into it?
I mean, I started playing piano at 4. I'm an only child, so my parents were just like, my dad played drums and piano, and my mom played Spanish guitar. So my parents were already like, musically inclined and everything. So when they had me, there was already a piano. So they just kind of had me sit in front of the piano. I started like playing with 2 hands at the age of 4 and started learning things. I was, learning all the classical music and stuff like that. And then I started playing like Jerry Lee Lewis type of like Great Balls of Fire. I liked blues. And once I learned the blues scale, I'm like, oh, this is cool. I want to play this because I was no longer having to look at notes. And I started to learn how to basically freestyle on the keys. And then I learned about jazz. And jazz first was blues. Blues was cool because it was just a blues scale. Then I learned about jazz, and I was like, yo, this is crazy. Like jazz music was just so intricate. And I wasn't even ready at that age, you know what I mean? But like, I got into blues around like 11 years old, and then got into jazz around 14. And it was just so crazy. And then I went back to blues because it was just more my style, you know what I mean? Because jazz can really go abstract. It goes into a part where it's like, is this even music anymore? Like the hard part of jazz is just so wild and creates like 1,000 notes. You know what I mean? So I went back to blues because I wanted to, do more pop music stuff. Back then I was into Michael Jackson and Metallica. And it's an interesting combination. But I was, so I was in love with music as a kid. My parents got me into it, like I said, because they were inclined and everything. So that's just how it grew. And then one thing led to another. And it was a snowball effect, you know? I want to shout out in the chat, Fella B says, happy 50th birthday, hip hop. Oh, it's hip hop's birthday today? Okay.
Not today, but the year. This is the 50th year. That's very important. I was going to get into that after this story, because these stories are always important. Someone's coming into being. Their origin story is important. I think when we look at, especially the most immediate thing is like comic books, but just storytelling as a whole. There's the authorized version of hip hop story that has a date and a time attached to it. So in 73, in August, Cedar Park, that's the agreed upon story. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah, August 11th, huh?
Yeah. So they have different, even they have different dates for that. But I'll just say August, so that way is, Somebody's like, nah, I was there. It was the 9th floor. No, it was the 13th floor. It was, you see what I'm saying? So, yeah.
No shit.
So
That's pretty
August.
close to Killah Priest's birthday.
Right.
You know,
Definitely.
I believe he's August 13th or 16th.
I think he's the 16th.
I think he's the 16th, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
16th or the 15th.
Hip hop is a Leo. How perfect is that?
Right.
Just like KRS-One. That's cool, man. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, so it's a milestone. There's 3 milestones for me in regards to hip hop, but I wanted you to finish your production story because I wanted to lay it.
No, so I mean, just with the production, I was just doing, you know, like I said, it was a bunch of keys and learning a bunch of jazz, and then once I joined junior high school, you know, 7th grade, my pops got me into the drum line of the school, so I started to play the drums. And once I learned drums, I was a game changer. You know what I mean? Because then it's all about rhythm. You start learning about rhythm, and I was doing snare, and once I learned like paradiddles and learning all this rhythmic stuff, that made me a way better keyboard player. Because then I'm like playing drums on the keys. Then I was really able to rock. You know what I mean? So then I was doing blues scale. Then my improv started working because it's like I know all this rhythm stuff. So it's like I said, it's like playing drums on the keys. That's why xylophone in the Rose Parade was so easy, because I knew drums and piano. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, that was that. So that was junior high school. Did the same thing in high school, and then went on to college. In college, I had a dorm room. And I made friends with a dude that was going around hooking up the internet. See, back then, to have internet in your dorm room, you had to have somebody come into your room and connect it physically into the hub. So they're like, oh, you want internet? Okay. So they get your name and your room number, and then they would go into a hub in each building and plug internet into room 17, for example. You know what I mean? Because there was only so much bandwidth back then. You know, there was still AOL. That's how old I am. So anyway, I made friends with that dude that was hooking it all up because he saw my setup. He saw like, oh, you're a producer? I'm like, yo, I just play keys. I'm not really like, you know, producing yet. And it's true. I was like 18 years old, you know? And he's like, yo, that's crazy. So he was like an aspiring DJ. Anyway, I made friends with that dude. He got me a job on campus doing what he did. So I met his people and I started working for the school. This is Cal State Long Beach. So the school hired me to become one of those internet dudes that would go around and say, oh, you need internet, plug him into the hub. Cool, whoop, whoop. In exchange for that, instead of getting money, they gave me free room and board. So I was like living on campus for free, getting free food on campus for free. I was like, oh, this is great. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So by the time I was 19, with my second year in college, I had my own dorm room all to myself. I didn't have to share it with no roommate. It was just me in my own dorm room. I set my shit up. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just like, you know, setting up a little studio thing. I started making beats. I was sitting in the dorm room. I had all this free time and everything. I was kind of skipping class too, playing Quake. Back then, the game was Quake. If y'all know Quake, that was the game back then. And then I would make beats on my free time. And then dudes would be walking by in the dorm room and they hear me making beats. And some of them like, yo, what is that? I'm like, I'm just making a beat. And then they start flowing. So I was starting to meet rappers from the dorm rooms. They'd jump in. I would set up a microphone. They'd start rapping. Next thing you know, I'm recording songs, recording tracks. And then that just escalated. And then, back then we still had CDs. So then we started printing up CDs. We started slanging them around campus like a demo tape. Like, hey, check this out. You know what I mean? And my AOL screen name back then was Sound Daddy. So they would hit me up on, back then we had this thing called AIM. It was Instant Messenger Chat. And it was an AOL chat. And then they would hit me up on that. And they'd be like, yo, what's up, Sound Daddy Records? And I was like, that's a dope name, yo. I should start Sound Daddy Records. Yo, I was high as hell back then. You know what I mean? I was like, yo. So I made Sound Daddy Records like my thing because it was a college dorm room thing. I was like, cool. It's like my pseudo record label. So then we started slanging out more things and put more stuff. So I was basically just, growing and self-taught. So I'm making all these beats. I'm building all this stuff. Back then we had MySpace. So the cats I was working with, I was like, okay, you're an official artist. I had like this one artist, his name was Kappa E. And I was recording him and everything. And he didn't know how to set up his MySpace. I'm like, I got you. So I was getting more technologically advanced. I was building websites, building their MySpace. And these guys were like unofficially my artists because I was providing them with studio time, beats, recording, and running their page. You know what I mean? So no contracts yet. But they were technically my artists because I had all of their stuff. I owned all the masters. Anyway, so this kind of went on, and I just kept going. So 3rd year in college, my own dorm room, making beats, boom. 4th year in college, again, dorm room. Now, what happens is usually in dorm rooms, people don't stay in the dorms for more than like 2 or 3 years. They're in there, they start making money, and they go get an apartment nearby in Cal State Long Beach. Me, I was like, if you ever seen the movie Van Wilder?
Yeah.
It's with Ryan Reynolds and everything. I was like the Van Wilder at Cal State Long Beach because I was becoming the oldest dude in the dorm rooms. And like they gave me a master key. So I was able to go into any building I needed to. Like I was just going around running the place. You know what I'm saying? It was great. And it was like, aren't you that producer dude? I'm like, yeah, what's going on? Yo, I got tracks. And it's like, I just started getting well known in there because I was there for too long. So I was at those dorm rooms for about 5 years. And to the point where I was like, okay, this is crazy. I had gotten the job at the strip club, so I started making money and everything. But it got to a point where I was like, on the 6th year, I was like, yeah, I should probably get my own place, yo. Do you know what I'm saying? So moved out of the dorm rooms. By that point, I'd already gotten all this experience with, engineering, recording and everything, and then got my own spot and just kept going. And that was it. And then... y'all got
calling you Stifler.
Yeah. Oh man, it was fun, man. It was just so much. It was a lot of production. I was just making stuff for the love of hip hop. I was making music because I loved it. I was making songs because I loved it. And with all that freestyle energy, with all that weed, it was just loving it. I love Cypress Hill. I would go to Cypress Hill shows a lot. I was into the Cottonmouth Kings. I met the Cottonmouth Kings. It was just a bunch of hip hop and weed related material, bouncing around, all that stuff. So it was a lot of fun. That's why I really like Method Man and Redman, because with Meth and Red, I was able to relate to their lyrics more. You know what I mean? They talked a lot about weed, and it was true. And that was my first introduction to Wu-Tang, was Meth and Red. Anyway, so that's that. That was the experience I got. I built it all up. And just kept going, and it kept learning. And then, I was always a PC person. I never wanted to go into Mac. I did get Pro Tools LE, which was like a PC version of Pro Tools. And the learning curve on that was just weird. So I was like, nah, I want to use this Acid. There's this program called Acid I was using, which I still use to this day. Now it's called, now I have Acid Pro Producer Edition. But back then it was just Acid. And I was like, yo, I could make remixes. I was able to speed up tracks, slow down tracks, make all these adjustments. It was just so much more of a user-friendly program to use with. So I was stubborn. I would use that. Back then we had a program called Cakewalk. I don't know if y'all remember Cakewalk. So I was using Cakewalk. And then Cakewalk turned into Sonar. I was using Sonar, and I was like stuck on it. I'm like, yo, this is good. I'm going to stick with this. And it's like, okay, Priest said he's on his way.
Okay.
I was stuck on Sonar. I'm like, yo, and I got the latest edition, and I was just I was happy with it because I was making bomb music, and I saw online there was no sonic difference between your DAW program. If you're using Pro Tools or if you're using Acid, if you're putting out like 24-bit 48 kilohertz of sound, you can't tell what DAW was used for that. You know what I'm saying? So SL Smith, I am not high right now. I haven't actually smoked in 2 weeks. Not even on purpose. I forget, Divinely Guided says audio interfaces, everything. Yeah. So anyway, so that was that. That was fun. I got stuck on Sonar. I even met a producer for Pitbull. Pitbull had a producer, and I met him at a party randomly, and he used the same program I did. And I thought, well, look, if the producer for Pitbull can use Sonar, then so can I. So I felt like justified. Like, yeah, I can feel like an industry cat and keep using this Sonar stuff, And that's that. So that's what kind of got me. That was the evolution of me doing all this production stuff and doing all the engineering stuff, and that was it. I just kept going. I kept meeting artists, and I started building up a catalog. And I was working with all these cats that were good, and I wasn't getting paid any studio time. Like, I was doing this for free. So I did a lot of recording for free because I felt like, well, I'm still learning. You know what I mean? And I felt honored to be working with some of the cats I was working with. You know what I mean? I was working with these cats that called themselves Misfit Entertainment, and they were coming to the studio, and I wasn't charging them anything. I was just so happy to be making music. I was just in love with hip hop. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is fun. I love making beats, and we were just putting out tracks and mixtapes and SoundCloud. But anyway, so it was cool. So that grew up, and then these guys brought in a cat back then named Crooked Eye. I didn't know Crooked Eye. He wasn't big yet, but they brought Crooked Eye into my house back then. And I was like, what's up? Nice to meet you. And they were telling me like, yo, this guy's really professional. I'm like, okay, cool. This is great. Let's do it. So Crooked Eye jumped into, I turned a walk-in closet into a sound booth. So all my walk-in closet would just like be sound booths and everything. You'd go in there. It was a mixtape for, what's it called? I'm just going to pull it up. So my buddy named Jay Unice met him, and he's like, yeah, we got Crooked Eyes. We're going to do this track. I'm like, cool. So Crooked Eye goes in there, spits his 16, and it was sick. And he does it in one take. And then he does his second layer in 2 takes. And I'm going to see if I can bring it on screen. This is it right here. It was this track. Oh, let me give you this. So my buddy would do that's Jay Unice, and then Crooked Eye came in here, and he wasn't big yet. You know what I mean?
Man, United niggas of Long Beach, stand up.
They're all from Long Beach.
Yeah, one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Who shoots best? The Smith & Wesson chew through vest. Your boo-boo guess, whatever, man, it moved through flesh. Then I'm out to sex your chick with the boo-boo breast. Yes, you get spurt with the chirp of a Motorola. When I'm faded off rum, cause it's perfect with Coca-Cola. The flow so Ebola, microphone controller, dictator. I'm young Crooked Eye, I told her. I goes hunting on some outdoors with shit. Toasters I buy ain't housewarming gifts.
It's one
now
take.
On your click, your style is younger than child porn. You need to leave California quick. I rock Dickies when I battle fake boots and them Cortez Nikes with the rattlesnake swoosh. I sip yak, either that or Grey Goose. I clap a straight loose cause I pack a tray dudes.
Anyway, so we recorded that. I was like, I'm sitting there in my room like, yo, this is crazy. This guy is like legit. You know what I'm saying?
So this is happening in your house.
Yeah,
right
I
here.
recorded this in my house back then. It was the first house I ever owned. You know what I mean? But like I said, I turned it into a studio. All my homes become studios immediately. You know what I mean? I don't have a regular house, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I recorded him. I was like, yo, that was great. Nice to meet you. They paid him. I don't know how much. And then that was it. And then years later, I hear about Crooked Eye blowing up. And it's like, yo, I recorded that guy. Like, I was so excited. I was like, yo, I recorded him before he was big and everything. But these were all Long Beach cats, you know? So I met more and more Long Beach cats through them. And you know, they still doing their thing. Jay Unice is also on here. Y'all could check this out. It's on YouTube. But there was mixtape shit back then. So they were always doing mixtapes, always rapping on other people's beats to get the name out. And then once their name got popular, they would, you know, launch some original stuff too. So that was the plan back then. It was always a lot of fun, but that was the first legitimate artist that I had recorded that I didn't even know would become so big. And then so time would go on, and people know the story about me and Priest, but I moved into another spot in Irvine, turned that, I had 2 bedrooms, so I turned the second bedroom into a studio, and then I met, what's his name, Dr. Zodiac, and he knew Priest also. He brought in some other cats. It was just great, man. It was a lot of people. So just meeting people one by one, and recording people and stuff like that. So it just grew. It spiraled out. I had a website just like putting everyone that I was working with and everything. I didn't know what was going to happen but I just kept going because it was, like I said, it was for the love of hip hop. And then once I got to a point where I was bombarded and I was like, I'm getting too many people wanting studio time, then I started to be like, yo, I gotta start charging. And my pops is like, he's like a business PhD. My dad knows business really well, so he's like, you need to get yourself incorporated. I can see that what you're doing, so you need a corporation. You got to get your stuff, because you got to start writing stuff off on your taxes. So I started with a DBA. I got the name Sound Daddy. I own it in California. I did all the paperwork. You know what I mean? So I started a corporation and started getting things legit. I learned how to give out invoices. So I would give a proposal like, okay, you want to record a track, whoop whoop, do this and that, and then it just built up. And so I was learning slowly, and then I was part of this group called the Hit Squad, where it was like a Beastie Boy project. I had so many good rappers that I wanted to start a project with rappers that were not spitting lyrics that were so advanced. Because back then I had rappers coming to the studio that were like lyrical miracle, it was so good. It was so advanced that it wasn't mainstream enough. So my mind was like, okay, I got a bunch of like really advanced rappers. I need something. I wanted to start a project that was more like Cottonmouth Kings. Cottonmouth Kings was a lot more simpler, a lot more people can digest it quicker. It was like fast food music. I know, like, why would you want to do that, AD? It was just my mind because I felt like I already had the advanced stuff. I wanted to create some fast food music that was something popular so that we could do like party stuff. And I did. So I met the roadies of the Cottonmouth Kings, started a band called the Hit Squad. We opened up for Bubba Sparks. We opened up for Ja Rule back then at a club. And this is the time when he had Back That Ass Up. That song goes out and everything. A fight broke out in that particular show. Anyway, so we did that, and that was growing and everything, and it was cool. And then the guy that was booking shows for the Cottonmouth Kings saw my band getting big too, and he's like, his name was Tommy D, and he's like, AD, what's going on? Like, I see you're doing your thing, yo. I got a guy who needs a studio. His name's Killah Priest. I'm like, whoa, from the Wu-Tang? He's like, yeah. He's like, he's in town. He needs to record. I was like, yeah, let's bring him in. Like, I've already been recording people for free. You know what I mean? And like, I was making scraps just here and there from people wanting studio time. So I was like, yeah. So, and by this point I had a legit studio in Irvine. So I met Killah Priest. He came into this is 2007, 2008, around that time. He came into the studio and it's like, yo, nice to meet you. So I'm showing off like crazy. Put Priest into my walk-in closet, which was completely all padded up. He went in there and started recording things. I helped him launch a mixtape. It was Behind the Stained Glass mixtape and everything. We did some recording. Yeah. And he was just I was not ready for the level of rapper that Priest was, because he was so professional, so quick, so fast, laying stuff down in one take. I was just honored to have him in the studio. I'm like, wow. So by this point, I'm like, all right, I'm dropping all projects. I'm only working for Priest now. You know what I mean? And I built him this whole, I think the first thing I did for him was like this promo. So he was putting out this thing that he did for Nas, or with Nas. Oh yeah, was it? Well, I started getting Priest on camera. I was so happy he was in the studio. We did like a promo thing. We called it KPTV.
Yo, what up? This is Killah Priest. I'm dropping the Killah. It's just gonna be Priesthood now.
That's my old place.
And you're gonna catch me on tour throughout your state, coming to you soon. Right now, I'm with DJ Sound Daddy. That's my man right
That's
there.
That's my living room.
DJ.
Same couch.
What up, man? For all y'all that got the
same couch.
Yeah. Looking on picking that up. You know what I mean? I told y'all it's gonna be a real album, and you know what I'm saying? I told y'all it's gonna be classic hip hop. Keep it tuned. I got more coming.
So I just started like creating these little videos. See, we're not even like full of HD yet. We're using 4:3 ratio here. So we just kept going, kept putting stuff out, kept doing things, recording them in the studio. Man, it was fun. There's another thing I wanted to show when he was in the studio. I had a cool spot. I missed that old spot, man. I'm gonna fast forward. Yeah, this is the old studio I had right here. Same keyboard, same monitors. So this room was where it was all going down. I still had a computer in the corner with a CRT monitor. And then let's see, Priest would come in.
Lyrical, spiritual, hieroglyphical, yo.
This is
pyramids.
11 years ago, yo.
Right.
So this is my old studio, y'all. Yeah.
Feeling all right though?
I'm feeling great.
Saki, huh?
Saki got me rocky.
Got my old turntables.
Yeah, Priest in a place to be. AD, what you gonna do?
This is a whole other bedroom. There's like a shower not even being
Black
used back there.
Moses. About to approach this, I'm staying focused.
Y'all see that Fedora Priest?
Yeah, he was rocking it, man. So here's the thing. I was really like listening to a lot of music back then. I love this track that was, Brown Sugar by what's his name? Miguel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to that track and I'm like, yo, the groove of D'Angelo. What am I talking about? D'Angelo, Brown Sugar. I love that track so much.
Right.
I was like, I gotta flip this. And I was listening to it right here. Right here.
It's kind of a song for me.
Yeah. So I love that groove of Brown Sugar. So I flipped it. I took the tempo. I did a different bass line. I copied the bass drum pattern and remade Brown Sugar and just flipped it.
Hieroglyphical. Remember that detergent?
So that was fun. I really like flipping beats. Taking a track that's already existing, using the same tempo most of the time, and then just adding our own twist to it. And that was it. It was a lot of fun. So at least y'all get to see the studio what used to be. And my old setup, my old keys before I got really crazy. But all that's online. Y'all can check that out. Anyway, I'm trying to keep it quick. So that was that. And that's how it all came into fruition. Been working with Priest for years. And then one day he was like, let's do a podcast. I'm like, of course we should. Like, you're Leo, like just like Joe Rogan. We have to do a podcast. And then all these lights turned on when he said that. So I just went to work, started setting up, and here we are. The end. Or to be continued, here we are.
To be continued, yes. And
Never the
I had
end.
to share that story because we often don't get a chance to document the story as it's happening, or we're so inundated with making things better and improving and going forward that we don't have that, as they would call in African tradition, a Sankofa moment, an ability to look back. So when you have these moments, when you have time like this, it's important to show a stream of consciousness. Like you didn't just pop up out of nowhere. Like you have an origin story, you have a time, and you have a time period that goes back through the cognitive stages of development. So this is just something you was like, oh, okay, today I want to be a producer, and then Shazam, I'm working with Priest. Like, no, this was literally in your crib.
Yeah.
In your crib. You see what I'm saying? So, connecting that back, if you look somewhere in your lineage, and there was some musicians in your family, before your parents. You see what I'm saying? You could look in your family lineage, and I'm sure you'll find it on both sides of your family, how these things are communicated with you and through you, because it comes so easy to you. You see what I'm saying? Like it was a time where you may not have known, but it was all in preparation. So your story becomes important. So when we look at something like hip hop, there's a story, and just like with any, epistles, you have different versions of the same story. So if you look at the Jesus story, there are 4 disciples telling 4 different accounts that were supposed to be there at the same time. We can go through that, whether or not, but the ability for us to be in the same place at the same time, we could be right next to each other and see the same thing 2 different ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I love that movie Vantage Point, because Vantage Point told the story of 4 people from 4 different vantage points looking at the same thing. They were in the same place at the same time, but you wouldn't know from the story.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So your story on your pathway to be able to take something that's inconceivable by the human ear. Mm-hmm. There's a range of hertz that we can hear as humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's only in between 20 hertz and 200 kilohertz. Like you have a sound range that you can hear conceivable in your ear. So to take all of the other sound that's not even sound yet out of the ethers, literally. So when we say we're pulling stuff out of the ethers, literally pulling stuff out of the ethers is inconceivable. Like dogs and certain other animals can hear different frequencies of sound. So you said, we're going from the Ethernet to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi has a sound that it emits, but it's not conceivable. You see what I'm saying?
100%.
So that perceivable space, you take it out of the unseen space into the seen space and begin to manipulate it so it becomes coherent. And then you take it a story in regards to your life. This is something that you were doing at different points in your life, whether it was pronounced to you or not. You were preparing for this process where you are now from birth.
Yes.
And so you built these things up, and this is why credence to stories become important, because when you have a chance to slow down, you could go back through and you can reflect on it. It's like, man, I forgot I did all of that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's always good to go back. And some of y'all might notice I was able to flow through that story pretty well. And the reason why is because when I got temporarily hired at the LA Recording School as part of a company to teach a class for 2 hours about music publishing. I said it before, but like real quick, they hired me. They hired my company that I was working with to provide this after school program or after graduation program to these alumni to make it look like they made some money. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I had to teach them, and I had to give them my backstory. So I ran through that whole thing I told you guys right now to them through so many times. You know what I mean? Because I had a class of like 16 to 25 people. And I would tell them all this exact story like every single time, so I knew exactly what to go through and everything too. So I'm very familiar speaking that story. I had to do it again also for an interview that I just did with Priest for this documentary that's coming out. But it is interesting to go back and reflect on how it all came into fruition. But at the same time, I realized that right now is part of the next story. You know what I mean? Like those are previous chapters. Right now we're in the middle of another chapter that's going to be spoken upon in the future. Do you know what I mean? Because there's going to be some, you may be asking me again in 10 years, how did this happen? I'll be like, well, I remember back in 2023, I was sitting here with my cat in my hand talking about this and that, and not knowing what was about to happen. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of crazy stuff's going to happen this year.
Right. And with the previous guest on the last show, they have 50 years of music. You see what I'm saying? So just thinking about their time, their time in music is as old as some African countries.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So they've been in music as long as a country has been in existence on the continent.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of the things that they survived, there was a covert war on rock and roll. Like rock and roll was seen as demonic, and a bunch of other things. And it was an answer of a spirit of rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
There was a rebellion taking place in America. And rock and roll was one of those places, just as all of the previous genres that preceded it was a space of rebellion.
Absolutely.
You look at jazz, you look at blues, you look at all of those things. If most of those things became sacrilegious, music in itself became sacrilegious. This is why they associate music with Lucifer. You see what I'm saying?
Which is ironic because music is a divine science.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? It's in tune with, and this is where it started to get esoteric, because it wasn't until 2009 that I was working with priests that my mind started to get more esoteric. I was already into astrology, but then I went to a whole other level with the astrotheology, how that connected to the Bible, and then how the Bible connected to music, and how music connects to astrology. I was like, yo, it's all numerology and the numbers and everything. And then that's where my mind started to go in all these other directions. It's like, yo, it was a lot, especially for a cannabis user at that time. I was just like enjoying to be tripped out by knowledge. So I became...
And it's a melding of the logical reasoning space and the creative space of the brain, the synapses.
Yeah.
That overlap. It exists.
Yeah.
Pardon.
No, but the learning, all the knowledge was becoming the new dopamine. I was getting a dopamine response from learning, a dopamine response from hearing priests and his words, a dopamine response from all the music that was being created. It was like all of this stuff was happening, and it was almost like a drug-like effect because the mind is being stimulated so much. And that's what I believe was what kept me going. That was my motivation, was the addiction to something new, some new knowledge, some new music, some new beats. And the great thing about being an artist in this realm is that there's always a new project to have. You know what I mean? Even with the 9 to 5, even with, you know, me working at the club or making music and beats, it's like you always want to have your own project. You always want to have your own craft going on. Do you know what I mean? Even if you're doing something for somebody else, you got to have your own thing going on. So, I had done so much stuff for free. I got to a point where I had all of these tracks of music that I produced for all these other artists that, you know, a lot of them stopped doing music. A lot of them got married. A lot of them just quit. But I owned all the masters. So it was like, well, technically I own these masters because they didn't pay for studio time. So it was all done here. They're on my beats. So it was like, okay, I own the masters and that's that. But, you know, looking back, I was like, well, there's only a select bunch that were like, I think, worthy. And that's why I launched a compilation that's on Spotify right now. Shameless plug. Check out my hip hop compilation on Spotify and YouTube. It's called DJ Sound Daddy Hip Hop Compilation. It's a generic name, but I wanted to keep it like that because that was like closure for all those years of music that I did, to kind of create a compilation, best of the best, put it out and leave it out. Because the artists I had worked with, some of them put out stuff and some of them didn't. I wanted to at least justify what had been done and put it out and have closure on it so that the world can hear it and I can move on to the new projects. That's why I launched that 2 years ago, you know? So now it's all about...
It's enshrined.
Yeah.
It's enshrined. It's there forever.
It's all about... Exactly. Yeah. It's all about what's next. I'm excited about what's to come. I'm excited about the new projects, the new artists, the new tracks, the new beats, the new albums. I just upgraded all my plugins. I'm mixing and mastering at the highest level I've ever had before. You know what I mean? So I'm real excited for working. You know what I mean? I'm in work mode, flow mode right now, ready to rock. Very minimal distractions. Do you know what I mean? I don't drink. So I'm just like working at the highest performance I've ever been right now. That's where I feel blessed. You know what I'm saying? The past has been great, but right now is what's appreciated the most. Do you know what I mean? So I just wanted to bring it back to the now and the current because I feel blessed. You know what I mean? I want to shout out these super chats so that they know that they're getting some acknowledgement here. Let's see. So we missed this one earlier. Gavin Shaolin says, "Sio die vai ser lindo familia." I'm not sure what that means, but if anyone in the chat can translate, it's "Sio dia vai ser lindo familia." All right. Freddie Callie says, "We are the era that can currently affect change in the world." Hip hop. Ooh.
Deep.
And Freddie Callie submitted that for $11.11. Yo, Freddie Callie, you know what's up, man. That was a very smart super chat. We are the era that can currently affect change in the world. That's true. And that's the power of hip hop. Why is hip hop so powerful? Because it's the power of words. Magic is the art of language, right? So when we already know the science of music, we already know the power of frequency. You add that on top of powerful words which, you know, the pen is mightier than the sword. You've got magic. I mean, you got, you know, this is why Priest is so huge too. It's like,
right.
He's putting out such high level lyricism that comparatively is unmatched, you know? Yeah. So I think that's just, it's, you know, it's RAP, which is rhythm and poetry. A lot of people don't even see that.
So you take it again. It's from an unseen space, like sound. You see what I'm saying? So you take it from a realm of the unseen that's in your mind. That's your thoughts, and your thoughts become things in the material world. So we agree on the sigil market. So you have the conceptualization in your mind of sigil markings, and they begin to tell a story, and they paint a picture in your mind. They begin imprinting in your mind. And sometimes you just have to vocalize them. You can't write it down. This is where you free the style. You see what I'm saying? So it comes out, boom, 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 boom. It can't be contained in the pen. Like, your mind is going faster than your pen. You know, I know you can relate. You see what I'm saying? So your mind is going faster than the pen can actually contrive it, or your fingers can type it. So you're like, all right, boom. Doggy Style turns 30 this year.
Oh, okay.
And what I learned from the background story was most of the songs was just freestyle. So the beats would come on and Snoop would go in there and just do it. So, like, one of my favorite songs off of Doggy Style was The Shiznit. And if you hear the cadence and the flow, and if you, akin to listening to people rhyme all the time, you hear it. You hear it popping, stopping, hopping like a rabbit. When I hit the Nina Ross, you know I got to have it. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, he's doing it because the beats in that space, instrumentation was still there. They were still bringing instrumentation into the studio live because they were developing a sound where they didn't have a through line for West Coast sound. So this is why they have this G-Funk era, because they have this, crossover from R&B into rap sound. So when we talking about something like that, they had the dramatics in the studio. They had the people live in the studio. You see what I'm saying? So even with Doggy Dog World, like, they were literally singing. It wasn't a sample. They were there live with the band doing it. So just think about that adaptation to where we have these, artificial aspects that mimic sound, how sound, what sound of sound, what sound. From the space where these things were natural instrumentation. So back to the pen, these sigil markings that come from the mind, we bring them into fold and into reality and agree on these things being the written word. And that written word is an encoded language. So from the unseen to the seen world, to be seen and heard everywhere in a way where the sigil markings captivate the mind. So these are all stories that are there that begin to be like a siren, like the Greek mythology. They talked about the siren that would lure in the sailors on the ships, and they would crash against those rocks. You see what I'm saying? So it would hit you like boom. So Heavy Metal turns 25 this year.
Okay.
Right? So,
yep.
So Heavy Metal turns 25.
Right on my birthday too.
Right. Capadonna and the Pillage turns 25. You see what I'm saying? So everything that was released in 1998 becomes 25. DMX's Dark and Hell is Hot. Onyx shut him down. And as coincidentally for that, Back the Fuck Up, Onyx's first album turns 30 this year. So just look at the milestones in regards to something that people were doing as children, teenagers, and they're able to still sustain a life based off of what they wrote 30 years ago. What happened and what got put into motion, what was recorded, authorized or unauthorized 50 years ago. So look at the power of the story. I want, the family that's listening to take that away. Remember the power of your story. Remember the power of your written word. Remember the power of your gifts and your talents associated from those things that come from your mind.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Priest came up with, with that heavy mental concept. But look how long he was rhyming. He was rhyming since the 80s. So it's like a decade before he got his first album. You see what I'm saying? So you looked at it from 88 to 98, from that King Rakim era into what came out of 98. You know, as it would happen, that's my favorite decade of hip hop, from 88 to 98. So look how long you down by law before you got it. That's why I had you share your story, because you can visualize yourself based off of your participation. Yeah. So when you make a statement, it's substantiated by your level of participation or commitment in a space. You know what I mean? So this was literally in your crib. So I love it because I love the stories behind the stories, the stories that are within the stories, because they give extra credence.
It does.
And it becomes a relatable experience. So the reason for me doing Through the Niles Radio was for that same reason. I wanted to know the stories. You see what I'm saying? We could, when I listened to Kanye's first album and I heard that last track, The Last Call, and he's telling his story, and he has the melodic beat playing in the background.
Okay.
One of the lyrics, it says, someone should raise their glass for you. You see what I'm saying? So in the space of celebration, in the space of honor, like a cheers, somebody should raise their glass for you. You see what I'm saying? So he's telling all of this story. We don't know the end of the story, but telling a story of celebration for everything that he undergone to be where he was at that particular point for him to make college dropout. So someone should raise their glass for you. He's in the back. He's like, yo, we got kicked out of our house. We had to get a bed for my kid. We put all our stuff in the movie van. We went to Jersey, blah, blah, blah. All of these things that's happening. You see what I'm saying? All of the adversity, all of those things that look like setbacks, all of those things that look like roadblocks. It was still all there, a part of the story that was, you know, essential and critical in his development. So your stories are powerful. Your stories, like, they shape and mold. You know, I told Ghostface to his face, I said, your stories change the world. Your stories, Ghost. I've looked at Ghost. That's the only thing I could say to him. I just looked at him with so much reverential awe and respect for the stories that he tells. You see what I'm saying? And when you look at storytellers, they pull out certain people, but there's other folks out there. The stories are phenomenal. If you go get on that rocket with Priest and you go, you don't know where you're gonna end up at. You see what I'm saying? And those lyrics are so picturesque. You hear every word, you visualize it. So you hear with your eyes. You see, and you see with your ears.
Oh,
so
I like that.
All of these stories come into view.
Yeah.
You know, so
I'm glad you did that. I appreciate you doing that, because it also reminds me why I was doing all that stuff for free, why I was recording so much for free, and it was for the love. You know what I mean? You fall in love with music, you fall in love with hip hop. You know what I mean? And it's not just because I'm a Pisces; it's just because of the fact that, like, the sounds did something to me. You know what I mean? And then I was following the flow, following the zone, and it just, I love it. But like I said, I can't wait to see where we go. I need to shout out some super chats that are flying in.
Definitely.
But yeah, I appreciate you steering the ship that direction, man, because it's always good to look back and reminisce for sure. Let's see. Cap Jones says, shout out to AD for being the backbone of the craft and doing what you do. Always dope builds and vibes. Thank you so much. Like I said, I love it. Do it for the love. Ceaseless One says, AD, have you been to the NAMM show? Yes, I have. I used to go very often. I had to connect with Pioneer at first, and then I eventually had to connect with one of the executives from Sony that I met through Priest, which is kind of cool, which is a story for another day. But in 2011, I went to the NAMM show, and I recorded this dude who was promoting the Novation Dicer. The Novation Dicer, for you DJs out there, it's a thing that just basically brings up cues in the corner. You would like plug it into the USB of your laptop, and on your Serato, you guys know Serato, you would just have your cues up there in the track. So 1, 2, 3, 4, it would just bring those up, and you were able to play those rhythmically. Back then, it was the newest thing. So I recorded this cat on this cheap ass little camera I had back then, doing this. Check it out. Nowadays they got the cues on the mixer. I still have one of these. Dope, right? Like a piano. Oh, that little thing right there. You guys get it, but that thing was so dope back then. I was like, yo, especially for scratchers, you know what I mean? Because then you could cue up certain scratch sounds to immediately jump into that, you know, and then jump to like any other sample you'd want. So that was so convenient back then, because I always would use Serato with scratch records constantly. Once the Pioneer CDJs came out, I didn't want to transition to those. It was a whole different feel. I still have my tables, but this was so much better. I loved this setup, and you know, now if I DJ, I have a controller because it's just so much faster and easier and cheaper. But there's something classic, and you know, before they had the controllers, they were using actual records, obviously, as you know.
Right.
But yes, to answer that question, I brought this up because this was at the NAMM show. And the NAMM show is a great place to, you know, network and check out some of the latest stuff. I haven't been going recently, you know, the whole, you know, all that stuff that's been going on with this and that. So it kind of put a damper on things. The last time I went was with this executive who introduced me to Don Cornelius from Earth, Wind and Fire, the drummer. Yo, I got to meet Earth, Wind and Fire. It was so cool. A lot of cool cats I've met out there, and the first picture on my Instagram is Stevie Wonder. I think I talked about that before. That was at the NAMM show also. But yeah, thank you Ceaseless One for that. Yeah, I've been to the NAMM show. I might go again, but I don't know. Right now, it's just not a big deal for me with the NAMM show. But maybe in the future I'll go again. But you know, it's just because I'm so inundated with projects and excited for the new things ahead. There's a lot of cool stuff I'm working on that I really can't talk about right now, but I'm so excited for the new stuff. So thank you again, Ceaseless One, for that. He also said, I've been there twice through my cousin. Oh, that's dope. That's cool. I might go again and start playing on the keys again. They got a bunch of keys. The last time I had gone before, too, I used to go to the Sonar booth, you know, because like I said, I used to use Cakewalk Sonar. And then one day I went to NAMM show and they were just gone. And I'm like looking at like, where's the Sonar booth? Sonar booth? You Sonar XL? I'm like, yeah. Nah, they're done. They quit. That doesn't exist anymore. I was like, dang, bro, I'm gonna need a new software. So,
hello, mosquito.
Yeah. So now I'm just using what is it? Acid Pro. And I'm about to get Cubase because I really want to go more into the movie soundtrack style stuff. You know, and there's a few features in Cubase that are specifically better for working with MIDI and working with full soundtrack type stuff. It also has this note thing that's able to turn your MIDI notes into sheet music. So if I ever like create something and I want it to be played in front of I want an orchestra to play it, it'll do the notations and everything. So I eventually gonna have to get this Cubase. You know what I mean? But with hip hop and all the stuff I do now, I love using Acid Pro. But like I said, I'm gonna get Cubase soon because I'm trying to do movie soundtracks. I'm trying to do Spider-Man soundtracks, Batman movie stuff. You know what I mean? But I got to start with the low-level stuff. The B-movie horror flicks. I got to start with these independent films. I only did one independent film soundtrack so far, but that's where my main focus is. And I also say that so I can manifest it. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That's why I enjoy this podcast.
Killah Priest voice in the epic fight scene.
Got to put it out there. Exactly.
Or a fly shootout. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
John Wick 4. Put it in the score.
You know how I do that too? Is getting a hold of students who are doing independent films.
Mm-hmm.
Filmmakers who are doing like movies, who are making like sound. They're doing like movies. A lot of them They always do the sound last. They always do music last. They film. They got their script. They got their actors. They do the editing, and then the last thing they always do is the film soundtracks. You know what I mean? That's usually up to what's called a music supervisor. And a lot of mistakes that the filmmakers make is they do that last, and then they have to scramble within 2 or 3 weeks to find their soundtrack and their theme and stuff like that. So I'm trying to link up with filmmakers now that are trying to become big filmmakers and just be like, hey, I'm a movie soundtrack guy who's trying to become a big movie soundtrack guy. Let's do this. So if any of y'all are watching, and you make movies, hit me up. My email's in the description. Let's do it because I'm ready to do some soundtracks. I'm already doing a soundtrack for somebody right now for a movie that's coming out, which I can't talk about yet, but I will. I'm excited about it. So I am working on a film soundtrack right now, but I love it. And I love tearing apart and analyzing other people's film soundtracks. But I've talked about that before. I'm rambling.
No, you're good. It's in order. I wanted to say one thing about the music portion, the song promotion segment.
Okay.
I wanted to see one day if we could, however it goes, that we get the people who submitted the tracks in, like either we open up the Zoom for them and have them kind of explain, give them a little blurb of the backstory of what it was.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Behind their song, behind the music. You see what I'm saying?
That's a great idea, and we would probably have to use the ones that submit the most often. Because there's a whole lot of people who have used the song promotion. But there's also our regulars that have done it the most often. You know what I mean? Like, obviously Voltage, obviously Zodiac, obviously a whole bunch of them, Marco Buddha. So that's a great idea. And we should do that, and we'll do that one by one. I have to run downstairs real quick. I'm going to have to leave you with the chat room. Just you and them for about, I'm going to say 3 minutes.
Good.
And let me see if I could set up, hold on a second, the chat room on screen.
I see it.
People be like, why do you put the chat on screen, AD? And it's like, sometimes it's cool. People like to see their own words. All right. I'll be right back.
All right. So hip hop turns 50. The authorized version says 50 this year. And 30 years ago, we'll just go through some of the albums that was released. I made reference to Onyx, Brand Nubian, In God We Trust is will be 30 years old on February the 2nd. So shout out to Lord Jamar. You understand what I'm saying? And Brand Nubian. Diggable Planets, February the 9th, reaching a new refutation of time and space. Got Flavor Unit, Roll with the Flavor, Naughty by Nature, 1993. That was my joint too. Let's see what else. Ice-T, Home Invasion, Just Ice, Gun Talk, Money Love, and a word or two. LL Cool J, 14 shots to the dome. So if y'all remember 93, like, what was some of y'all joints? Let me see over here. Okay, Hotep, Fela B, The Family. Okay. See, it's debatable. That's what I'm saying, Pause Tape. Like, we got authorized versions and we got unauthorized versions of hip hop. So we got, what else we got over here? Laws of the Underground. You know what I'm saying? My Chief Rocket joint right there. And Here Come Lords and, oh man, Lord Jazz. Do It All. Man, hey, craziness. 93. What else we got? Mobb Deep, first album, Juvenile Hell. K Reno, Stories from the Black Book, The Beat Nuts, Intoxicated Demons, Sugar T, It's All Good. Steve-O, Gas Chamber, Tim Dog, Do or Die, The Youngsters, The Aftermath. Man, I remember The Youngsters. The Illy Philly Funksters. And of course, we got the epic Into the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers. Yeah, that was a game changer for me. That was a life changer for me. Let me show y'all my Wu-Tang manual over here, right quick. So, yeah, this Wu-Tang manual. Wu-Tang was very pivotal in my decoding space. Had me listening to lyrics in a different kind of way, and then going back and fetching some of the older albums that came out before it because of the science of the coaching. So definitely, yeah. But, so yeah, Aftermath was crazy. MC Breed, the new breed. We got Run DMC, Down with the King, Master A, Slaughterhouse. We got Guru, Jasmine Taz, Volume 1. We got The Roots, Organics. We got Mac Dre, the best of Mac Dre. We got Bones first release that was on June 1st, Faces of Death. I know folks maybe remember in 94, Creeping on the Come Up. Of course, we got Souls of Mischief. I see it over there. 93 Till, please. We got D-Shot, the shot caller. We got Luke in the new. We got Esham for the Esham fans out there. KK Kill, the Fetus. Father MC, Sex is Law.
I'm coming. I'm coming back in soon.
Okay. All samples cleared. MC Light. Ain't no other. Yo, you better ask somebody. We got Intelligent Hoodlum, aka Tragedy Gaddafi. Tragedy. Saga of the Hoodlum. We got Poison Clan. Rough Town Behavior. We got Akinelli. Y'all remember Akinelli's joint? Oh, man. Edo G and the Bulldogs. We got Cypress Hill, Black Sunday. We got Tag Team. Ooh, there it is. Oh, we got Crisscross, The Bomb. Ultramagnetic MCs, The Four Horsemen. We got 8-Ball MGAG coming out hard, y'all remember? So we got Illegal, The Untold Story. We got another Bad Creation. Oh man. Poor Righteous Teachers, Black Business. Another Bad Creation. Oh man. The 93 was the Kid Rapper. Kid Rapper, yeah. So we got Spice 187 he wrote. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Cold Red. We got Salt and Pepper. Very Necessary. Leaders of the New School. Time, The Inner Mind's Eye. We got Black Moon, Into the Stage. You know, first time we heard Smith and Wesson. Eric Sermon, No Pressure. Fudgy the Fat Bastard, Give Him the Finger. Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq Diesel, y'all remember that joint? A Tribe Called Quest, Midnight Marauders. Wu-Tang Clan, Into the Wu-Tang, 36 Chambers, November the 9th. We got Daz Effects. We got MC Ren. We got Black Rain from Queen Latifah. And as I was saying earlier, Doggy Style was very pivotal. Mac Dre. We got the Young Black Brother. Ice Cube, Lethal Injection for the Ice Cube fans that's out there. Jodeci, Diary of a Mad Man. But we got Drew Down, Fools from the Streets. So 93 is filled. You know, 93 is filled. We got 3 decades of hip hop, 3 decades of tremendous releases. So we got 25 years. We got the gods in the building. You see what I'm saying? So look, I did my DG. You see what I'm saying? My designated guest to warm it up. Warm it up for Kane. I get to warm it up for Priest. You know what I'm saying?
They can't. Oh, you see him, but they can't see him yet. Okay, are you ready?
I see Salo Jim in the building. You know what I'm saying?
It's about to go down.
Yeah.
Oh, they can hear you now. Yeah, buddy, I'm getting it set up.
So 25 years ago, if we look at 98, The Lox, Money, Power, Respect was released 25 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Silk the Shocker, Charge It to the Game.
Yo.
Young Bleed, My Balls and My Word. So everything that was released, baby, 1998, just think about that. So somebody who was born in 98 is 25 years old. Or will be 25 years old this year.
All right, you ready, Priest?
On him. Mic one?
Yep. I'm about to put y'all on screen. And you ready?
Yo.
Boom.
Nah, I'm not turned up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Got to turn it on. There you go.
That would just saw me without my shades. I need my shades on this one. I can't hear myself.
Yeah, we can't hear ourselves, yeah.
Oh, I got you.
That's all good.
Yo, 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yo, we are in the building.
Yo, what's up, y'all?
Difficult, man. Yo, peace
the
and love.
masters of the craft.
What's up?
Yeah, exactly.
Together and show your love for the Father and Son of Miracle Doom.
Yes.
What's up?
Man, yo, we had a crazy. Yo, is it still retrograde? Peace. What up, Osborne?
Peace to the God.
All right, peace, Lord.
We in the shadow.
Solo June.
What's up? Knowledge? What's good?
Man, it took us a while to get here, man. It was just crazy, man. I had to go to the tea house and
it was a lot.
And everything. It was crazy. But what up, though? Shout out to the chat room, everybody up in the building.
Word,
I see y'all. Word. Oh, I see Napah in the building. Where's it? Vinny Black Lodge. Who else we got? Let me see. Word. Definitely got it.
Yeah.
Nah, thank God.
Peace. What's God?
Exactly. Yeah, what up, though? What's good? What's the science?
And I'm feeling good, Saw some friends, watched some football this past weekend. So,
Yeah.
So,
You saw the football?
Had a good...
Fortunately or unfortunately, we seen football.
Yeah.
Who you was rooting for?
When Saudi was on, yeah. That's
man.
So, shout out to, first in history, 2 black quarterbacks made the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So shout out to that.
Not only that, the Andy Reid started with the
Eagles.
The Eagles,
Yeah, they started
yeah.
with the Eagles. Yeah,
started with the Eagles. Yeah, and then let me see. Let me see. Andy Reid started with there, and then the brothers.
Yeah,
right?
no, the Kelsey brothers. Yeah,
right, Kelsey brothers, and yeah, I'm on So Gases now. I'm getting it together right now. We got some people coming in. We got some people coming in today.
Oh,
yeah. We got some people coming in.
Live or on Zoom?
Huh?
Live or on Zoom?
On Zoom, and it's supposed to be on live, but you know, everything is crazy, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good day today, man.
Oh yeah.
Word. Yeah. Hell yeah. Add some conversation. What y'all was on? What y'all was building on?
Oh man, all kinds of stuff. We had to do a reset actually because we had technical difficulties. But we made it work out. But man, we were talking about all kinds of things.
Yeah. Right.
A lot about music production and things like that.
Right. Exactly.
Know
all
what I'm
right.
saying?
Just trying to see Garfield. Is that Garfield in the building? Shout out to Garfield. Let me see. Neil DeGrace.
Shout out to everybody.
Yep. Exactly. Chip Wellington. Overkill.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy day.
So you was building on the 25. What you was building on?
I was just going through. You know, you got a couple milestones in hip hop. You see what I'm saying? You in the building. You definitely one of those pivotal albums that came out 25 years ago.
Thank you.
So everything that came out in '93 will turn 30 this year. Hip hop unofficially / officially authorized version of the story turns 50 this year. So we just was going through that, and Eddie was sharing his story. You see what I'm saying? Sharing his story in regards to the manipulation of sound. You see what I'm saying? I told him before we got started and shared earlier in the broadcast, I'm at Full Sail University, and I just took an advanced audio, coming off advanced audio, advanced video class, and I was like, props to those who deal in that manipulation of sound. You know, I learned some of the stories and was doing analysis of some of the history of sound and how sound is perceived and how it's directed. So I wanted to give props to those who take something from the ethers that's inconceivable and then transmute it into a space where it can be perceived, and then going an additional step further to make it attractive to your ear. You see what I'm saying? So we was building with that and sharing the stories. You see what I'm saying? And talking about your sigil markings with your pen. You see what I'm saying?
Man, good looking, brother.
The sigil priest.
Good looking, my brother. Good looking. No doubt, man. It's all a part of the big picture. It's all part of the whole thing, and putting it together, man. I feel blessed to still be around. You know what I mean? I just did the show with Jizza. When was that?
Right.
That was
and the licks.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Seen the licks out there.
And Tash, I saw the licks. I saw the licks. Yeah, Tash. We just ran into each other that quick.
Yeah, Saturday.
Got to see a lot of people that was out there, and it was crazy. I see you, Voltage in the building.
Hey, did he tell you that from then to now? Got him from then to now?
Wow, no, he never told me that. Is that real? Word.
That's real.
Wow. Oh man, shout out to that, man. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I heard it in one of your songs too. You see what I'm saying?
Wow, that's crazy. Oh
man, yeah, I had a good weekend and everything. How was yours?
Hey, what up? You know, saying we up. Oh. What was it like for you? Seeing Pops get busy. On the stage.
It's not my first time being there, seeing him, work and everything like that. But it's always, it's crazy because I get such a different perspective, because I see the crowd from the eyes of the artist. So, I love going to shows and just seeing that, I mean, like, it's inspiring. So I love watching him, rhyme and from his crowd and do what he do best, That was a good time.
We got a super chat from Cap Jones.
You got inspired. You got hyped up.
Oh yeah. I got hyped up. I was out there just watching. I was outside. I was looking at everybody, just like, yo, everybody was crazy. it's a crazy atmosphere, especially.
You got to be a fan.
No, a fan. I watch from behind the scenes. You know what I mean? They all in the element. You know.
Right.
You know.
So you was the whiz. You was behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody in Zoom?
I was enjoying it though. You know, it's not my first. It's not my first time. You know, around there, but it's always a great atmosphere, and like, yeah, I enjoy it. Yep.
Cap Jones says, "Shout out to Jizza, Justice, the GOAT."
Shout out to Unc, man.
He said, "Father, you seek chin the police." Yeah.
We got another.
So Priest,
go ahead.
30 years since 36 chambers.
I see Coach. I see Coach now. Word. See up in there. Glad what you said?
3 decades.
Yeah.
36 chambers was released, man. How you feel about that?
Man, I'm just excited, man. Word. I can't believe it. It's mind-blowing. 36. I remember being in the studio, just going back and forth, me and Master Killah, having fun, man. It's a great feeling, man. It's definitely a great feeling, man. 36 years. Could you believe it?
Man, that's crazy.
Word. Could you believe it? That's crazy. I feel great. Not gonna lie. Word. I'm sorry. I was just waiting for my people.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, go. I'm coming right in because it's.
Yeah, I was talking about just the reference of something, to do as children. You see what I'm saying? To live out, 2 decades later. Like, with the past guests y'all had on the previous show, they got 50 years in the music business. You see what I'm saying? Mm. So I likened it to show a space and time of, there are countries on the continent that are 50 years old. So they've been doing music as long as some countries have been in existence. You see what I'm saying? So right. you look at some of the West African countries and they're in their 50s. Mm. So just kind of relating that and putting that together in that spirit of rebel music, we were alluding to that earlier as well, that there was a, covert war on rock and roll, like there's a covert war on hip hop. You see what I'm saying? So anything that offers a space of the art and the artist, even what art meant to the dominant society. This is why they look to control art and control artistry, because if you want a space to convey a message of the time, you look at the art of the time. And then you look at the artist at that particular time. Mm. So if you wanted to see where the society had advanced or declined, maybe you look at the sciences. Or if you wanted to hit the temperature and the pulse of a particular time, you look at the art and the artist. So if the artistry is controlled by the dominant society, it creates a template where creativity isn't celebrated, it's stifled unless it's under control. So it's just an interesting take for some of those things that came along with it. And that's why I made reference. I'm glad y'all here to the, y'all said Bruce Lee was fire, and he was fire. And this is why he was saying to be water, because water isn't something that could be contained. It seeks its own level. You see what I'm saying? And whatever it's in, it adapts to the space that it's in. So I think he was, seeking with his philosophy to let you know, like, you don't have to be one particular way, to be fluid, to be flexible, and not to be so rigid or stuck or locked into a particular place. And with the price that comes along with being fired, you incinerate things that come around you. You see what I'm saying? It's a purification on one side, and then it's incendiary on the other side. So if he's saying to be water, water has the same destructive type of properties, but they also have healing and life-sustaining properties as well. So the usages determine how those things, actually proceed. So I think you were saying, be water, my friend.
Right.
This is just in my mind so you don't have to deal with the hellified shit that come along with fire, being fire. You see what I'm saying? Or being fiery. So, you take somebody who a hothead into a place. Anything could pop off at any time because of that short fuse.
Right.
That's it. But if you got a cool head in types of situations, and a hot head is necessary at particular times, but a cool head in other situations, for the most part, is a good place to dwell.
That's deep. Yeah, it's deep. It's truth. It's like me and my brother. Look at me like my brother like that. It's funny. It's funny.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm like the cool. He's like the heat.
Who's Z?
Yeah, Z. Yeah, Z. Look at it like that. Yep.
Z's the Sagittarius.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have a great balance.
Oh, well, because you guys are opposites of each other.
Right.
Shout out to Z.
Yeah, shout out to Z.
Gemini is the opposite of Sag.
Yeah, huh?
Right.
Yeah, Jers out in Jers doing it up.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
If y'all started to rap together, y'all would be like Styles P and Jadakiss.
Word.
Kanye and Jay-Z, and y'all would be like Smith and Wesson.
Yo, you're right.
Three dynamic.
Word.
That's something to think about. Yeah, that's crazy. Yep.
Yo, that's a good observation, Knowledge.
That's good. That's good. Maybe me and Z gotta talk about that.
Yeah, y'all never did a song?
Nah. Well, we did on Offering.
I'm talking about y'all too.
Oh, two?
Yeah.
No, not separate.
Word.
Yeah.
Rudy's late too. He got some.
Yeah, Rudy. Yeah. Shout out to Rudy.
You got some shit. You got some shit.
What happens?
That'll be dope. You gotta bring it in.
Yeah.
Word. Oh man, I see y'all in the chat room. Yes. So y'all going in. Word. All right. So let me get focused. Let me get focused. Y'all was saying about Bruce Lee being water. That's deep. I love the way you broke that down and building it back. But what's happening in the news today? What's going on?
You was getting busy earlier on the early morning live. You see what I'm saying? You was breaking down the football. You see what I'm saying? And where you at on the particular space in the field, and the overtime and all that. KP, man, come on, man, stop playing, son. Stop playing, son. You was getting busy this morning. You was cooking. I was like, I just want to be in the building.
Yeah, exactly. That caught my live. I was going in.
Right.
Yeah, that is true, man. Watching football is like a science to it. When you look at it, it's all around the touchdowns we was building. Yeah, I saw you up in there earlier. Word. I was just waiting on I got a secret guest coming.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Okay. Special guest.
Okay.
Making sure they all right.
That's what's going on.
Yeah.
As a person with a military background, looking on that playing field is something similar to a battlefield.
Yeah, right.
There's a lot of perspectives that are there. It's force on force type of engagement, and it's a combat space. And if you talk to a lot of football players, if you play football, it's not the same as playing basketball.
Oh no. Mm-hmm.
Playing football, there's a different kind of togetherness bond that's forged. Like you don't want to mess with the football team, and you don't want to mess with the wrestling folk. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that close quarter battle type of situation creates a synergistic type of feel of torture to the flesh that bonds people. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of representation does something different for you versus like on the basketball court, there's some kind of camaraderie, but it's not the same as like, okay, you did bull in the ring with somebody, or you done bear crawled, you done bear crawled 100 yards. You see what I'm saying? That suffering space. So the military environment is kind of forged in that same kind of space. You take a bunch of individuals and you put them together and they have to operate as a team. in an austere environment. It's not an optimal environment. It's a very austere, total control environment. So in order for you to be successful on the football field in that space, like the battlefield, everybody has to be in sync. Nobody can be doing their own thing.
Yeah, that's
true. I know Priest was talking about if you're in this space, like, yo, you offside. You see what I'm saying? You have to stay on your side of the battlefield. You can't just be crossing over. You see what I'm saying? If you on that front line, look at the linemen on the front line. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They're there to protect the quarterback. They're there to protect those in the backfield. So if you look at the front line soldiers in that perspective, they protect the reserves that are in the background. You see what I'm saying? They protect the supply lines. They protect the perimeter. You see what I'm saying? So they deal with that. And then when you look at the defense, they're looking to be an opposing force for the offense.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they're there to create an opening for somebody on their team to take that advantage of, the gain of victory. Like they sack a quarterback. You see what I'm saying? Like if you was in the European countries or over in Africa, they say, hey, you got sacked, that means you got fired.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I got sacked. You see what I'm saying? You got they wrap you up in that sack. So these things, they kind of happen. So just looking at the mind frame of the team players in different positions on the battlefield in their vantage point. You see what I'm saying? Like you got the safety, you got a strong safety, free safety. They're in the safe space. You see what I'm saying? They're waiting for it to unfold in front of them. So their vantage point isn't the same as a middle linebacker or an outside linebacker or a defensive end or a tactical.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? They're closer to it. And they have to manipulate through their body movements to create a position to whether the deciding factors of the battlefield or the football field is forward progression or moving backwards. You see what I'm saying? So you're looking to fight to gain ground. So in battle, in combat, it's the same thing. You're fighting to gain ground. So that kind of manipulation, being pushed. So in life, how is this applied? How are you being? Do you have to be pushed forward in order to move, or do you have a natural space to where you, like a receiver, you ready to run your route?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You ready to run your route and look for an opening in the defense to create an offense. You see what I'm saying? Because these things are that way. So when you see it open on the offensive, you're supposed to take it.
Yeah.
So we would reach folks. We kicked in doors. We did all kinds of stuff. So you look for an opening, and know that your enemy or the person that's on the other side of the field is looking for the same thing, an opening, an easy opening. You see what I'm saying? So they want to catch you slipping. They want to cheat a little bit and move to get you to try to move and jump all sides, because in that space you're in the penalty.
Yep.
Right? So all of those things work in the mind. So now the team concept of that sport is you're on a battlefield and you're dealing with frustration, you're dealing with fatigue, you're dealing with casualties or what they call injuries. And you saw some injuries happen live, and the disorientation that happens for a team once somebody gets taken off of the field, just like in combat, when someone gets taken out of the fight. It's kind of hard for you to remain focused and continue on an objective because you're thinking about somebody on your team, just like you would be thinking about somebody on your team that got took off of the battlefield because y'all fight together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a lot of these things that are happening on the football field are similar to combat, even down to traumatic brain injuries and concussions and things like that. All of these things are serious things that, we kind of jest at depending on, because what team we're riding with. Because if we're riding with, this particular team, we don't care about what happens to the other team.
Yeah, typically, right? Yeah.
So everybody who's vested, just like a country, just like a nation in its military, in this fighting force, everybody has their flag. Just like that's what the jersey is. Everybody got their flag. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
They got helmets and shit. You know, I see Jay Rice out there with a helmet on his chain. He had a Super Bowl rings on. You see what I'm saying? Like, you literally got this faith and allegiance to your team no matter what. You see what I'm saying? I was in the Pacific Northwest up there with them Seattle Seahawks fans.
Oh, yeah?
They call themselves the 12th man. You see what I'm saying? They got 11 players on the field, and their fans are the 12th man on the field. You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
So everybody in that spot is there. You see what I'm saying? Like, so everybody's with their team. You know, it's hellified if you rolling with another team over there. So the psychology that's associated with it is all there together. You know, I've seen, you know, different soccer teams and stuff like that overseas, and you know, when their team lost, they tore the city up. You know?
Oh yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Like they don't play about that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They football. They call it football for real. Like we call it soccer, but they call it football.
Yeah.
So when that World Cup and all that stuff is going on, and their team lose, feel sorry for your city. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if they win, it's all good. You see what I'm saying? So these kind of things come along with it when you're very vested in that team space. So the players on the field are a microcosm of the macrocosm of the nationalistic approach that's happening in the Coliseum, and they want blood. You see what I'm saying? They out for blood. So it literally is, you know, battle, and it is war, because if you look at one of the synonyms for war is competition.
Yeah, I can see
so
that.
Every aspect of it puts you in the mind frame of battle and war. So I just wanted to share that because Priest was going in earlier.
Yeah, and I like how you said it. Is competition. It's good competition instead of just dominance. But one wants to do the dominance over the thing, but the competition is respected on both sides, the yin and the yang. So that is friendly because they make it toxic when you unbalance it and make it try to be dominant. But it's just competition.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you play football.
Yeah, no, I know.
So
I was listening to that. You was breaking it down, like you know, it's all true, you know, because you know when you're on the field, you get a whole nother perspective. Fans see what's going on, but they don't know what it takes for one play to go down. You know, what I mean, there's a lot of science. You know what I mean? You know, coaches work a whole off season to make that one play happen. You know what I mean? Every touchdown you see, that's what happens. You know, so you know, I play running back, so. Running backs, we have to be observant. You know what I mean? We have to see what's going on with the O-line. You know what I mean? Follow your blocks, know what you're going to do, know what moves you have. You know what I mean? Because everybody's different with running backs. Every running back has like a different skill set, but we all have the same thing where we have to be observant on what's going on in front of us.
On the opposite side, y'all not on the field at the same time as the defense is on the field.
Yeah,
and then on the other time they have to repeat and actually do what y'all did. Right. So the yin and yang is like you can't have two offenses on the field.
Oh no, of course not. Yeah, you're right.
Because it's against the rules. You could, but it's against the rules.
Yeah, it don't make sense. But like the defense, like it's funny because the opposite of a running back is a linebacker. The linebacker is doing the same thing a running back is doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a flip thing. That's why typically you hear
both looking for an opening.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's looking for that quarterback to go in motion.
Right.
So he can rush him. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
So he's there, and the running back is there. So if he's not assigned to actually run, it's not a running play. He's an additional lineman. And then at any time he has to stay in. He has to become a receiver. So he has to be so adaptable in whatever space. So he might see the linebacker, the outside linebacker, or middle linebacker, defensive in anybody coming in, and then he hit him low, and that's a block. But ain't nobody saying, yo, shout out to the running back for that block. Like, nah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or if they got the blitz coming in and he's open, now he has to become a receiver. You got to put himself in a position to be ready to catch the ball. You see what I'm saying? On a quick joint. You see what I'm saying? Or a quick toss, whatever it is. All of those things are adaptable. These things are unfolding. So he has to have his wits about him, you know, and not just think from one position. He got to see the whole field. You see what I'm saying? So that's a unique position like that. versus the defense is all together.
Right.
Yep.
It's you against the entire defense. Everybody's there.
Oh yeah, they're united. Yeah.
You're there on the offense.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like you're there on the offense, but they looking for shine. Like
Right.
everybody on the defense is looking to kill you. They don't care nothing about nothing. Like, okay,
come
shit,
on.
we came to games with headhunters. They like, yo, take this dude out. I don't care what the score is, take that dude out. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Take that dude out. So if Silo was busting everybody ass on the offense, hey, take him out. Take him out.
Yeah,
So
it'd
we
be
all
like that. It'd be like that.
And they don't care if you hurt yourself, taking them out. You see what I'm saying? Like you can hurt yourself. You see what I'm saying? You go make a hit, and you took them out, and you took out. You like, did I make the tackle? That's all. You see what I'm saying? So look at that mind. You know, we start thinking about, you know, that movie Concussion, Will Smith.
Yeah.
And how it's related to TBI. And I mentioned wrestling because wrestling has the same amount of aggression and more injuries. More injuries.
Right.
So those guys who have to sacrifice their body and their being. You know, a lot of those guys we know and love for wrestling. They say wrestling is fake. It's real on the body and it's even more real in the mind.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? So, and look at how many wrestlers, you know, suffered from TBI and issues, and they committed suicide. Or a part of the story that they were portraying in the ring, they died in the ring or ring related.
Right, right. That's true.
So these are all combat veterans that don't get the respect that a combat veteran that comes from the military would get, or access to services in that same kind of way. So when you look at the sports, these are combat sports. And these things that are associated with combat sports and combat aren't treated in the same credence. You know what I mean? So they just call you the muscle. They be like, "Oh, you're a football guy."
Yeah, that's true. Right. Yeah, I get that all the time.
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Right. So they put that. They associate that with that. You see what I'm saying? They don't know the kinds of things that's associated with and the type of mental and physical conditioning you have to be in to continue to subject your body to this kind of torture.
That's
right.
Yeah.
And how you relate that to life?
Well,
so you bring that in life in regard to life. Life is a space of torture. Like we call it living. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if we look at it in transition space, we would call it dying.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like so, all of that.
Yeah. No, you're right. You be on the work field. There's different type of fields you could be in. The science field, the work field. There's all type of fields.
You can literally work yourself to death. You can work yourself into an early grave in that space. So whatever space you're in, you know, you got to be mindful of it all.
Right. Indeed.
Is it worth it? You know, like what battlefield are you on?
Yeah, that's true.
That's real.
A lot go down in the trenches, you know what I mean? When I play running back, they definitely do try to hurt you. Just let you know that right now.
Right.
D linemen are dirty.
Right. And the running back is one thing. The fullback don't get no love.
Oh, hell no.
The damn about the fullback. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got to be like the dirtiest in the sport. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
It's all grind.
That's true.
And if you have exceptional talent as a running back, you have to keep your wits about you because you're a playmaker and your team can turn against you. You see what I'm saying? They're creating holes and ways for you and you're not running those ways. You see what I'm saying? To do what you got to do. Like some of the great running backs, some of their downfalls, they couldn't read a hole. They couldn't anticipate a hole.
Right.
So they did a lot of extra work to create openings and do greatness because of the basic things. Like, okay, you can't see a hole, and then you have a window. You have a short window because it's open and it closes. So you look at those things like life in the same fashion. Like you have a small window of opportunity to be able to
like
hit that hole. You got to hit that hole. You see what I'm saying? And work with those people that's on your team. You have to follow your lead block. You see what I'm saying? You got to follow that. You got to follow that fullback. You got to follow that line. That line is moving this way. You got to move with it unless the play is designed for misdirection. So they're pulling one way, boom, for you to run the other way. So you got to do it time on target every single time, no matter how many people are trying to hurt you. You understand? Right. As we stated, so what about those things in life, as a risk taker? you know, no matter how many things are against you, you can't allow that to stop you. You see what I'm saying? You manipulate those things and change those things.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he definitely killed that.
Knowledge born.
He killed that.
Knowledge born. That's what it is. Knowledge born. That's knowledge being born. That's beautiful. Yeah, he broke that down so lovely. Yeah, man. So yeah, that's it. Y'all got to look at it and apply it to your life. You sent me the Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Man.
You play hockey or any of those things?
Oh yeah.
You play rugby or lacrosse, any of those grunt joints? It's the same type of thing. They got formations. You got tactical formations in the military. So your offensive set, your defensive set, and adapting and changing. You can have one play, and then you have to call it audible. Right? They don't know the brain power and the adaptability that it takes, to be able to adjust and anticipate what the defense is doing, anticipate what the offense is doing on both sides of the field. They're just there in the Coliseum space and they want blood. That's it.
Oh yeah, of course.
In any other space, if you saw somebody hurt yourself, you wouldn't cheer. But in that Coliseum space, you would cheer.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't care. Like you watching just think about a boxing match. You watching two people beat the life out of each other.
Right.
And if it's not enough blood or somebody don't get knocked out, they be like, yo, the fight was whack, son.
Right, yeah.
yeah.
Indeed.
That's true.
But you're in that space and you're calling for somebody's death or near-death experience. You see what I'm saying? MMA, same thing. So think about the minds of the folk that have to subject themselves. Sugar Ray Robinson had 200 fights. So imagine getting punched in your face and in your body 200 professional times. 200.
Damn. Word.
You see what I'm saying? 200.
Damn.
200 times. 200 fights. That's pro. That's not amateur.
Right.
That's not trying to make.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sugar Ray?
Yeah, Sugar Ray. He froze.
Yeah.
And you got 100 people. You see what I'm saying? Just in the audience, like, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's true. And you gotta think about like how many punches are thrown.
Trauma and you got vicarious trauma.
Right.
Yeah. You gotta think about how many punches are thrown in those fights too. Like that's a lot. You know what I mean? Like 200 fights. So it's about what, another 200 punches that's thrown in those fights. So do that math.
Right.
It's crazy. I used to do a little fighting back in the day.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Did Kung Fu for about 10 years.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. So yeah, I was nasty. I was nasty though.
Yeah, ain't nothing nice about Kung Fu, is it?
Oh yeah,
Kung Fu ain't designed to be a nice.
Well, it's peaceful. It is peaceful though. But when you sparring though, you get in there. You know what I mean?
It's not a game.
Yeah, get in there.
They got peaceful principles, but deadly techniques. The techniques ain't peaceful.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You got a super chat right there from Fella B.
Holy manual. Yeah, the manual when you read the pamphlet.
Said fellow B said, is football modern day tribalism? And it's funny how cars and humans are both run by hydrogen. Yeah.
Go ahead, Knowledge Born. I'll let you take that one. It's hard.
Well, you have to have, in order for you to deal in functionality, there has to be a sort of tribalism that goes along with it. They were saying samurai means to serve. Everybody wasn't a samurai in the society. A small section of the society were samurai. Like a small section of the United States is its military. Less than 2% of the American population is in its military. So that fighting force is over a couple 100 million strong. So a subset of the society is doing what nobody else in the society wants to do, has no inclination to do, and has no clue of what it takes to be able to do that. To wear that uniform or to wear any of these other uniforms that we see. So there is a certain level of tribalism that's associated with it. So when you put on a uniform and you go into a formation, you're in a military space. You're not in an environment that you have control over. You don't. You're just there to execute. Then one of the presidents tell one of the basketball players just shut up and drift.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
right,
in
right.
that space, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to deliver. They're not there for your social commentary. They're there for you to dribble the basketball or put the football on. So win the game. They don't care about you unless you win it. Like there's only 2 teams going to the Super Bowl. Everybody else, it don't even matter. It doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? And whoever wins the Super Bowl, that's the team, for that time until the season begins again. And then they have to do it all over again.
Like
so
the seasons, wow.
Right.
That's hard.
Right. So you only a chance for a season. You see what I'm saying? You're a one-hit wonder. You could go to the Super Bowl and win and never win another Super Bowl.
That's
you
true.
See what I'm saying? So, and your team is judged based off of that. Like, yo,
right.
They ain't never went to the Super Bowl. You see what I'm saying? Like, so like get out of here. So we have exceptionalism amongst the tribalism type of space. So in order to put people together for them to operate in a space of functionality, they have to be grouped in a certain kind of way. And that grouping breeds some tribalism. So if you think about police, they don't like firefighters, and firefighters, they don't like police. They have a little rivalry back and forth in regards to how they do, because they're acculturated a certain kind of way. Then you start thinking about that subsection on the police force. Like not all the police get along. They have a thing between police from depending on what precinct you in. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So everybody has that little small space because a military environment and competition breeds that kind of thing. So that space is controlled and operated under subordination. So subordination is something that breeds tribalism as well. So insubordination has no space in that environment. It's a top-down situation. So you just go out and move. You see what I'm saying? Like, yo, I get these tickets because somebody is on them. Hey, we need to get this revenue for the city because somebody's on them. We need to get this revenue for the city. Oh, we need to make this many arrests. You see what I'm saying? So they have arrest quotas and all of this thing in a top-down situation that they don't control. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you look at that, and these types of environments breed this type of tribalism that we see. And I don't think anything is wrong with tribalism per se, depending on your functionality in society. So if you see people that are electricians or they dock workers or they have a particular craft or trade that they deal with, they just be with those folks. You see what I'm saying? They're not just over there, out there with everybody. You see what I'm saying? So if you're a welder, you hanging with welders. You see what I'm saying? You're not just out there with everybody chilling, kicking it, because they don't understand what you do on a regular basis. So the electricians is what the electricians, the carpenters, the stonemasons, whoever the builders are in that particular craft, that's the craft that you're in most contact with. That's why they got a teacher's lounge. You see what I'm saying? The teachers is in the lounge. And what are they discussing? They're not discussing their life. They're discussing our children.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, damn, these badass kids, blah, blah, blah. So they in there because they have to have a space of a break away from the monotony that's their life. This is the people that they're mostly around. So you are acculturated and associated with it, and it breeds some kind of tribalism. So you got a teacher and you got a principal, and they don't like the principal because the principal forgot that they was the teacher. You see what I'm saying? That there was a teacher and they ain't just coming to school and been a principal. So they in the principal's crew that don't like the superintendent, and the superintendent is what superintendents. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So everybody has their hierarchy within the society, and it breeds a space of tribalism that's associated with it.
Yeah, that's like that show too. The what's it called? Elementary. The you know what I'm talking about? The show.
The joint. The new joint.
Yeah, the new joint. Yeah, the new joint. Yeah. It's like The Office. I see a little bit of it. Funny. Yeah. Pretty funny though. You get the teacher's perspective though.
Right.
The truth. That's truth.
And this is why stories become important, and this is why I was asking AD earlier to share his story, because his story gives credence to his vantage point when he says things. So if you know a little bit of his story and his background, it plays a very significant role in his, actualization or his perspective.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Super chat by Cap Jones. Said, I love sports, but how do you feel about sports being used as a distraction? Didn't Rome elites use the Colosseum to distract? Thoughts on that? Well,
I mean, I think sometimes it's good as a out. You know, it's like it's interesting. It's an interesting topic. I ain't gonna lie, but I look at sports as like a outlet. You know what I mean? So I have a different perspective on it. I don't really think it's a real distraction. It could be, you know what I mean? Like if you want to, for the higher ups, you know, and all that type of stuff. But I look at it as like, you know, outlet for just in the mind, you know, to other places. It gives you a different perspective on just, you know, like we said, like life, you know what I mean? Like sports is life, you know what I mean? It's competition at the end of the day. Like you said, it's war. It's like war. So that's how I look at it. It could you could look at it as a distraction too. You know, it depends on how you're thinking on it.
It depends on the individual too.
Yeah.
You could take stuff and you could draw it up because anything could be a distraction, but you could draw it up. It's how you draw it up. Right. It's up to the individual really. That's all I want to say on that. Yeah.
There's a war going on outside. No man is safe from.
Right. Yeah.
So they use music, they use entertainment in the same fashion. Sports is good.
Right.
Depending upon the society. You see what I'm saying? Context means a great deal. So the life skills and the team building skills and your ability to be able to relate to one another and the bonds that are built in these combat spaces are great for you.
Right.
But look at who's above us. You see what I'm saying? Like, I spent 5 years of my life in war, just to give you an example. So coming back home to people, they like, y'all just over there for those people's oil and, you know, blah, blah, blah. There's no weapons of mass destruction. And y'all just, you know, all of these things exist to the people because these are propaganda tools that's being popularized out there. You see what I'm saying? So for the people that's on the ground, like the people that's on the football field or on the basketball court, they're there for that. They're not there for anything else. They don't have the kind of vantage point that other folks have that aren't participating in the sport on the ground, at the ground level. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the distractions and all of those things, these are things that are being imposed by the state. We're not negating those things. These, you know, because they have they have to have a space of manipulation for their media, this mass media manipulation. So how are they using it? How are they using something that's a blood sport and marketing it around the world to sell other things? So what are they using football to sell? What are they using basketball to sell? What are they using hip hop music to sell? Every fucking thing. You understand what I'm saying? Everything. So when it's useful land for you, this is the useful land. You have to find the useful land for you and acknowledge that the poor part exists, but you don't worry about the poor part. What's the best part that you can take away from what's there? You see what I'm saying? What's the best part of your experience? What's the best part of your story? There's a poor part to your story, but the poor part should lead you back to appreciate the best part. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
so the best parts of your experience in sports and in martial arts and, you know, your life experiences are the things that you covet. And the poor part, these other things is what you take the lessons from. And when you convert those lessons into something that you can use, they become blessings. You see what I'm saying? So that space of mass distraction, I agree that there's a tactic that's there. You see, we don't never take our eyes off of that. You see what I'm saying? We judge wisely, like Killah Priest said.
Right.
We judge wisely. So in that wisdom space, we deal with it accordingly. You see what I'm saying? We're not so inundated with the distraction that it truly becomes a distraction. Like, yo, you don't see that dude behind the curtain? That's fake. That's fake.
Yeah.
If you're dealing with that, you're gonna miss everything else. You see what I'm saying? Like Bruce said to his pupil in Enter the Dragon, he was like, don't look at the finger or you miss all of that heavenly glory. You see what I'm saying? So he popped him on the head. He's like, it's like a finger pointing away to the moon. And he's looking at the finger all in all. And he's like, bound. Like you can see the distraction, but you don't allow the distraction to be such a distraction for you that you miss all the heavenly glory.
Yeah.
Cap Jones.
Man, knowledge farming.
Yeah.
Yo, man, you put it in.
Got another one. He said that is the angle I'm speaking on. Knowledge, not at the participants level, but on the market side.
Right. I thought of that after a while. I was like,
I think a credence has to be given to both. You see what I'm saying? I think we have to have an understanding of everybody's level. Like when I came on, earlier, I started with that with respect to, people like AD and Voltage and those producers, because I have a little drop in the bucket about what it takes to make something sound like something.
yeah.
I got an understanding of that now. Like just a little drop in the bucket. Like, nah, I ain't got no time in, I ain't got no equipment, no programs. I just use something in the Adobe Suite to manipulate sound, and understanding that sound has to be manipulated. Sound comes as an interruption of something. In order for us to have sound, we have to interrupt the air. We have to interrupt the air, and it has to be manipulated in a certain kind of way. We can't see the air, but we can feel the air. But it has to be manipulated in a certain kind of way for the sound to be received. So taking that unseen thing, again, so we could apply that to the marketing space. They take something from the unseen and they begin to manipulate your mind in a way to have you looking for those distractions. If we are offense, we're looking for the defense to cheat. We're looking for the defense to come in with the blitz. We're prepared for that. We're trained for that. We go back and forth with each other and we prepare and drill each other. This is what the drills are for. So you don't have to think about it when it comes. You just execute. We have battle drills in the military that we train for over and over. So actions on contact, what do? You don't have to think about it. Your body naturally does with it. You see what I'm saying? So they had this perspective of train as you fight. You see what I'm saying? So if you're in the fight, you know it's going to be a fight. How do you pursue that, and how do you operate in that space? You see what I'm saying? So if we know, for Cap Jones, if we know that these marketing tools are out there for a distraction, are we in a space to be able to perceive them and anticipate them? And then what do we do in those spaces? Do we allow those spaces to manipulate and control us, or do we control the outcomes in those situations? You see? So that's a team sport. You ain't got to deal with it by yourself. You got a whole craft here together. You see what I'm saying? So everybody here is true. If you're going through something, people got different things to help each other out. That's the team. We on the craft team. I got my craft jersey. You understand what I'm saying? I got my craft helmet on.
Right.
You know what I mean? And we going to the chip every time. So it's just like that.
Yeah.
Well put.
By the way, we're going to have some Killah Priest Podcraft t-shirts coming soon.
Ooh.
T as in T-E-A. T-shirts.
Very soon. To be announced in February.
T-E-A-M.
Yo,
watch
out for that. Yeah. Watch out for that.
That's the team.
You got the teacher. Yeah. The teacher, the Tiamat, was it T-shirts.
Right.
Everything's tea. We drinking some tea right now. That's a beautiful build. See, we can turn anything, if you're in tune, you can turn anything into like a positive build.
Yep.
That's the thing. And we have great minds like Knowledge Born that we can sit down and AD getting into the astrology, and you get into your coach vibe. You know what I mean, Solomon. You know
I know. Yeah.
Solar Men. And exactly. That's music. We making music. You know what I mean? This is how music is made.
Well, we do with life, you know what I mean? Like everything we are surrounded by is life at the end of the day. This podcast is life, you know what I mean? What we're talking about is life. So that's how I look at things. I look at the world that we live in is what we dealing with.
Yeah. Shout out to Red Pill and Blue Pill last time they came through. That was great. Now I was born. I didn't even know that was gonna happen, but they came through. It was incredible.
Yeah.
Like minds. Everybody getting on the ship. Word.
The Twin Pillars, right?
The Twin Pillars. Yeah, exactly. Word.
The ladies called Solomon Soul Glow. You know what I'm saying? They told me it was like
Soul
let
Glow.
your soul glow. It'll shine through.
That's funny. Yeah, that's
Soul Glow, what they call them.
It's weird. It's weird. I like looking into the light too. That's funny that you say that. That's one of those
They
things.
told me. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
Soul
I
Glow.
took a poll. I was like, what do y'all call Solomon? I was like, we call him Soul Glow. They
Soul
said,
Glow.
Soul Glow.
They getting themselves together, but
I like it.
Because it's kind of hard for them to, they getting themselves together, but it's a special guest, man. MCs too. MC. Maybe from the clan. I don't know. Could be
shoes and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It could be from anywhere.
Yeah, my mother's physical is tomorrow.
Oh, peace.
Okay.
Peace.
Her and Jackie Robinson born on the same day.
Oh, R.I.P.
R.I.P.
Our transition day is on the same one day as Hank Aaron. So, we got, kinds of minds that come together. You see what I'm saying? In the whirlwind space of, how you born and the season you born in. You see what I'm saying? So she came in Aquarius. She spent her time with us on the planet. And she exited on Aquarius on her own time.
That's beautiful.
So, peace to her. We'll be doing something for her on my joint tomorrow.
Oh, man.
One of my homegirls, her pops, his birthday is the same as my mother. So, we're going to be collaborating up.
Man. Yeah.
Celebrating and elevating. You know what I mean? So, we'll be in that space.
Indeed, man. We share that.
Yes, rest in peace.
This is how we know it well. You see what I'm saying? So, for the loved ones, you don't see them physically, but we feel them physically. You see what I'm saying? We hear them audibly, and we venerate them holistically. You know what I mean? Like, a culture that does not honor its departed spirits is a culture that's doomed.
No doubt.
Okay.
No doubt.
So this is why they want to wipe away your genetic memory so you don't remember. Reason for that.
And sometimes they capture those emotions, those feelings into video games. You know what I'm saying? They try to capture.
About, you see what I'm saying? We put that together. Me and 4 brothers. That's when the Kung Fu flick was out. 5 brothers, so I had them watch it. We got together and made a decision that we were going to do something to combat the space of war that's in that place. We were in Germany at the time, and the tumultuous history of Germany, in its war against its people and its war against the world. You see what I'm saying? The ethnic cleansing and all of those spaces that came there. We wanted to bring a Reformation type of spirit to the place that doesn't dilute away from the nationalistic pride. Tribalism is built out of nationalism. You see what I'm saying? So this is why the flags are planted everywhere. So in that space, we put that together. So we reached out to A. Rashid, we reached out to True Master, we reached out to Black Dot, and Dr. Alim El-Bey at the time, and everybody agreed. And then when it came to something with Dr. Alim, him and his wife couldn't travel at the time. So we got blessed with True Master, courtesy of A. Rashid. So True Master came through and gave a masterful presentation. The culminating factor for me was, if I was going to introduce myself to the world at a later time, who better to speak to who I was and who I was becoming than my old Earth. So my old Earth came out and did a masterful presentation, in regards to the science of iridology. And some of that's, available on the digital space. And, we're working to get that in a fully functional digital space, because it was a 2-day lecture, and she got a chance to, come out and do what she loved to do, what she devoted 30 or more years of her life to doing. That was helping people heal. You see what I'm saying? So she was there, and she spoke on my birth story. She spoke on my family story. All of these things in regards to health. And this is why I'm so story heavy and learning the stories behind the stories, because it protects a legacy. You see what I'm saying? It protects a legacy. And when she left in November, That was the last time I saw her physically. The next time I saw her was at her transition. So just think about, you know, how things are left. When you start thinking about memories, how do you want to be remembered? Or if you're going to be remembered at all, you know, what's the legacy of your story? You know, what's your story? You see what I'm saying? For those folks that are artists and creatives, whatever your contribution is to life, your life legacy, your life lessons are very, very important. They're not just for you. They're for whoever comes in contact with you, whether they come in contact with you physically or not. So, you know, my onus, what I did with my platform was to honor her. So continuously to honor her and those unsung heroes and sheroes as my mother. You see what I'm saying? So it's a healing space. It's a therapeutic space. It's a loving space. You know, we honor, we celebrate. So just like here, we honor and celebrate artists and people from different walks of life, different perspectives, different vantage points. You know, whether you agree with them or you don't, you give them credence in the space for them to share their ideas, share their gifts, share their talent, share their knowledge and information. That's very, very vital and very important. And for the artists, you know, they may not be heard anyplace else other than here. You see what I'm saying? Or this is a springboard for them to be heard every place else because of here. So all of these talents and gifts and skills in a place where they could be celebrated, where they could be given, you know, honor. So I honor my mother every time that I speak. You see what I'm saying? Every breath. All of those spaces. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I can relate so akin to my brother. You see what I'm saying? In that same space, because I know what that feeling is like. You see what I'm saying? And for, you know, many of us in that space, you know, whether it was our father or our mother or whomever in our life that was close to us in that space. You see what I'm saying? That this was an ode to that spirit and in that love. So your story means everything. You're important. You're very valuable.
Beautiful. Yeah, that was beautiful. I can't make that no for.
Yes. So cotton space on.
Man, I want to put.
My story is part of a story.
So we got your link on the description. Knowledge Born, the Do the Knowledge Radio.
Yes.
Nice. So if you all want to check out his website, it's in the description. How often do you do that?
I'm on sporadically.
Got you.
That's a whole story for that's a whole story. You know, that's gonna be in the book and all kind of stuff. You see
gotcha.
But we got 3,000 episodes and counting. You see
Damn, 3,000 episodes.
Yeah.
Damn. I just wanted to make sure you got your shine too. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I appreciate it. You see, I'm here. That's the shine of the universe. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To be able to come through and be the designated warming up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shout out to Portal. Shout out to Portal Network. It's a network we got coming soon too. Yeah, that's fire, bro. I told you the insult. Exactly. I wanted to play. It was on that same vibe you was going into. Something that didn't make mother, but I was gonna play.
That was beautiful though. That was beautiful. You know what I mean? Got me thinking deep because we all lost somebody. It's crazy because you got to reflect it back on the world. You know what I mean? And it's like you could look at it in a, you know, it's a negative light. You know, nobody wants anybody to lose anybody, but you know, it's good that you turn it into something positive, and you know, it makes you feel. It makes you it brings you value to the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So, it's beautiful.
Yeah. I feel her presence though. I feel the vibe. You know what I'm saying? And wow, she was a great teacher. Still a great teacher in the ancestor realm. Word.
Right. And what you gain on the other side, you can't even fathom on this side. Like on this side, you know, we be kind of selfish. We wanna keep what we have close to us. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody would leave if it was up to us. But what kind of physical state would they would be in? You see what I'm saying? Your physical is designed to expire. not disappear, because skulls and bones stay around forever.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Skulls and bones are remnants of skulls and bones. You can dig up and excavate spaces that they're finding, and they find skulls and bones from forever ago.
Right.
So a part of you is still here. Part of you is always still here in the physical realm. And if you have a lineage, it continues to repeat. And if you have a story, you know, or a good deed that you did, it continues to live past your physical shell. You see what I'm saying? So your physical shell could depart, you know, like a Muhammad Ali. But people are writing about Muhammad Ali. They said there was more books written about Muhammad Ali than Jesus Christ.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just think about the association with your story, with your life story, what you did and what you do. So you'll be around forever. You know what I'm saying? You'll be around for eternity. So you decide how that message is delivered and how that story is told.
Yeah. It's about what you want to leave behind, you know? Yeah, that's true. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's beautiful. I can't put no words to that. That was beautiful.
Man. Seems like I'm trying to find it right now. I'm talking to AD.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Let me just look 1 second.
By me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a thought.
Yeah. Moment of silence.
We had Priest on him and Timbo King a long time ago, many moons ago. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Timbo King?
Yeah. You and Timbo came through. It was just audio back then.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Again, if you go to the website, you'll see the flyer. It's up there.
Yeah.
You and Bo King, you know what I'm saying? Like Fu Quan, a bunch of people that came through Knowledge Radio over the years.
Shout out to Fruit Quan. Word.
Great diggers. Yeah, and you love highlighting, you know, stories from regular people. You see what I'm saying? Your story is everything. It's people that came through, you know, the program that never did an interview before. I'm like, you have
right,
different things like that, and you never talked about it. And then when you start peeling back the layers, y'all know, when you start peeling back the layers, people don't like to talk about themselves. They just be like, hey, I just let, you know, whatever I make or whatever I do speak for itself. Like, no, those things speak of you. That's why people want to hear from you. They want to know who's the maker, who's the owner, who's the creator. They want to be able to relate to that particular person. So it could either be good or bad for you depending on how you present yourself. You see what I'm saying? So if this is something that you created, people want to hear the story. You see? So when they start dealing with marketing, like Kat was building on, when they start building on marketing, they want to create a connection to you in that space. They want to be able to close the distance between you and their product and service from a story that becomes relatable to you. So if you have a family, they make things, you know, surrounding the family. You know, if you're a bachelor, they make their stories, tell the bachelor story, tell the life of a single person. You see what I'm saying? Tell the life of a child. All of these things they're related to you to market a particular product or service to you. So all of those stories become something that become noteworthy. You know, I remember the first time they had somebody rap the whole menu and in a McDonald's commercial. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They introduced into the thought stream the crossover between hip hop and how rapping could be used. That was seen as something that wasn't a profession for you to go into, as something that could be marketable. They remember that commercial. You see what I'm saying? So they started coming up with advertising and marketing clips that included these kinds of music. You see, like Ray Charles on a commercial, any of those things, like, you know, kind of together. So now they're using music and especially hip hop music to sell everything. Like they use rock and roll to sell everything.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bunch of those things out there.
Yeah. No, that's true. You know, That's why even with myself, like trying to become a creator in my own right, you know, and like trying to get used to becoming a creator is hard because I want to bring value to what I'm saying or whatever I'm trying to do, you know. So I understand where you're even coming from with that. It's a lot. It's a lot. You know what I mean? Even being trying to like, you know, give advice and talk about life and stuff like that is like, you know, you get such a different perspective and you see all these different things that happen. And it's like, it's what truly motivates you in life, you know? So I get what you mean, you know? So it's true words. I can't put it any better.
Weird.
Can't put it any better.
You got it. You got it. You got that Gemini.
Yeah,
you got the glow.
Yeah,
you got the soul glow. Come on, let your soul glow. Let it shine through.
Gemini.
Yeah, you know, that's what's it. You know, becoming a creator, it's so. It's like that's all I feel like that's what we want in the world. You know, we all want to become a creator in some, you know, in some right. That's what our purpose should be. You know, so that's what it is. No matter what it is, it could be whatever you want to make. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to make is just that's who you should be.
Yeah, for some people it's creating music, for others it's creating art, and for some others it's just creating kids.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Whatever you can create.
Right, those are the commandments. Be fruitful and multiply and
There it
replenish
is.
the earth. So how are you replenishing the earth?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and bringing value to the world. You know, like I said, James.
Multiplying, right? So it's a higher level of addition. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, let me add on. You see what I'm saying? All right. So how are you adding on in that space? Yeah.
That's true. Like James Brown said, you know, man made the cars to take us over the road. You know, so
Oh damn.
that's truth. Yeah, that's truth. Yep. It's crazy.
You know,
Man, you are the son of Priest.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Got a James Brown reference.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I know a little something.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right.
So, you know.
We got another super chat from fella B. He says B is the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet.
Bet.
All right.
Beth is equivalent to house.
Okay.
Wow. Yo. That was before we going in. Wow. B is the first letter of the Hebrew letter.
Deep.
Elizabeth? Oh, that's fine.
That was a good album.
Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you go from the primordial space with the aleph to the beth. You see what I'm saying? So you go from the aleph to the beth. You go from that primordial space to the space of order. You go from chaos to order. You see what I'm saying? So this is how the ancients were speaking about it from that perspective. So you take a raw idea in your head.
Elizabeth.
Is
it coping?
Yeah.
Napah,
Napah, go ahead and turn down your.
It's the space of order.
All right. Sorry.
It's all good.
Peace.
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 Hey, everyone on the Podcraft.
Peace.
Knowledge Born, how are
Peace
you?
in the building.
Peace, Napah. What's going on with you, Gemini sister?
Yes, just thought I'd add some.
It's crowded in here. It's Geminis. It's like 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Right?
Jim.
Peace to Solomon, to Priest, and
Peace,
AD,
Nepal.
and
What's
of course
up? What's
to
up?
the Podcraft
Peace.
audience.
What's good?
Yeah, I just had to jump in and hear because this is really good energy up in here. Continue, Knowledge Born. You know I like when you drop those jewels. I haven't seen you for a while.
I'm making the way for you. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I'm drinking out of a red cup tonight, y'all.
Oh damn.
What's that couple?
But I'm drinking matcha right now. It's delicious. So how is the matcha today?
Matcha is green. It's a good feeling. There's good energy going on.
Yeah. Gets the mind going.
Yeah,
It's like the wisdom,
exactly.
you know what I mean? So it's good. It's positive.
Green and mean.
What are you going to do about all this Gemini energy in here, to be honest? I'm going to talk to AD, the astrology buff.
Oh Lord. I mean, with Geminis, it's sometimes good just to have the listening ear and let you guys go in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And bounce back from whatever energy y'all have. In fact, the moon is in Gemini right now. Knowledge and I were talking about that earlier. So we are in Gemini energy right now, which means no matter what sign you are, you might be thinking a little bit more than usual right now. You might be calculating more than usual right now. And we were saying this is a good time to brainstorm. This is a good time to make notes, to make manifestations, writing things down. That's how you bring things into the universe. You know what I mean? Get out a pad and don't just type it on a computer. You have to physically write it with your hand, what you're trying to manifest, what your intentions are. So with the moon in Gemini, that would be the best thing to do today, is to write down what your goals are. Now that we got nothing in retrograde anymore, technically, we had planets in retrograde for the past long time. So now that we're with no retrogrades going on, especially after February 1st, we should be feeling a lot more clear-headed. All those projects that you guys had planned are now able to move forward. You might notice people calling you now. Things are happening. Phone calls are happening. People are popping back into your life again. Forward motion is in the works as of February 1st. So if you're not feeling it already, you will.
That's true. I've been feeling the best moment. I've been feeling the best since this whole year started. You know what I mean? I've been feeling in the groove. You know what I mean? Like my mind's really been going on what I want to do and stuff like that. So it's great because I made a big move and it's working out. That's what it is. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Yep.
Forward momentum.
Staying on that light. On that light.
Yep.
Oh man, this is going to be incredible. Oh, I see you got your Elohim.
Yeah, I wear my natural hair today, everybody.
Hey.
Some people don't like the wigs. I love the wigs, but today I'm natural, so had to put up my antennae because I'm feeling, they call it spidey sense, but I'm sensing some very magnetic aura. What's going on? Somebody's sending me some messages right now.
That's
Solomon.
right.
That's Solomon over there.
We talking, right?
Gemini.
Mind reader, right?
It's Elohim crown.
Yep.
It's so glow. He let it shine.
Gotta love the hair, man. I always like the old out. I always love natural hair. That's me.
Yeah.
They say the hair's the antennas of the mind, right? That's why the great warriors would have long hair, because they'd be able to sense prey.
Dang.
Yeah. Their environment.
It's interesting.
Long hair, they be able to sense prey.
Like the warriors would be able to sense, like if they're being attacked, if something is like about to attack them, like a cougar or a jackal and stuff like that. The warriors would be able. The hair acts like antennas. Do you know what I mean?
How many people?
Crazy, right?
No, that's deep though. No, because it's probably the ethers are going out. Yeah, I heard that the 9 ethers in the coils of your head, and it spirals just like how you said before. What happened to the part
no, she's in there.
And coils, just like she said one time with the breath. So the hair, it's all coil.
Yep.
So it goes up just like breath goes up into the nostril. It's just like the ring of a tree, right?
Yeah, always said.
And then you tell the tree aged by the ring. Tree grows both ways, so it's just like, that spiral. And then in our hair, we have branches, we have family trees, and so we kind of relate to that.
Yeah, appreciate your kinks and coils,
Priest doing a whole build on hair right now. That's dope.
I mean, y'all got me going, man. I mean, with all this Gemini energies here, I'm like,
it's positive. It's positive.
Where's Kanye at now? What y'all going to do about Kanye? Is
we watching the throne right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is he out of control? Y'all going to control Kanye, or he's in control?
You can't control. You can't control Kanye.
Hey, if you really wanted to get him on the show, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can't control Kanye.
You could get.
But I think
Kanye
he's in tune.
He said we ain't got the answers. Okay, he's in another space.
That's true.
He's in another space where he's operating in the space of seeking for creative control.
Right.
When you're in a space where you've been overburdened and controlled and inundated by controls.
Right.
He's going through his Neo phase. Y'all remember Neo when he first became the one?
Right.
He was like, I'm the one. I can stop bullets, but I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. So there was a messianic thing that was attached to him, as a savior. but he had no idea of the true potential of what he was actually there to do. You see what I'm saying? Was he a messianic figure or was he a sacrifice? So you got the neophyte on one end and you got the one on the other end. You see what I'm saying? So going through those spaces, he's coming through those spaces. You know, he thought he just wanted to be great. Like he just wanted to have this. And once you set those goals and you reach those levels, you realize there's an emptiness that come along with it. So what else do you want to do? So now, how far can you actually take this? So this is what I was saying earlier in reference to the story. Like, how far do you want to go in the story? You see what I'm saying? So when Neo first sat in that seat with Morpheus, he's like, you take this pill or this pill, and then if you take this pill, I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Right.
So he never tapped into those aspects of himself, you know? So those aspects of himself was foreign to him. Like he had inklings about it, but he never delved into it. So when you deal with people and they have to deal with themselves, that becomes something like he has to deal with himself. You know, he lost his mother, as we know that the effect that had. Now he has to deal with those things. So now he's calling for her energy. You see what I'm saying? Recently, somebody was killed and they were calling for their mother. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a kind of shift that's taking place where a maternal connection, that matriarch that's rising from those places where she was rejected is now being embraced. You see what I'm saying? It's tumultuous for those who are on the wrong side of it, but it's righteous for those who always operate in it. So he's going through that space. So he's going through that rising space. You see what I'm saying? And it's not supposed to look like it makes sense to everybody. It makes sense to him though. You see what I'm saying? That's his video game. You know what I mean? He on his video game and he's doing what he got to do. You see what I'm saying? And you know, he's going through his level up process. You know, he's becoming that. What was that movie? Free Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in this free guy space. You see what I'm saying?
That was
he's operating in this free guy space. Like he's stepping out of the background, you know, from an NPC or you see what I'm saying, to hey, I'm doing what I want to do by my own design. So that's a destiny.
That was a good movie.
Right.
People should see that. Free Guy.
Free Guy. I feel like I've seen it. I don't really have a good memory of what a movie.
I feel like you would remember that one.
Free Guy?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I'll see like, you know, see the title or something like that. Just give me
There's a lot of video game references.
Free Guy.
In that one. I liked it.
Okay, yeah.
It's also a good date movie if you're with a girl.
Oh yeah.
Put on Free Guy, she'll like it.
Is it really? Alright, cool. Like that. Normally I just put on horror movies, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's like that's a go-to.
No, it's a Netflix and chill one.
But yeah, okay, so Free Guy. That's good. All right. Check that out.
Got a pretty decent significance in regards to that. You decide who you're going to be in life. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
In the game of life, like, you know, are you going to be on the sidelines or are you going to be involved?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And then if you're going to be involved, how are you going to be involved? And how you're being involved affects everybody around you. That movie, The Accountant. Y'all remember that movie, The Accountant?
Accountant.
I didn't see that.
No.
What's the guy's name that was messing with J-Lo? Is it Ben Affleck?
Yeah.
Ben Affleck.
I think they're married again.
Oh, I think they got married.
Yeah.
They got back together.
He's in the movie and he's severely autistic. He's in the movie and he's raised by his father, him and his brother. And like his father trains them in the arts. Like he didn't care nothing. He didn't want to hear nothing about, oh, my son's autistic. He's gonna have to know how to take care of himself. He's not gonna be, you know, at the behest of anybody. So he trained them in the arts and the sciences brutally. Like kind of like they showed that movie or the TV show Daredevil. They're showing like what he went through to, you know, kind of train himself. It's kind of a similar type of fashion. The accountant, he's there and he didn't allow whatever life dealt him to alter his circumstances. He took it. You see what I'm saying? So he has a cover as an accountant, but he's actually like an assassin. You see what I'm saying? So he's out there doing a particular work. And he goes to this place and it looks like it's foreign to him, but this is the place. And he's working with this doctor that's working with these autistic children. You see what I'm saying? So this doctor's kind of got like a Charles Xavier type society where his craft comes from. Like they don't really allude to it, but that's really it. You see what I'm saying? And at the end of the movie, there's a voice that's there that's talking to him and guiding him through, like his inner voice. But there's actually a lady that's there, that's in the space. She's been there since she was a child. She's the daughter of the guy who started the school. You see what I'm saying? So she has like this British accent type of voice and blah, blah, blah. So it sounds like she's a computer, but it's really a woman who's guiding him through this process of actualization and helping him to stay, on track with what he's got going on. She kind of got like the James Bond hitman voice, 47, welcome 47, blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? So she's got that kind of space. So it shows there's a space for everybody in life based upon your level of participation. You would never know that this is that lady.
They said they're in the background. Are they in? See if somebody else is in.
No. Oh. In Zoom, no. Yeah. We got no one in Zoom yet.
Oh, okay.
Just two.
It might be at the wrong place. Yeah, man, y'all dropping the jewels, man. This is dope, Jim. I wrote down Jim and I. So it's like y'all have gems. You know what I mean? And the I. So you can see it as the gems in the eye. So y'all get to see things that's a little deeper. That's the duality right there. Yin and yang.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true. I think we're very observant. You know what I mean?
So how y'all Geminis feel about
true. Nah, that's true. That's true.
That's four. Six cats up in here. That's dope.
We got the gem.
But yeah, you got the
gem.
Yeah,
we 666 deep right now.
Hey.
Yeah, that's true. We got the gem, Gemini. So.
Come on, chat room, wake up. Yo,
Geminis
we got a super chat from someone, right? Huh?
Geminis, we are very observant.
Yeah.
I think we're very observant. You know what I mean? I don't know. You see a lot of things. You got the eye.
Yeah, Gem in the eye.
We got that.
Super like chat. A crystal blow. 7 Digit said, you gonna blow me a kiss, Napah? What's good? Little Digit, Jane. Oh. And I'll craft for him, That's from 7 Digits. Got to read them,
Yeah, peace to 7 Digits. I don't blow kisses, brother. Or sister. I don't know if that's a male or female, but I want to say peace to you and thank you for showing me love. Thank you to everybody.
No doubt. Somebody said Sagittarius, but what's another duality? You got 2 fishes, right?
Yeah.
You got 2 phones. Now one for the plug. Now you got 2 fishes, one going this way, and the other one going the opposite way, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Libra is the scales, so they have a sense of duality.
Mm-hmm.
And then
the scales.
But
fish have scales too.
Yeah.
A fish have
I heard
scales.
that all. Excuse me. Go ahead. Am I talking over?
I'm sorry. No, I'll just.
No, I think I'm on a delay. But is it true that all signs have some element of duality? I wanted to talk to somebody about that.
I mean, you technically can if you look at the fact that you're reflecting your opposite sign. So as a Gemini, you'll have some Sagittarius tendencies, and Sagittarius will have Gemini tendencies. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like a Sag is very blunt. A Sagittarius will tell you the first thing on their mind. Do you know what I mean? Like they'll say, "What's up with these waiters?" Like you know what I mean? They'll say exactly how they feel with no filter. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
And Geminis can sometimes do that too. They'll speak exactly what they're thinking. Do you know what I mean? Because they're the sign of communication and the sign of speaking, and you know what I mean? So there's that in common. And then same with, Virgos and Pisces and Aries and Libras. Your opposite sign will reflect tendencies that are similar there. So there's that sense of duality.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So you can say that. I can only go so deep because, Zodiac can probably speak a lot more eloquently.
All the Geminis looking at you right now. They're not like responding. See, you got y'all right.
Well, that's just like a reflection
theory.
As
it's
far
like
as,
a reflection of duality because it's you and then your reflection.
Yeah.
And then one is almost like your other self, but you can't touch yourself, but you can see yourself. And it's not like it's like a reflection or image of you that turns into two. But you get to watch yourself and you get to, examine yourself on the outward appearance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's just water and mirrors.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A mirror image of yourself. So that's a duality.
Yeah. But you really got to look into your moon.
You're the astrologist?
I mean, I'm an astrology enthusiast. That's my title. You know what I mean? I don't want to take the term as astrologer because we have real astrologers that come on the show, like Ty Phoenix and Ka Zodiac.
I think you want to.
I mean, they are able to explain the aspects.
You got to be able to accept it, though. When it comes to you and stuff, you be handing the ball off.
Yeah.
Somebody try to ask you the questions, you can't be handing the ball.
Yeah, but
firm.
I like to say what I know and what I don't know because to really be an astrologer, you have to know the aspects and be able to speak on what happens when Mars is square the moon and how that can affect you. Do you know what I mean? This field can get so advanced and so nuanced that it's like I got to remind people, hey, look, I'm still learning myself. You know what I'm saying? This science is so vast. It's like it goes deeper than people can actually even realize. But it's amazing. Going step by step and analyzing just like your rising, your sun, and your moon. Just those basics.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You can really know yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is the most important thing, and then understand somebody else.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which allows you to forgive them.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like talked to a girl. She was telling me my moon is Capricorn. I didn't know that. That's the most I go into astrology.
That's your core, your Capricorn core.
Yeah,
you might eventually. Yeah, that's how you're on the inside. So you have a stable emotional core, and you're going to probably want to really get more into real estate, grounding yourself. You're more of a long-term relationship type of dude.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? That's cool. That's a solid core to have a moon and Cap.
Yeah, that's deep. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, your moon is a Cap?
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Man.
I know that.
Yeah.
Or is that Cap?
Maybe it could be Cap. I don't know. This is what a girl told me.
Yeah, you're down to earth dude on the inside.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's a good one.
Chip Wellington, also a Cap moon.
Oh, this is what's up.
Y'all might have an interest in politics too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not really into politics, but interesting. I go deep into stuff though. That's definitely a fact though.
Right.
Depending on what I'm talking about.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting once you go into the moon sign stuff, man.
Yeah.
My moon sign is tequila, and my rising is Hennessy.
Oh man,
Hey.
you like that Hennessy, huh?
Hey.
Man, I can't even go there.
Word.
The Hennessy don't help. That's what Tupac told me. Tupac taught me that a long time ago. He said the Hennessy don't help. You see what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, I agree.
Right.
Hennessy don't help.
Right.
You got the Mexico, the tequila, and then the French for the Hennessy.
Oh, I didn't know it was French.
Yeah, Hennessy. Is it Hennessy French? Yeah, I could have sworn that was French. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. I'm trying to get the next Leo clan member up in here right now, but he's having a little problem.
Hey, we ready for him?
Yeah. He's having a little problem. Let's see. Word.
Let me know. I'm gonna take a quick 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
You got an interesting...
You'll probably like that. You'll probably like this next Leo clan member, my brother. Yeah. I won't say anything else. That's it. Word. But
you got an interesting week, hip hop week for you. You know what I'm saying? When you start looking at who was born on your week, you see what I'm saying? You, Nipsey Hussle, KRS, Jizza, Master Killah. You know what I'm saying? Got an interesting week.
Right. Oh yeah. What'd you say? What'd you say?
Your hip hop week is phenomenal.
Right. Indeed. No doubt. Man, I can't wait. I always wanted to build with him on some other stuff too anyway. Word. That's kind of crazy. And we're gonna keep it hip hop. We're gonna keep it all hip hop and family, you know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of beautiful beginnings being in the studio and having everybody work on, I was in the studio when they worked on right there when Little Kim came and they did Quiet Storm.
Wow.
I probably could have jumped on that.
Wow.
When it was Havoc Havoc told me I was like there, and he was like, "Yo,
Gemini, no Gemini."
Havoc is look at we can't make this up. We can't make this up. Oh man, this is
him and Biggie born on the same day, on the 21st.
Wow, wow, damn! Shout out to Havoc, man. Shout out to Havoc. I had some good little toss. Yeah, that was in my days.
Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, exactly. You have.
I was gonna say shout out to all the Geminis, but I chilled out.
Oh no, you got your Biggie, you got Tupac, you got Lauren. You know, I know so many Geminis.
Prince, don't forget Prince.
I met Prince too. Yeah, he was like, believe in Jesus. Nah, somebody came up to him and said, "Yo, we love you." He said, "Love God." Then he said, "Love Jesus." That's all I remember. It was like, his voice changed and stuff. It was like, you thought he was like this, but then he was like, yo. And then he said, you really like my music? Then love God. I said, that's hard. It was hard.
Thanks.
That's hard. Prince is incredible.
I have a Prince story. Y'all want to hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
So, you do? That didn't sound very enthusiastic.
Oh, yeah, now let's go.
Yeah, share the Prince story.
So, when I lived in New York,
Ice Cube
had this Halloween party,
and
it was a costume party. So my friend, this Puerto Rican guy, I'm not gonna say his name, but he looked a lot like Prince, and he said, "I'm gonna dress as Prince when I go."
Right.
So I'm cutting this story kind of short because I was looking for him. His name's Alex, anyway. Shout out to you, Alex. So I was like, "Where is he?" And I was looking for him through the whole party. So I see this guy. You know, the whole Prince get up. I'm thinking, there he is. So I grab him by his shoulder and whip him around. I was like, where have you been? And it was really the one and only legendary Prince.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That must be crazy.
Needless to say, I'm a big Prince fan. So I was just speechless, dumbfounded, embarrassed. And all I could say was, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you're my friend. And you know what? I was so shocked and nervous that I didn't even stay there and talk to him. Now I look back and I said, I should have talked. He's like, no, that's fine. Hi, how are you? And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And I walked away. So it's uneventful at the end, but yeah, that was my Prince story. And so rest in power to one of the greatest artists who ever lived. I grew up loving Prince, everything he's done. Think of all the music he's written for all these different artists that people don't even know about, right?
Right.
Yeah.
He's got so many songs, that he's written for people who aren't even R&B or hip hop. He's written for country artists, pop artists. So yeah, musical genius. So that's my little Prince story that I hold on to. Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, there's a lot of purple in there.
It's nice. It's nice.
There's a lot of purple in there.
I was never able to meet Prince. You know what I mean? I hear his music a little bit sometimes. You know, I go back to the past sometimes. You know. But Prince is dope, though.
Yeah, he's one. Well, so what was Michael Jackson's sign? Who knows? Was he Leo?
Mike was AD. He was a Virgo.
He was a Virgo.
Virgo.
He's like the August 29th or the 30th of August. Yeah, the end of it.
Some Virgos don't like August Virgos. They treat but he was an August Virgo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 30th, I think.
They be abusing other signs?
Huh?
Other signs be abusing other signs?
Oh yeah, there's sign banging. Yeah, there's definitely some sign banging. That month, exactly.
Like May Geminis and June Geminis. We got a beef.
Shout out to June Geminis. That's me and Solomon.
Yeah, that's us.
I don't know. Is that you two knowledge? You're June Gemini?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Oh yeah, so that's why we're on the same page.
All right, June. Yeah. Every time I heard of a Gemini, I was always thinking, what's the other?
It's May.
So y'all just banged on May Gemini.
Yeah, May Geminis. Yeah.
I mean, May Geminis, they get love, but they barely made it.
What is are they the first or the April, May, June? Okay.
May 21st, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we feel that way.
Is there a July Leo?
Yeah, that's July.
July.
Yeah, well, Leos. Well, you got your July Leos. They're a little Yeah, they Leos. I don't know. We gotta have a
You
Leo
like us,
council.
you like us, Priest. You have that little bit of prejudice, you know.
Nah.
But I love you.
Nobody bang more than Virgos on each other. Virgo, September. Nah, we do have a council where we sit down and talk.
Oh, yeah.
You know, well, they was about to kick Rasul out, remember? Rasul.
Oh my god, that was crazy.
They was about to change his birthday, and they wanted him to become a Leo.
Okay.
Being a Leo, so we talk to the council and see if that can be arranged, but you can't. Nah, but it's all gravy. Yeah, somebody say.
Virgos are very meticulous, very, very picky about certain things. I have some Virgo. I have a child who's a Virgo and a Virgo sister. They're very neat, though, from what I've seen. They're very organized.
Got AD. This is all AD right here. I'm sorry.
Oh, is he a Virgo? I thought AD was a Pisces.
Yeah, he's a Pisces. Pisces.
Do you have a Virgo rising or something like that, or your moon sign?
His moon is in Leo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He has some hope.
Yeah.
No, I have Pisces. Pisces are very sensitive. I don't do astrology, but I know from people around me who do.
Right.
You know, they are into astrology. Like I had said before, my mother and some other people. So I hear things and I pick it up. But I know the thing that stuck with me is about Virgos being very meticulous, very neat. And Pisces are so empathic for the most part. We're not talking about the narcs, but we have the narcheologists on deck. So our our master narcheologist of narcheology, Priest, will deal with it. Talk about the other stuff. Yeah. But no, is that true, AD, that Pisces are very empathic and sensitive and often introverted?
Yeah, they're because Pisces are the fish. They sense everything a lot more. Do you know what I mean? It's like if you tap on the glass of an aquarium, you can startle the fish. You know what I mean? So they're sensitive into the fact that they can sense things a lot more than others can. You know what I mean? So they can sense if someone's upset. It's just a higher intuition, basically, is what it is. And that's why a lot of Pisces will be drawn to escapism, whether through weed or alcohol and stuff like that. It's because that's their way of escaping all of the things that they sense. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make them necessarily emotional like a Cancer would be, but it does make them sensitive to things. Not only energy wise, but like with caffeine, with sugar, with food and stuff like that. Like I notice it myself, you know what I mean? I'm sensitive to caffeine and alcohol. Like it all hits me harder than others would be, you know what I mean? So that's just an interesting observation I've made about it. But yeah, there is that. But like I said, we're just talking sun signs. You really got to look at your sun, your moon, and your rising is kind of your style. You know what I mean? Because all of that together is going to really make who you are. You're going to meet other Geminis that seem completely opposite of you, but that's because their moon's different. You know what I mean? Some of the astrologers I follow say as you get older, your moon sign is more revealed. So the older you get, you might notice your moon sign becoming more apparent. You know, I definitely noticed that when I drink, I become more of a Leo. Okay. But in the daytime, when I'm, happy or whatever, I'm more of a Pisces, Damn,
I gotta see how that works with me.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, that's
some people say you're more of your moon sign in the nighttime, and then, who knows?
That don't blame it on the sunshine?
Yeah.
Don't blame it on that's crazy.
Or when you're rising in the morning, you're more of your rising sign. Some people have said that too.
Damn.
They said don't blame it on the moonlight. That says don't blame it on that moon, your moon chakra, or your moon, it just said your moon sign, or don't blame it on your sun, on your sun.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Or something like that. Yeah, that's deep. That's heavy. See, you look at those things and they go in extra deep. See, ain't no MJ was saying that, right? He said just blame it on the boogie because you out at the night anyway.
Yeah. That's true.
Word. Yeah, Eric said we going deep. You know how we do on here. After we have our tea, it gets a little bit deep. It's a little bit deep. Word. Let's celebrate. Forever. Yo, let's play you got Bastard Self? Because I wanted to go back on it. I was gonna play because there's certain things that I don't want to switch the mood because when you was going in about your old earth, and that's what we call our moms, you know what I'm saying, the earth. So the old earth, the entire earth. So the sun, you know what I'm saying? So it was like, I wanted to play a joint that didn't make it, but it's going to make the next one, I'll tell you that much.
Nice. Okay.
Hey.
You want to set it up? Tell them what it's called?
This is for, this is Master Self. What's that? Ekwela? Ekwela Manu.
Ekwela Manu.
Okay, that's an L name, Ekwela.
He says, 80, what would you say about the Pisces moon? So, yeah, well, you know, so we just said what Pisces kind of is. And the moon is obviously your emotions and your inner core. It's who you are on the inside. It's who you are when you're talking to yourself and stuff. Hold on, where did we lose our people? Where did our Zoom go? So your emotions there would basically... There they are. So that means your emotions are in Pisces. Your core is in Pisces. So you might be emotionally sensitive. Do you know what I mean? You might be someone who feels music in a deep way, and you know what I mean? You can Google all this stuff, but like just to give you kind of a rough rundown, it just means that you're sensitive on the inside. Do you know what I'm saying? Your sun sign's kind of the way you act and the way you do things, your personality. Your moon sign's the way you feel, your internal, your moon, your core. And then, like I said, your rising is your style. Do you know what I'm saying? So with moon and Pisces, individuals are highly sensitive in nature and are very caring and creative beings. You'll have an inclination to relate with the pain and sufferings of others. So that's where you might see more empathy, is having your moon in Pisces.
Your moon in Pisces means that you're Jesus on the inside.
Oh, there you go.
To see that, yeah.
Internal light.
Mm-hmm. I would
That's
also
why you be out here trying to save everybody, and you get crucified every time you try to save somebody.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Don't let your emotions get you crucified.
Yeah, and be careful not to fall for victims.
And Gemini, the weighing of it could be the two thieves that was on the side of.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
we as Pisces need to be careful not to.
What you think they tried to steal?
Who?
The two thieves that was on the side of Christ with the crucifixion.
Well,
imbalance. Or they tried to steal your
that. I love this. I love that conversation. Let's talk about that. Yes. I think there's some astrotheology involved in that.
Oh, of course.
But if we do entertain what do we think they tried to steal? What do you let me hear it. Let me hear that. I want to start talking about that. Can we start with Priest, since he brought it up, and then go to Solomon and Knowledge Born? Let's postulate.
The thief cometh not, but to steal, rob.
What do you think they tried to steal, Priest?
That's a good thought. I'm thinking, they represented like, because they had a good promising, and at the end of the day, it's like he was speaking at his death. At the time of his death, he was speaking to both sides. You know what I'm saying? It's just like at a time of going through some situation, it's like two choices he had. And he invited the duality into one. He said, y'all both gonna be with me. So I'm just, I don't really understand, I don't know what they stole, but they represented something. But I just know that he invited, they was like, yo, nobody, I forgot what they said. I'm just paraphrasing. They were like, be quiet. Don't you see this man? They were speaking about him.
What could it possibly be?
Nobody
him? Go ahead.
Let's think about it. Let's talk about it.
Him and his balance of his duality and within self.
There we go.
I mean, I know there are parts of this, people who believe that it's literal, but let's also look esoterically and metaphysically.
Yeah.
Obviously metaphysically, where he's dealing with the duality of self. One side was like really positive about him, and the other side, remember the other one was like, he's gonna die with us in a negative kind of vibe. I can get the scriptures, but what do you think about that? I'm just throwing that out there.
That was a deep part. You're right. One spoke negative, the other spoke positive. But he was in the middle, the center of it. At a time when you're going through certain situations, you start to feel like you okay. You got to weigh. It's a balance. You have to weigh your good and your bad. You know what I mean? You're not so good. People will say that they dress it up like that. They don't call it a heart attack no more. They say cardiac arrest. So they have to clean it up a little bit. But it was good and not so good. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it was in the middle. I don't know what they stole though. It's just like, why are they thieves? Why they call them thieves?
So astrotheologically,
was it thieves? No.
It can also represent the sun getting its light stolen from the moon, because every day there is a battle between Ra and Set, which is the daytime versus the nighttime,
right?
Because the sun is setting.
Right.
So as the sun sets, it's the thief is both of them, the sun and the moon, because the moon is stealing the sunlight from, stealing light, quote unquote, from the sun.
Right.
And then, the moon is taken over, and then the next day the sun takes over and steals the light.
So who's the Son of Man in the middle?
Well, Jesus is the sun. Do you know what I mean? But the two thieves
balancing with itself?
Yeah, the two thieves are known to be like representing the stealing of light. Basically. Do you know what I mean? Just like in Egypt, there's 4 names for the sun, because it's just representing how it changes name as it goes through the seasons. So you've got that, But every day we're going through that same type of cycle. 24-hour clock. You know what I mean?
That's beautiful.
12. Everything is 12 hours in the day, and then, 12 months of the year. So we've got the 4 seasons, the 4 gospels. And then so the day starts off as Ra. In the mid, it starts off as
Ra.
It's what's it called? Horus.
Oh.
The day starts off as Horus.
Ra's the sun god, right?
Right. So it starts as Horus because the sun's coming from the horizon, and then in the middle of the day it's Ra because the sun rays are shining upon you.
That's what Ryan said too.
And then the sun is setting. That's why the sun is now called Set, because the sun is setting, and then the sun dies, quote unquote, at night in its tomb of Osiris. So now the sun is called Osiris because it's in the tomb of the death tomb of Osiris. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing the way they do it.
Osiris is the god of the underworld.
Right. And the underworld is, winter.
Right. Surface.
Let's get back. That's beautiful. I love this build. I want to get into, if you don't mind, I want to
go.
The scripture about the 2 thieves. And yes, I think we're onto something about the duality, because there's a part that's very interesting. I want to share it with you all. Share screen. Oh, host disabled attendee screen.
Oh, that's by default. 1 second.
Jezebel be like, we getting too deep.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
I should have asked, right? May I
was
share
on
my
gravy.
screen?
Yeah. That's the number 1 word. That's like, you got a remote? Where's the remote? Like, can I, on a podcast when you say, let me share my screen, it's like asking for the remote for the TV.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's an inside joke I have with some of my family. Like, may I share my screen, please? Okay. All right. So let's see here. Matthew 27.
You're all set to share. You muted yourself. Napah, you're muted.
Am I muted now?
Now you're good.
Oh.
All set now. Remember, sometimes when you share, it'll mute you.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so let's go to the part where...
Oh, wait. Hold on. I got it on this side. There you go. Now you're sharing.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll fix it on my end here.
We're going to get to just look at that one part where it's good to go to the scripture since we're talking about it, right? Oh, here it is. So, verse 38. Then there were 2 thieves crucified with him, one on the right hand and one on the left. So right there, you see there's the balance and the duality. And they passed by, meaning the people who are looking at them being crucified, and they passed by reviled him. And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads and saying, "Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest in 3 days, save thyself. if thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross. They were mocking him. Likewise, also chief priests mocked him with the scribes and the elders and said, he saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the king of Israel, let him now come down from the cross and we will believe. Okay, so 43 says he trusted in God, let him deliver him now. So they're still going, they're really going in.
Yeah.
This is why I know this is anyway, if he will have him, for he said, I am the Son of God. Now right here, 44. And it's interesting that I know when it was written, it wasn't numbered, but it is on 40, line 44. The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. That's interesting, right?
What they did to his teeth?
That's interesting, right? The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. I got to find the blue letter on that. So I'm going to leave you with that, but I'm going to go check this out. What does that mean, right?
Cast the saying as saying?
The thieves who were also crucified with him cast the same in his teeth. So I wanted to show you that scripture. We're doing this right now. What is it, in vitro? I'm going to find out what that means because I don't even recall that. Do you? I don't. In his teeth. That's interesting, right? All right. So you talk amongst yourselves now while I look this up. I'm going to look it up.
All right.
It was verse 2. Go ahead.
That was it. That was cool.
But it does seem like it's about duality, and I love that comparison, especially when you said one dark, one dimming, and one brighter. That's like Venus, the morning star in the night, and then the sun in the morning star in the day.
Right. And I also wanted to remind that is not the only interpretation. That is what is known as the astrological interpretation. As we all know, there's several layers to where these stories can exist in the biological and ethereal, spiritual, So I'm not trying to, make everyone think that, there's only one way. No, I have to preface that there's always several interpretations. Just like with Adam and Eve, you know what I mean?
I know. I got you.
There's the biological, all these layers, which is incredible how they have that. So
shout out to for clearing that up.
Yeah.
Bronx G 3679 on Idizo.
Wow. You know what, guys? When it said they cast, it says to reprove, to revile, and to reproach an undeserved reproach. So the thieves started to also reproach him. It doesn't say one, because the story that we know, that I know, it was only one. So it says that the thieves on the cross also started to, mock him. So I'm still
both of them or just one?
That's what I want to see. Good question. Great question. I'm looking it up right now. So when it says in his teeth.
Where they from? It's like they'll never tell the story of them two.
Bronx G 3679.
They probably start arguing and stuff.
To defame. Wow. So it says both the thieves were defaming.
The rabbits.
But there must be a point where one of the thieves said, yo, let's stop. Because I'm going to find it. Because I remember the scripture. But see, when it says the thieves also cast him in his teeth or whatever, that means that they were also talking smack about him, like, yeah, what are you doing up here? You thought you're so great. So they started to talk about him. But anyway, I'm going to keep looking.
Okay.
We're learning. I'm learning with everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Look at the background. The background is being set. And if you look at the dream state, if you think about dream interpretation, everything and everybody in your dream is you. So before this happened, Jesus was in a great state of fear, if y'all remember.
Right. Praying.
He was in fear and he was upset. So when he took his disciples up there on the mountain, he went to go pray because he was trying to clear his head he knew what was coming, but he still had to actualize the experience, right? So he knew what was going to happen, and he was looking to prepare himself for what was happening because he stated what was going to happen before it happened. And he went to pray, and he was transfigured. And then when he came down from the mountain, what was his disciples doing?
Sleeping.
They were sleeping. So he got incensed, right? He's looking, he's like, damn, y'all couldn't even keep watch. Like, where? Y'all like, yo, like, but they didn't understand what was happening with him. They heard him say these things, but they didn't have to experience them. He did. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at that space, if you looked at it in a dream space, he was in a position where everything else was happening around him because he said it was so. So even think about this position. You're on a cross. You're being crucified. You're in the middle of two men being crucified. And these men aren't remorseful. These men is talking noise like everybody else is talking noise, like they're in a better position than you. They're crucified next to you, right? One at your left and one at your right. So what are they stealing? They're stealing the fear from him. Right. They're taking the fear away from him. Like he's making peace with it. He's making peace with what has to happen. So if y'all remember in Matrix 3, and I'll let you get back into your building, Pop. When Agent Smith did that with Neo, like he did in part 2, he was looking to absorb Neo because Neo was supposed to be absorbed to reset the Matrix. Yeah. That was his function. You see what I'm saying? He was supposed to come and be crucified. That was his only function. You see what I'm saying? Like, so they had other things that was attached to it. So when you look at this crucifixion scene, these things are happening. You know, so the mocking and all of that. So even in those instances, he said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." But in the end of it, he's saying, "Father, it is over." He gave up the ghost, basically. You see what I'm saying? He accepted what was happening, just like Neo did in the Matrix. He's like, you was right all along. You said it was inevitable. You see what I'm saying? So even at the end of Matrix 3, y'all see him in a cross-like crucified position as they bringing him back, like they bringing back his body. You see what I'm saying?
Like a resurrection.
Right. So he's going to be reinserted for that program that was running that was him. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I was saying earlier about the Pisces space in regards to your emotions. Don't allow your emotions to have you out here crucified. You see what I'm saying? So these thieves, they're stealing his fear away.
It's crazy because
you see what I'm saying? Like,
that was fire.
Let me give you a bomb for that. Let me give you a bomb for that. Come on.
That was good.
I love when you bring in the Matrix as an example because I love the Matrix.
Speaking of stuff,
yes, and shout out to the Oracle Sophia Stewart.
Yeah.
Talking about the Matrix. But I want to say something. I found out something, family, thank you on Knowledge Born. According to the text, it's only in Luke where one of the thieves says, stop. It's only in Luke, and I'll tell you right now, it is Luke 23. And it says, and one of the malefactors, one of the bad guys, which were hanged, railed on him. So they're saying one was mocking him, just one. That's in the book of Luke. And then the other answered, rebuking the other guy, saying, dost thou not fear God, seeing thou art in the same condemnation? So interesting that I didn't know that. As much as I read the scriptures, I just, basically I like that. So Knowledge Born, it's just what we're all pretty much on the same page. Knowledge, priest, 80. It's about self, correct?
Yeah. Well, I was looking for the best way to word it, and I didn't think that AI could word it any better, but AI is always proving me wrong, man. Yeah. Check it out. This is how AI said it. It said, the interpretation of the two thieves next to Jesus on the cross is a symbolic representation of the balance between good and evil, light and darkness, and the duality of human nature. The two thieves are often seen as representative of the opposing forces in the human psyche, with one representing the path of redemption and the other the path of destruction. This interpretation is often used to illustrate the idea that every individual has the potential for both good and evil, and that is up to each person to choose which path they will follow.
Right.
Ooh, can we get a bomb for that, please?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what we.
That's for AI. The bomb is for AI. I don't deserve that.
Yeah, but that's what we was just getting.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
It's like the right hand
brought
path.
it out
Notice
there.
you don't hear about them. They only appear. You don't hear the story about them. They only appear when he's going through, like I was going to say, through his suffering. Through the last, then these guys appear. These two.
Look at everything he was subjected to before that. You see what I'm saying? This is why I made that case for Dr. King, because oftentimes he's marginalized in history, and they go back and forth. They're like, well, I'm more Malcolm than Martin. Like, he wasn't subjected to what Martin was subjected to.
Right.
You know, so this Jesus figure, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Being betrayed, being set up, being abandoned by his brothers, you know, in the kangaroo court. You see what I'm saying? And they're mocking him. They're talking about his mother. They beat him. They tortured him. And then they made him carry the instrument of his own physical departure on his back, 40 miles. Like, what did you go through? You see what I'm saying? Like, what did you subject yourself to for other people? It wasn't for him. You see what I'm saying? So even down to the end, after everything happened, here he is on this cross, and they still talking shit. Like, they didn't even get no break. Like, he couldn't even rest in peace. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, he couldn't even suffer in silence. He still has to be a space where he's atoning, you know, for the end. So, like the Matrix reference, Trinity dies before Neo. You see what I'm saying? Like, she died in part 2, and he brought her back to life. And that was a reason for him to move. So once that's removed, now he has to deal with the other half of himself. You see what I'm saying? He has to deal with Agent Smith, because he asked the Oracle, who is he? He's you. You see what I'm saying? So the other part of the equation is seeking to balance itself out. So those two thieves could be looking at in that same dualistic space of the balancing of the equation. So him now being able to do what he needs to do. He didn't even need eyes to go there, if y'all remember. Like, his physical sight was obstructed. He was going in that other space, and she could only go with him so far. He had to go there by himself. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that's his space. This was his junction. So his Trinity that was there, that was holding him, you know, down the whole time, couldn't even go there with him. Morpheus was like, yo, did the Oracle tell you that? He was like, nah, all right, well then I'll holler at you, because I'm not going there with you. You see what I'm saying? So he had to go there his own way. So when he's talking to the thieves, and Luke was supposed to be like Jesus' physician. So he has a medicine for an affliction. So he's saying that this suffering wasn't in vain. Like, everything that he went through wasn't in vain. So he's telling a story from a place of healing. So it was not meant to be malefic. It was meant for him to prepare himself for his physical departure. So a resurrection could take place, a reset could take place. So the story is different, you know, canonized depending upon the perspective and what the relationship is. You see what I'm saying? So this is me from the perspective of how the stories are presented, and then the interpretation of the story based off of, you know, that.
Shout out
Beautiful.
that was beautiful, bro. Shout out to Ngozi up in the building. Word, I see you. Yeah, I see Ngozi.
There we go. Ngozi.
Yo, that's the
with the Team Osiris.
Yeah, exactly. Justice Amir, no doubt. Yep.
That was good knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge. You brought everything into full cycle.
That's how Gemini's flow, though. When we tap in,
I love it. I listen to Tupac. I listen
Solomon does that too.
Yeah, I listen to Big.
You know I get deep. You know what I mean? I let y'all work. You know what I mean? Y'all doing y'all good thing. You know what I mean?
You got a young,
I can always go deep when I need to.
Hey, Priest, how did you have the coolest son in the universe?
No, I appreciate that, you know.
No doubt.
I stay relaxed. I stay chill, you know.
Hey.
But my son is cool too, though. Shout out to my son.
Yeah.
Make sure he can hear you. Oh, no
Probably
doubt.
about to say, "What'd you say, Mommy?" So that was good. Wow, I love Priest. This was a great topic. I want to segue into the narc energy, Now, for our segment of narcheology, Killah Priest will come in and analyze this. Talk about the narc energy that is in the scripture. We're going to go to the scriptures and see when they were looking at him hanging on the cross, when they accused him wrongly, when they tried to turn, I'm talking about the Pharisees, turn the crowd against him. And then that narc energy about, now look at him, he can't come down. Can you break that down for us, resident narcheologist, Killah Priest? I'm joking, but I'm serious. Can you talk about that?
Well, they didn't have a name for it then, but there's definitely a disorder in there because they didn't agree with the order. They wanted to go with the old way or the traditional way, and that's the pick up stone. Everything was hard, and they didn't understand the enlightened part. When something's coming to enlighten things, sometimes it's very soft, but it's very beautiful at the same time. You can see it can lead you somewhere, and it could change your way of viewing things just being in total darkness, because now you have light to see. So when he came through, and that's funny, they call Pharisees and they didn't see anything. Right. But that's funny. That's a play on words. But yeah, that kind of energy that was in there was let's see, some sort of disorder, some sort of, and we call it, but it's necessary in order for the light to shine. Sometimes we go through things like that in order for you to shine more. And they recognized the shine. They just didn't want to accept it.
No, you're killing them. And let me ask you.
What was it? Go ahead.
Who's dropping bombs for you? Let me ask you. No, when we talk about what you said, they didn't have a name for it, but it was strong then. Is it? Would you say? Because I did a stream and I was teaching, and I mentioned that the narc energy somehow after the pandemic hit, it's like they start coming out the woodwork, but really we just named them, right?
Right.
Talk on that, please.
Yeah, they was around since the beginning of time, but then during crisis, you get to see how certain people just hate just to hate, and they hate on those that has like an elevation spirit in them. Sometimes the loner, they call them the loner, or the person that I wish it's a good thing to be alone sometimes. Sometimes you to figure yourself out. When you're writing, when you're reading, you're alone. And that's where the imagination and the world of the imagination wake up. And they go, and people see that. They see you reading, they've been looking, damn, what they about? What they dealing with? Oh, I'm going to the gym every day. Some person could be going to the gym, and you got your Geminis. You're going to the gym every day. You got a positive, I know, right? It's all synchronizing. You're going to the gym every day. The person that's not going to the gym is observing you and looking at you, and they're seeing that. They're seeing that positive vibe on you. And then a broken person would be like, damn, I just can't do it. I can't do that. I wish I could do it.
There's a level of jealousy. Yeah.
Right. And that's to take you out of your zone. But a person who sees that and is enlightened, or that gives them some type of energy, they'll try to go to the gym too. There you go. And that's not the disorder. The disorder is the person who's like, I could never do that, just because it's not functioning right. Something upstairs is not functioning right. So they don't see it as a positive movement. They see you doing your thing, and they're watching you while you're watching your prize. And you attract, that's why it says, my sheep hear my voice. See, all positive energies attract positive. We have sayings. There's been sayings for a very long time. That's it.
But you know what? I love how you showed the two examples, because nothing's wrong with looking at someone and aspiring, or being inspired by them, and then aspiring to be that way on that level. But the narc, they try to destroy you. They put more energy into the destruction of you when they can't do what you want to, what you're doing, right?
Yeah, they try to take you off your path. That's how I look at them. Like they try to they would try to judge you. They would try to shame you. You know what I mean? Just for being you. You know what I mean? And it's like a level of jealousy that you would notice. It's a crazy disorder. You know what I mean? Because everybody's internally everybody is narcissistic in their own rights. You know what I mean?
Nothing wrong with that.
But there's nothing wrong with that. But the disorder is when you're portraying that to other people. You know what I mean? And that's the problem right there.
Being competitive and dominant. That's what we was building on before. Competitive is good because that pushes you to the next one. But then when you make it dominant, you try to put the price on it dominant, and that becomes
manipulative.
Yeah, there you go. And then you push the seed of toxicity in it, and then you water it. You say something about water, and then you let that. Because that's how society is. They just want to push out negative and so they can control us.
Yeah.
While we destroy each other, this is united we fall.
Yeah.
Wow.
If divided we stand.
There, I want to go back to what you both were saying about it's nothing, we don't call it, it's not narcissism, it's self-love. And I teach it, I say, love your soul child. But then they go into just like, forget about everyone else. I'm going to be toxic. And I don't even see it as watering, Priest. I see it as feeding sugar to bacteria or to a cancer. So, yeah, there's a balance, right, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen?
No,
you got to have self-love, but when it becomes just being self-centered only, then you're selfish.
Right.
That's true. I always say, broken people try to crack your armor sometimes. That's the disorder, right there.
That's
crazy.
dope.
Yeah,
that's an oxymoron. Broken people try to crack your armor.
Yeah.
But they already broke it. Instead of putting themselves back together. That's Humpty Dumpty.
That's true. You know what I mean?
Whoa. I'm dropping my imaginary bombs. Whoa. Because I have a soundboard, but
nobody could put him back together again.
That was good. Wow, that's deep though.
Yeah.
He was an egg.
Was he a narc?
Nah.
I mean, he sat on the wall, right?
But the more you heat up the egg, the more it doesn't crack so easily and spread all. It's the environment. Temperatures is different energies, like water turning into ice. It becomes solid. That's why he used that as a metaphor. And the egg, the more you boil it, the temperature is, and it becomes more solid. The heater, the more the environment, and the more you condense and become more you. And that's why the yolk, that's why they use the word yolk. Being yoked.
Wow, I love it. Yes. Now people might say, it's spelled differently, but it doesn't matter. It's still this, there's magic in, when you are a master, you can look past the different spellings and you can see they're homophones, and there's a reason they're homophones. Yoked and yoke. I forgot who the astrotheologist was or is.
Right.
Shout out to Esoteric Thoughts. He's on Esoteric Thoughts, the channel.
The portal.
And the portal network. Yeah. Yes. I'll let you talk about that. But there's an astrotheologist, and he even can read the Sumerian. He's so deep. I want him to vibe with you on your channel, Priest. But anyway, he talks about, and I said this before, the paradox, the presence of paradoxical literature, the presence of oxymorons, the presence of double entendres, the presence of words that have two meanings, or there's two meanings to statements. That is in ancient times with the men who were considered the magicians of the court. If they saw that in any text, they knew that it was divinely inspired, and it was like a stamp of approval, or it was a way to validate that something is holy and something is divinely valid. So the reason I say that is you were saying, I noticed you always say that you often say, oh, that's an oxymoron, or that's an oxymoron. And then you always make a connection with homophones like yoked and yoke. These are things that a lot of artists do, some better than others, priests. And that was an ancient way. I mean, I brought this up before and I didn't really drive it home, but that was an ancient way of the high priest of different courts, the magicians, the astrologers of different courts to say, yes, this is really from God. I just want to make that point. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you dig it?
Yeah.
Fire, man. That's what it is. When we say fire, something is fire.
Yeah.
You know?
It's lit up.
In the beginning, when they discovered that fire, that's fire. So that's it.
Fire is inciting light.
Yeah, exactly. And light could either burn you or enlighten you. It could do so many things. It could heat up food. It could do a lot. So that's duality, and there's triple entendres within that. Fire.
There you go.
You can even put fire in art.
Yeah.
You can draw fire. You can see it. You're like, wow, damn. But that's the different levels of dimensions of going into it. You know, anime and all that. I'm just stopping right here. You know,
don't stop. Why do you do that? You can't
There's
stop.
There's even fire in the chat.
You gotta give it to the, you know what?
Because we've been
I
up
was
here.
in the chat earlier and I was looking at all the beautiful people. Shout out to your mods.
Yeah.
I'll be in there when
craft.
I'm a mod, but I be messing up and they just get all weird about it.
Yeah, they get the
They're
craft.
very serious about it. I'll be like, I don't know what happened last week or the week before. I think I like timed out 4 people and it was not even on purpose. I fell asleep and I had my phone up. So I think I just was like, my thumb was like, I'll take over now. But anyway, shout out to the.
Oh, you fell asleep you fell asleep in the spirit.
I fell asleep and then my spirit took over. Thank you for letting me be here. I mean, I like coming in. I don't want to I don't want to be that person like,
well, we
always is here. Here she is again, Lord. I want to be like Knowledge Born. No, I'm just kidding.
Knowledge Born Hour.
Knowledge Born is a wizard. He's a real jewel. Yeah. I say wizard in a good way. So Knowledge, don't get triggered.
Yeah. Breaking down movies and all of those
like
stuff.
Gandalf.
Yeah, we're gonna have. Oh, we have a Gandalf. Yeah, we have a Gandalf in there.
Isn't Gandalf a wizard?
Huh?
He's a wizard.
Oh yeah, Merlin, all of them cats. They all sit down at the round table, and they all sit down. There's 24 elders, and there's really 25 though. They don't talk about that. It's 25. You know what that added to? They just dumbed it down a little bit. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's move on to because this can get kind of. I love this bill, but every time we have to keep it moving, and we have to. It's been. Understanding hours, that's meaning 3. Yeah, so let's move on to
Jody Southworth. I think she came. I have a lot of your audience coming over to my channel. Fine. Go subscribe. I got the green light to say this. Go subscribe to Napah Shadah and come get the love. Talk about the portal.
Oh yeah. Portal is a network that we're going to be starting soon. It's going to be incredible. We're just developing it, but just say that word, portal, the immortal, portal. And that's it. I mean, as it develop more, I'm going to keep everybody informed about it. It's a network. It's going to be dope. That's all I'm going to say about it right now. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. So, let me, Knowledge Born, Napah Shadah. Are y'all going to stick, because we're about to do the music part. And I want to play that song.
I'm sticking around for the music. Don't act like I'm.
Indeed.
Knowledge Born, you're gonna stick around for the music, right, brother? You're a musician, aren't you?
We in the building. You already know what it is.
Yeah,
I know that's right. He's trying to what's it called? Depopulate the Gemini population.
Man, yeah, Geminis are growing at a rapid rate. It's like, wait a minute, the Geminis that are popping up. At a
Shout out to your beautiful mother.
It must be sunny in September,
Miss Helen
right?
Marie.
Oh yeah, yep. Oh, my mom's. Yeah, let's play that song for me and Knowledge Born. And
Yeah, I just saw her picture. I don't know if the family can't see it, but I could see it right here.
Oh wow. And we could lead off into that. But that's going to start another build, but that's all good. What you want to do? Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. This is Master Self.
Master Self.
This is to replace self.
Mom.
Yo. Lately I haven't been myself. Ontological insecurities is the way I felt since the 12th. Do I believe in the gnomes, the fairy, or the elf? No one's help. I feel alone in the rocket, cockpit, twilight zone, and I'm being pulled around Orion's belt. Relied on health. Flying stealth. I feel no one can hear me. Like Judah in the book of Genesis, I'm the lion's whelp. I feel like it's a plague during the end of the Bronze Age in Western Europe, and I'm the last surviving Celt. Alone, the first blacksmith to witness iron melt. Reflections of myself, images of my genesis. No direction, but the acceptance I'm limitless. That's mental wealth, kept in my memory bank. Then in comes wisdom. If it's low funds, it's no fun. Extension pushed me to the brink, then grew as the tree that absorbed the whole sun. For knowledge is wholesome. Brother Glow, the gold one, flow like the ocean, devotion. I had no sense of self-worth. Felt worse. I started vibrating at 963 megahertz. Says God frequency, I left the earth. The stars in my chemistry, a rocket to Nebuliverse. Then the prophets and ancestors resurfed. We the tree of life, we thirst for rain. None came. Abel and Cain. Creation, the Big Bang. The sun then grains. The rebirth, we came feet first. The thing that seeded the universe. The king, the queen, and the sumer. The beings that's winged on the tomb in the church. By the springs, there's magic mushrooms in the dirt. As I consume, I have higher conscious dreams. Now I'm in tune, more psychic alert. Since I came out her womb, I always been an introvert. In words, inner work, I pen words to make a sinner convert. I'm like a blend of herbs with cinnamon stirred inside the elixir. Then provide the picture for ladies and gentlemen to observe. I'm what the nerds prefer. I possess something beautiful that time preserved. Within my lines, the paranormal occur. That's only if the rhyme is disturbed. Then all challengers and disbelievers are cursed. The great balancer I receive and disperse. It's like I possess the ring that was given during Solomon's birth. The only lonely Christian that talked to the king of the Ottoman Turks. Cause I can interpret dreams and understand the Quran in Arabic and follow the verse. Pray with them, spend days with them. Many of them I made my friends forever. Then we went our separate ways as the age had ended. Now I don't even know what day it is or whose cage I'm in. I don't even know why they released me. Why I slept in teepees. I can't recall all the caves I've been. I don't even know why these elders are preachy and why they dress priestly. And after they pray, they say amen. I don't even ask questions. All the math lessons. Why do I have a pen and pad? Why am I signing autographs? Why do I have a recording session? I wake up on planes and cars going fast. I'ma just try to absorb the weather. Sunny day, Mr. Reed, as the champagne pour in my glass. Then 4309 LeClaire Drive, Columbia, South Carolina. I keep recalling this past. Another passport, visa for all the borders I passed. Last time I looked at my mother, she told me what she saw was my dad. I'm still on tour with the bags. Then I'm at a show at the Fillmore wearing a mask. Unnoticed, many floated plants, one lotus. I leave the shadowlands, collapse as the sun approaches. This is for my younger poets. I wrote my magnum opus in hopes to vanish, hocus pocus. While my quotes are chanted, the focus culture. The sun is born after supernovas. To the uninformed, this is truth exposure. Mother.
For you, Knowledge Born.
that was beautiful. You know what I mean?
You.
It took me there. It took me there. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That was.
It was that bill that brought that out.
Yeah, you gotta take that moment of silence. That was a lot.
I didn't mean to do that to the
No, that was
I
good.
thought that
No.
moment was like, it was just that vibe when the brother was building on his old earth, because she did a lot of building, and I know True Master and going all to Europe and doing things like that. That's that, and then you the fruit of that. And that's beautiful, right? And all our ancestors in there are smiling upon us, because when they return to the ancestors, because we ancestors too, but they return to the celestial realm, they resonate. We echoes of that. So on past. So that's my saying it, man. All right.
That was beautiful. Beyond words.
Yeah, I need that joint right there. I definitely need that.
Yeah, when's that coming out?
That
I'll
tribute
just give it to you. I'll
is
give it to you.
something sacred, and this is what I said about Mother, because for some people who listen to Mother, it's hard for them to listen to.
Yeah.
Because it causes you to go into a space that's sacred. Vulnerability is sacred. Vulnerability is not weakness. Vulnerability is strength. You know, so if, like, back to the King reference, back to the Jesus reference, and back to the reference of many who have come in the physical form in that way, who took those slings and arrows of light, to not protect yourself, to not go to that inclination of self-preservation. What space do you have to be in to have no regard for yourself, to have no regard for your personal safety? You have to become something else. You see what I'm saying? You have to become something else. So didn't Jesus say, who seeks to save his life will lose his life?
Man.
Who is prepared to lose his life will save his life?
I hit the wrong word, my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's good. I'm saying, like, in that space, my mother gave a testament of life. You see what I'm saying? She gave of her life.
Right.
You know, she wasn't supposed to have any children. If she listened to doctors, I wouldn't be here. Right. I have 6 siblings. There's 7 of them. So again, when I'm reflecting on stories and telling you how stories are important, they become important based off of that. I went through every myriad of emotion that you described in every bar. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't, there's a space in you that doesn't want to be here anymore. There's a space in you that, like when my mother transitioned, I was like, yo, why you ain't just take me with you? I literally went through that. Like, why you ain't just, I would have left. I would have went. And she told me, like, that's why I didn't come. Like, when she came with that event that y'all see that's beautiful to the world, it was her coming to tell me that she was leaving and I couldn't go. So imagine that conversation that we never had physically, but we had mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You see what I'm saying? So that kind of way, like, my birth story is not like anybody else's birth story of my siblings, but there are birth stories that are similar to my birth story. So she went through all of those things and sacrificed many of her life years to make sure that people had life, especially children. You know, Priest, we were dealing with mother versus birthing person. So the status quo, the dominant culture, is looking to transmute something as sacred as mother and relegate it to birthing person, as if that thing is synonymous, they could ever be akin. So in this mother space, all of the myriad and ranges of emotion that was expressed, you know, the restlessness, the feeling of loss, the hopelessness that you feel. But then you fight through all of that to find the joy, to find the, you know, find the happiness, to find the elevation, to find all of that strength to keep going, to continue to create, to continue to say, okay, this chapter is over in this space, but my story's not over. You know what I'm saying? She told me that if I stop, she stops. So now I have a renewed space to suffer and continue in the physical world without her, in a space where I can keep going and find other sources of inspiration, because I'm carrying her light and bringing her light to the world. Continue. So the ones who may have never met her physically will meet her through me. You see what I'm saying? So, like Jesus said, when you see me, you see the Father, and the Father not one. And this was the frustration that he had when he was talking to his disciples that seen him raise people from the dead. They was walking on the water with him and all kind of stuff. And they said, yo, when we going to see the Father? He's like, yo, how long have you known me? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking for other things. Like I was making reference to that point of the finger when Bruce Lee was saying in Enter the Dragon, don't look at the finger because you'll miss all the heavenly glory. So you're looking for God, and you may abuse and lose the connection to God that you have physically on the planet via your mother, via your father. Honor thy mother and thy father so that their days will be longer on the earth. That kind of commandment for a reason. So what was going on for a commandment to come? You were no longer honoring your mother. You were no longer honoring your father. And we live in a society where motherhood and fatherhood is not honored. So was that for a time that happened, or was it for a time that's now? It's for both times, because time exists. All that exists is now. So what about now? Honor your mother now. Honor your mother's life, your legacy, how you're living your life now. It may not be going in the way you want it to go at this particular moment, but you can change it now. You can change it now. You can honor your mother now so that your days will be longer on the earth, so your future generations won't have to suffer. You suffering so they don't have to suffer. You the Christ figure in your lineage. You the Redeemer in your family being in that space of mother. Remember that. Remember and honor your mother. Honor thy mother and thy father. Honor them. Honor them with your life. Honor them with your sacrifice. Honor them with reaching your goals, your dreams, your aspirations. Don't let nothing and nobody stifle you or stop you from achieving what's yours. It's yours. Like the Wu-Tang joint, the world in the palm of your hand. You understand? The world is in the palm of your hand. It's yours. Your mother came as close to death as possible for you to have life. Honor her legacy in life with your life.
Beautiful.
Oh, come on.
Beautiful.
If you don't, you listen to this and want to go call your mom right now. And that's not just for those who have the mother who's in the material. If this hasn't connected you to the woman who birthed you, who even nursed you and nurtured you in her womb, if after what this brother just said didn't do that for you, you must have sprouted out of the ground. Because I just want to say, bless the mothers and bless you, Knowledge, for saying that. And that was moving. So thank you.
Yeah, that brother go in, man. Yo, we're in a high elevation right now. So that's definitely, you feel it? You feel it? You feel the energy?
Oh yeah, of course. You know, before I even got here, I was speaking to my mom. So
nice.
Trust me, I get it. You know what I mean? Like I didn't lose my mom, but I know how I would feel. You know, so you know, my mom is very important to me. You know, so yeah.
We just had Mother's Day.
It's like, looking at the Gucci is about that time.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So bless the mothers and bless the mothers who have transitioned. Yes. And the fathers and family members who transition, but especially the mothers. The mother is, I want to study what does mother stand for?
Mysteries of the heavenly and earthly realm.
Come on. You got to bless the mothers, and then bless, the scriptures say, blessed is the womb.
That's the matrix.
The matrix it literally means the opening. The vagina. Dun, dun, dun. See, I need to segue. The energy is too much. I don't want to start crying, so I got to get it out of here. Come on, get out of here. No, I'm not. Oh, shout out to my brother, New World Black Order. He lost his daughter. Tasia died. My angel. Bless you.
Sorry
so anyway, thank you so much for playing. That song was beautiful. You know what happened with you, Knowledge Born? This we you know, scripture says let others exalt you. So I have to say that song that you played, AD and the priest did for his mother, for us, it
I forgot to put that
Knowledge
on.
spoke for all of us. He articulated, but it sends you into another level and a vibration where you're just like, I feel it. So anyway, let me be quiet. I'll talk you down. I'll talk you all night. So thank you.
Cap Jones said, God work. Jizz will be here next time because we got we got too deep. We got too deep, but enjoying the show though. Enjoying the show. Cap Jones says, God's words. Thank y'all for this build. Yeah, it's been. I see a lot of presents.
Yes.
A lot of flowers. A lot of hearts. A lot of waves. Heavy waves. In the chat room. These emojis is good.
Yeah. There's something to that too.
Indeed. Man, this has been great. All right, that concludes. I like AD when you say this part. Take us to the music.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Hold up, where am I at?
Inspire.
Oh yeah. Inspire.
All right, now's the part of the show that we call song promotions.
Song promotions.
Yeah, it's an output thing. Okay, let's go. The first submission is by Ya La'am, aka Wiz Hotep of Reciprocity Posse. The name of the song is Too Deep. Here we go. Hang on.
I can't let us love it anymore. More. What's his name? I can't drink. Who's that guy?
It's too deep, it can't easily see and grew weak. For most folks, it's just too deep. Refuse what's cheap for the true seek. It's too deep, it can't easily see and grew weak.
It's hidden so deep that it seems not existing. Just go along with it and stop resisting. But some is too profound for the human intellect. Those that thought they knew it all were proven incorrect. Too little, too late, too much to cope with. Some don't know the depth from such a low pitch. Those that can't see the bottom are very shallow. I don't need big brother cause I'm already shallow. Now who can really comprehend the ways of the Most High? This is his dominion and he covers the whole sky. Nothing's comparable, it's not even a close tie. Lord of the unseen, no one really knows why. The only way to do something is to work hard. Beware of worldly wicked ways and serve God. Enormously enlightened and stick to what's fundamental. Here in this finite fleetingness none resemble. Immeasurable mindset moving in monumental. Rhymes and paradigms on a conscious level. Painful paradox penetrating profoundly. Radical parables who's ready for round 3. Ain't nothing tangible in this tragic circumstance. It's trying to get by with some give a nervous glance. No doubt it's undeniable without question. So many surrounded by unsettling suggestions. My sermon is sensible and spiritualized. Verbalized vividness, leave you hearing surprised. It's truly thoughtful from transcendent to sending. With huge perceptions, making sense in a sentence. Ain't nothing personal or perverse in the verse. Predestined lessons, whatever occurs first.
It's too deep, it can't easily see and grew weak. For most folks, it's just too deep. Refuse what's cheap for the true seek. It's too deep.
Hey.
That was deep.
That was dope.
That was cool.
Fire
That sounded pretty good. What y'all think?
Well, I'll start with I like it. I was gonna start with Knowledge Born. Next time we go to Psycho. Right?
Go in a circle.
Yeah.
That beat was produced by UndaLand Fortress.
Okay.
Or should we start with Napah? The feminine energy.
Oh yes, bless. I loved that whatever mantra or hook you said. I didn't even know what you were saying, but it's like dun, 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 dun. It just is really driving home whatever he's trying to bring out. I liked it, and he has a great voice. So I give it a thumbs up.
Okay.
Not that he cares, but I just want to let you know I'm here for you.
Oh, he cares.
Yeah.
Okay,
Appreciate that.
thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Yeah.
Knowledge
What do
bomb.
you think, Solomon?
I like it. I can't complain. What I mean, it's too deep. What I mean, what he's talking about. He's talking about being deep. I like it though.
He was saying deep. What was he saying, Solomon?
He's saying too deep. I mean, if I can remember
On the hook.
On the hook, it's too deep. That. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I liked it.
Trying to decipher the words a little bit, but I like if I heard the words correctly, he's talking about like just being deep in general. You know what I mean? I'm trying to.
And I like that.
Yeah.
Because we're the darkest minds of the light. That means we're deep, and that the light is to be enlightened to see. Right? Knowledge. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he submitted things before, and he has kind of like a Middle Eastern background.
Yeah,
right.
So he's able to shroud that, wonderfully, when he submits in, the kind of spaces that he does. So the fact that they collaborated with that sound, we was talking about the sound earlier, AD, you know what I'm saying? Like the importance of the sound and how that sound gets transmuted. So now we got a cross-cultural type of representation with the music and, the art form generates out of that, So we was talking earlier, but I don't know if we even got into it. From touring and being different places that folks learn English from hip hop most of the time, not just from school. You see what I'm saying? They may not speak no regular English or broken English, if that, but they know all of the words to all of the hip hop songs. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So just music in general became a conduit for many people from different places to learn English or to speak English, even if it's only the English of a record. You see what I'm saying? Or from an album. So,
right.
To hear, someone hear something that's not in their mother tongue and translate it in a way where it's palatable enough for the world to vibe to it, I think it says a lot, about the culture of hip hop and its influence on the world. So yeah.
Nice.
Reciprocity indeed.
All right, let's go. Let's keep it going. Coming up next, we got a track here from Angie B. Element. And it's called And I Will Always Love You sample.
What's up? It's your girl Angie B. Element. Peace, love, and respect to the Podcraft and the team. I write songs, I write hooks, I sing hooks, create hooks and samples. So hit your girl up. This is just a quick sample of it. Y'all apologize for my microphone is broken, so I just gotta swing it, acapulco. It's not an original song, so I know the copyright things, Let's see.
Don't you just love sisters? I love her.
Will always love you. I will always, and I will always love you. Will always, and I will always love you. I will always, and I will always love you. Thank y'all for listening. Peace.
Yay.
Fire. I get to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
First of all, I love how she came in very self-conscious about being respectful, giving her preface. I love that. That was so sweet and cute. And I like that. She's like explaining. And then her voice, I mean, come on. Did anybody's windows break? I mean, come on. Her voice is powerful. I like, she has a vibe a little bit in there. I don't know if you guys heard it. There's America Badu energy in there when she went low. Okay, so yeah, shout out to her. Shout out to Sister Angie. I love you. You were great. I love it. Okay, so I'm gonna sit back now.
Yeah.
Thank you for that one. Knowledge Born.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Jim and our sister over there. She came in talking like Erykah Badu. She had that spicy energy. All I heard was keep in mind that I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. You see what I'm saying? So she came in, off top, but she came in that loving face. You see what I'm saying? So she got her Badu Houston on. You see what I'm saying? So and a little Jill. She had a little Jill Scott in there too. You see what I'm saying? So, she came and presented herself in a fashion. She ain't let whatever was going on with her microphone stopping her from doing what she had to do acapulco. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think that was really vibrant. And I think this is the second time I heard her. The first time she did a whole rendition where she showed love to the craft too. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like her range. I like her range. She really hit it.
She hit those notes.
She really hit that.
You know what I'm
I ain't
saying?
gonna lie.
I was trying to see if she went flat or sharp, but no, she was hitting those notes.
Yeah.
And she created her own loops.
Oh yeah. I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that.
She did Acapulco loops.
Or
I'm gonna loop it myself. That sounded good.
See, my voice is deep, so I can't do nothing like that. You know what I mean? Well, maybe, but
you can go.
Yeah, I can go do. You know what I mean, like that. But like the range, though, I can't have that. I can't hit that same range. Though.
This dude, good night. Well,
Okay, Priest, that was Shadah.
Shadah. Man, that was her ring. Her range was lovely. It was beautiful. Shadah. That's dope. Like that.
Great submission. Thank you, Angie B. Element.
Huh? You don't know what that is?
All right, next now we got a track from DJ Aurora Borealis. It's called Science Part 2. Let's go.
They knelt me to the cross, both arms, both palms, both feet. Blessed be the humble meek, who seek him righteous, who seek peace, who don't eat. Spat in my face, struck me with their fist, smote me after my trial, before my crucifixion. Mocked me, laughed at me, called me out of my name, canonical gospel. Do you feel the passion of the Christ? Part 2, beatitude. Part this pilot, my palate. I was left speechless, preachless, abandoned by my own disciples who knelt beside me in the temple for sure. To the eye, the rooster crowed 3 times. I was denied each line, each rhyme for my prophetic world role. Sanhedrin blindfold, beating the door, long road, crown of thorn, wouldn't stab as a scepter, receptor. No doctor around, but I couldn't break the law of nature. Had to fulfill the earth cry, earthquake, shake, bake, sulfuric lake, intensify, volcanic eruptions, the eagles, hawks, falcons, played, soared all over New York, Hell's Kitchen, a dark cloud formed in the sky, Brooklyn, Verrazano, narrow, I seen the devil with a pitchfork pierced to the side of my chest cavity, gravity poured out, water, blood, and top of the mud, passion of the Christ. Part 2, 5 holy rooms, representing each bubble, BK, Manhattan, Bronx, Staten Island, Queen, Palms, adjacent to my wrist, aligned to my arms, vertical beam, incredulity, Thomas, 360-degree, circular, 1,000 mile per hour, rotating rhombus, they free the thieves, accused murderers in the homicide unit, including Barabbas, Abba, Fatah, Eli.
All right.
It stopped just like that?
I mean, he paid for the minute and a half.
Okay.
And I gave him 2 minutes.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I thought you might want to stop it like that because you want to hear more. Like,
I mean, I can keep playing it on request.
Hey.
If Priest asks to keep going, I'll keep going.
Now we can you can keep it stopped.
But yeah. Obviously, it's a mixed situation on my end. I'm going to talk about that mix. Obviously, it's kind of distorted. I know you probably did that on purpose, but obviously, if I mixed it, I would have not had distorted vocals, add a little bit of reverb, maybe a slight delay on those vocals, and let that beat pump a little more. A little bit of mastering compression at the end, but you already know.
Overall, I like the lyrics. Shout out to New York. I know he repped it. That's how I heard it. So, I like it. I like the lyrics. You took me back to his past.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start with Napah. Before I go, I'm gonna go last.
Thank you so much, Killah Priest. I love how AD is very helpful. And he's a professional and an expert with the mixing. So he makes the artist better. So I just wanted to mention that. And Priest, obviously Priest as well. And for me, I don't know. I'm a fan of Aurora Borealis. And it's not because he shouts me out. It's because the music is always so it's not typical hip hop, but it always has a great, strong hip hop beat. And I like how he's very creative. I mean, I say he. It's a brother, right? Or a sister. Okay. He's very creative.
Better be a guy.
I loved it. I love the music. I love the music. Anyway, that's all. Let me be quiet. But yeah, shout out to Aurora Borealis.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we ain't getting knowledge more.
AD was like, all right. Going on to the next one.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I love that. I love the mix, and I agree with after learning about sound, how distortion is an effect you can add to manipulate sound. So it just, for me, it doesn't sound like they were in the same place. It doesn't sound like they were in the same place. So it was placed as best it could sound. Like he sent it to him, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna put this in there. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of sounds a little competing. His lyrics is hard, his delivery is hard, and the beat encapsulates that kind of vigor. And I think that this is maybe like the third time I was here doing music selection. Whatever the build is, somehow synchronously, the music selections kind of go with the tone. You see what I'm saying? Unless AD be like, all right, we can play this, we can play that, unless you masterminding it over there. But if not, the builds are always kind of commiserate one way or another in the song promotion. I think that adds another element of whatever was discussed. I think the music kind of reflects it. You see what I'm saying? Because we just had the whole Christ situation, and then boom. You see what I'm saying? You get that whole, you could feel the flesh coming off of the skin, and it's how raw the lyrics were. You see what I'm saying? And picturesque. So he's saying in that space, no matter what challenges he went through, he's overcoming. You see what I'm saying? So that's a beautiful thing. And like Napah was saying about art, it's not monolithic. It doesn't have to sound
true.
So that's free range, and that expression is real deep. So I just wanted to add that. And hello, mosquito. In case we don't get a mosquito joint.
Oh, we got one next.
Buzz.
I'm about to feel slighted if I didn't get no mosquito.
Yeah, man.
Buzz.
People are requesting him now.
Yeah.
And I got the joint. I wonder if he left. He was writing to it.
Yeah.
One of Shroom left about. I know we wrote something to it. It's gonna be dope.
Oh, shout out to Shroom. We can't leave. We can't let that.
Shout out to Shroom.
Shout out to Shroom.
That was a great Podcraft we did.
Yeah.
Shroom was getting busy.
Yeah. Let's go.
Me and Shroom got to hang out and get the drunken style going on because Shroom was getting busy.
I'm sure he's down for that.
He got it. He got it. Yo, man.
I've been to Amsterdam like 13 times. I know how the Netherlands get down.
Fire.
All right, here we go. Next now, this is Year of the Mosquito, Master of the Universe from the God Sector. It's called Abundance. Here we go.
Hello, Mosquito.
Hello, Mosquito.
We know we like you.
Shut the
You left it.
It's 4 a.m., you blood-sucking mosquito.
You left the bag right there, can you? I just here to support you.
Shut the up! You bully! You a mosquito bully. Pick a profession and shit with some type of respect to it.
Hello, Mosquito.
Hello, Mosquito.
Hello, Mosquito.
Hello, Mosquito.
He wanted to share the agony, but the man just kept on trying.
That was fire.
I love it. I love it.
Buzz.
Hello, Mosquito.
Hello, Mosquito.
Yo, it's like,
See, he's got you hooked with his own tag.
I love his tag, yo.
Yeah, tag.
I told him it had to be in there. It's like a requirement. Now.
Yeah, that tag.
Like,
I love that tag.
There's no mosquito. I'm like, hold up. Like, hold on. What you got? Hold on.
I'd rather hear that than DJ Khaled.
Oh,
yeah. We the best.
Oh man.
We say that all day. Buzz.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Mosquito. Hello,
Yeah.
Mosquito. Yo,
Man.
that's dope. That's so dope.
Nah, it's fire. I liked it.
We got to go back to some of his joints because a couple of joints that we had in the past. I love too. Some beats I want to use. That's definitely dope. I would definitely like to kind of buzz on that one. Buzzwiser. What's good? I love it.
That hip hop is a culminating factor between. You heard everything. You heard soul. You heard some gospel. You see what I'm saying? You heard like the juke joint kind of vibe. Like it's all together, like all of it. You see what I'm saying? Like so, AD was talking about rhythm and poetry. In the sound, you hear it. You see what I'm saying? From blending all of the things together, you had some commentary, all of the elements that you needed. Nobody needed to rhyme on it, even though people could have rhymed on it and turned it out. You see what I'm saying? Like I heard like a Kanye on there. You see what I'm saying? Because that jazzy kind of, you see what I'm saying? Like on the joint, like it kind of reminded me of Talib Kweli, the joint with Talib Kweli, the Get By joint. Right. Because it had to build up this morning. You know what I mean? So you're in that space. So it's a party space and you could drop some jewels in there at the same time. So all I gotta say is hello, Mosquito.
Hello, Mosquito.
And for y'all at home, all of the submissions for the song promotion are in the description. So you can go and check out their links, check out the links to the songs and any social media. in the description. Yeah. Coming up next now. Are you ready for what's next?
Yeah.
We got Cap Jones featuring Rusty Jux and Shaba'am Sadiq.
Rusty Jux.
Shaba'am Sadiq. I hope I said that right. From the present moment. Shabam Sadiq. My bad.
Yeah. We're about to start a Brooklyn fight in here.
Hey, I'm doing my best.
This gonna be. I know this gonna be dope. Let me give you some bombs. Shabam Sadiq, Rusty Jux, and who else?
And Rusty Jux and Shabam Sadiq. It's Cap Jones.
Okay.
So here we go. It's from the present moment. The name of the song is called On Principle.
Yeah.
He says, shout out to the whole craft, AD and priesthood.
Who said that?
Cap Jones.
Shout out to Cap Jones.
Shout outs.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, Cap Jones. Oh, okay, Mrs.
Jux.
Jux, man. Long time.
Another masterpiece to serve hot. I spit fire, blaze the beat, and burn blocks. Squeeze blocks, chase down suckers with track shoes on. Now your motherfuckers hit. Bang! Dead men can't rap. 6 feet deep in the box, and that's that. Case closed, pull a curtain on the stage. On the warpad, put the hurtin' on the gauge. Bossed up, bought the block, and then flipped it. Recorded, packaged it up, and then shipped it. Anywhere globally, my reach is infinite. I ain't speaking nothing but facts, let's get into it. I know the business, Jux is official. I'll be parked out in front of your crib if it's an issue. You'll get dragged through the mud, smoke with the pipe like a bag full of bud.
Shut the fuck up, do my shit is the truth. You live in the lie.
I keep the shotty smoking, frontin' this half the bones in your body broken.
Shut the fuck
yeah,
up.
But fire flames in there.
Up in the street.
Cap Jones, cup of coffee type shit. Hey, left and right brain. I got them both right, even though this migraine got my head tight. But it's alright, shit, I keep my grip right. I white knuckle my whole life to a white light. Tunnel vision sight, sticks of dynamite. Focused on my change, I remain nothing nice. Recite that ill shit, boy, fuck your life and make it rewind these rhymes twice. 3 times, keep dimes in my pockets on call like parameds. Parameds, I found way up under the bed. Now I'm out for blood and better off dead. Hit the K-12 with one leg. Fuck it, I take a sand wedge to your head, boy, I ain't bullshitting. Last time I'ma tell you, now you better listen. You belly up, a body with a name, critically acclaimed, puppet on a string, and I'm screaming fuck the fame, cause these dudes puffin' chest, rockin' belly button rings. All these casting room rappers are fucking lame. Well listen up, I could give a fuck, cause you can turn me off and turn me up. Bitch, I wrote the whole song off the cuff on the G-train. Gamma made the beat bang, and I had you second guessing me, and then the beef came. These motherfuckers think they stopping me, better let them know they like Drago, and I'm like Rocky, they gassed out with they whole ass out. About to put the belt on them, slap the taste out they mouth. All these kids clowning out for the likes and clout, but if it ain't got a point, what the fuck's it all about? Playing on TikTok, but your time's running out. Catch a warrant, then they know knock your house. Rough up your spouse. This shit ain't a game, bitch, are you man a mouse? Get on your grown man shit.
Shut the fuck up, do my shit is the truth. You live in the lie.
I keep the shotty smoking, frontin' this half the bones in your body broken.
Shut the fuck up. Perfect weapon when I'm up in the street.
Capricorn, the goat, you goofs don't want smoke. I get on the track and float like I'm pushing a speedboat. I be doing the most shit on rappers like I'm lactose. Beast mode, once the engineer let the beat load. The weak fold, numbers on the board, no cheat code. I eat foes, pick them out my teeth while I reload. Let off another clip, cause you rappers are weak hoes. 16 balls, 16 shots through your ego. Mi amigo, tranquilo, you my hijo. Every line worth a kilo. I stick a keyhole and test it. Deeply invested in hustle methods. I bomb on skeptics, purifying with the antiseptic. Wash them up with a splash of that boom bat. The type of beast to make you go and get your hard hat. Where your heart at? Where your bark at? I hope your bite's stronger than that. Realistically, homie, you just a target.
Shut the fuck up, do my shit is the truth. You live in the lie.
I keep the shotty smoking, frontin' this half the bones in your body broken.
Shut the fuck up. Perfect weapon when I'm up in the street. My
shut that beat up. Damn.
That was cool.
Yeah, you back again.
Cap Jones.
One more headshot for that. You know what you heard.
BK. I be hearing the Brooklyn too.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I be hearing it.
See, you hear the difference, right?
Yeah, you definitely hear it. You know it. If you from New York, you already know. Like you hear the New York.
What is it? What is the Brooklyn? Is it the tone?
It's something I don't know. We all got. It's funny because all New Yorkers know it, but back to the song. Though, I like it though. I like the song. Yo, took me there. It was hard. You know what I mean? It was hard. Like,
but Shabam is Queen. He's Brooklyn though. Both.
I think they're a little more. I think they're a little edgier. I mean, come on. Like, what do you know, Napah? I know a lot.
Hey.
I'm not in it, so I'm a better analyst of it.
Okay.
I think that the Brooklyn culture is a little bit edgier, realer, no nonsense, no fluff. And I think that you can hear that in their lyrics. They are scary a little bit for people like me, but it's still like intriguing. Like, Brooklyn. Yeah, wow, he's gonna really do that. So anyway,
that Brooklyn boo, yeah.
As opposed to like the Bronx or like Harlem, or they're like, I'm flashy. What's up? Oh yeah. With the Brooklyn, they're like, no, this is really real. I'm gonna get you today. And you're like, oh God. Anyway.
I got you. That's funny. It's funny hearing the outside perspective. That's funny. But honestly, I got you.
No, because you know, look how smooth you are, Solomon. You're from the Bronx. Like you chill.
Right.
You know, they don't see it coming with you from the Bronx.
Yeah.
With Brooklyn, they're like, Brooklyn's like they're sharpening their knives. They're like, oh, you gonna get it today. He's like, oh my God. So anyway, what do I know? Though I love that though. That was a great.
Yo.
No doubt.
That was a great. Oh yeah, that was hard though. I like that song though. I won't lie.
That was fire.
That was dope.
Yeah, that's definitely love right there. Yeah. One day I'll break down the Medina, Medina Mecca.
That would be dope.
Space in regards to what that means to Harlem versus Brooklyn, and with Detroit versus Chicago, and all of those ones in the pantheon. You see what I'm saying? There's a connection for that for a particular reason. So Napah, you was on to something. Yeah. That was 100% Brooklyn.
Right.
You didn't need no hook. You need nothing. The hook was shut the fuck up. Sean Price sample, like shut the fuck up. You understand? So the hook is there. Like you can't wait. So when you in spots like that where you can't wait, you're like, nah, I want to hear the next verse. You don't want nobody singing or saying no hook or nothing. You're like, nah, just get to the next person. Like, who's next? Like, wait a minute. Yo, you got Rusty Jukes setting it off.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
it.
so you got the Prime Heights. You know what Prime it is. You see what I'm saying? Like the James Brown and the Underground on the set off, and then Cap in the middle. Cap
killed it.
In the middle, in the most precarious position of his rap space, going crazy, like in the middle, like he's in the middle of the joint going crazy. Normally, like the middle, it's like, all right, it's in between these two. So you see the names, you see what I'm saying? So you like Rusty Jukes and Shabam Sadiq, it's about to be nuts. He's like, nah, motherfucker, I'm Cap Jones. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm in the middle of this joint. I'm holding this together and I'm putting it together. So he comes in lyrically crazy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so he's got Sean Price on the hook quote, and then a sample from Big L. These are lyrical titans that are there that are curating this whole experience. So you got Brooklyn and Harlem. You got Brooklyn, shut the fuck up, and then you got this blurb from Lyrical Skill L. You know what I'm saying? Another Gemini up in the joint. You understand?
Wow.
You know how it go. And then Shabam coming with the GOAT Capricorn energy, fresh with the low life, a whole nother type of Brooklyn feel.
Indeed.
It's grimy and it's witty, but it's fly as fuck, because you know the low life shit is fly. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like Rusty done hit you with the jokes. He done hit you with the jokes like you was talking, like it's raw meat. You see what I'm saying? And then Cap came in with the balance between the two, and then Shaban as the closer coming in, and he hit you with the bilingual because y'all know he's bilingual. You see what I'm saying? He hit you with the joint like, yeah, you know, I robbed you and I took your girl at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So he like, it sounds fly, but it's fantastic, and that's a fantastic, you know, combination between them three. I got excited. You see what I'm saying? Like, if tell Cap Jones, if I ain't want my phone, I would have broke it. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of ferociousness that come along when you hear lyrics that motivate your spirit in that kind of way.
Yeah.
He got lyrics for your spirit, Cap Jones.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Lyrics for your spirit.
Nice.
That was fire.
And his flex is disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to that's a disrespectful ass flex. You see what I'm saying? Like
he felt it as soon as he came on. Yeah, it's aggressive. Yeah, disrespectful. Yeah.
All right, let's go. We got 2 more tracks to go. Next now.
Voltage
controller.
turned into like some type of monk. I don't know. Right? What is Voltage evolved into this kind
Well, he cut his hair, so he's rocking a beanie.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's like a smooth, like Sean O'Connor a little bit, like he just like Hitman.
He went from ghetto Gandalf to ghetto Goddolf.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I like that. Ghetto Goddolf.
Here we go. So this is
definitely his assassin. Right there. Boo, he'll be from behind him. Cool, killing the negative right there. Exactly. I love it. Goddolf.
This is an MF Doom and Voltage Controller collaboration. Doom Volts.
Great Doom.
Figaro remix.
You are now about to witness
Ghetto Gandalf, the wizard.
The rest is empty with no brain, but the clever nerd. The rest is empty with no brain, but the clever nerd, the best MC with no chain you ever heard. Take it from the Tech 9 holder. They bit and don't know their neck shine from Shinola. Everything that glitter ain't fish scale. Let me think. Don't let a faint get Ishmael. A shot of Jack got her back. It's not an axe stack. Forgot about the cackalack. Holler back. Clack, clack, blocker. Villainy. Feel him in your heart. Chakra, chart topper. Start shit stopper. Be a smart shopper. Shot a cop day around the way. Bout to stable. Who to know is too motor. Wonder where the shooter go. Bout to jet get him. Not a bet get him. Let him spit the venom. Said him got a lot of shit with him. Let the rhythm hit him. It's stronger in the other voice. We makes the joints that make him spread them butter moist. Man, please. Stage made of panties. From the age of baby hoochies on to the grannies. Band me the dough rake. Daddy, the flow make her fatty shake. Patty cake for fake. If he wasn't need a baker's man, he'd take her for her masters. Hit it once and shake her hand. On some old thank you, ma'am, and ghost her. She can mind the toaster if she signed the poster. A whole host of roller coaster riders. Not enough tracks. Hot enough black. It's too hot to handle. You got blue sandals. Who shot you? Who got you? New spots to vandal. Do not stand still. Boast your skills close with no crews. Toast for polils. Post no bills. Coast to coast. Show smoles. Flows ill. Go chill. Not supposed to overdose. No dose pills. Off pride types talk wide through scar meat. Off sides like how Warp ride with Starfleet. Told ya on some get rich shit. As he gets older, he gets colder than a witch tit. This is it, make no mistakes. Where my nigga go? Figaro.
West Side Wizard. Yeah. Voltage Controller. Y'all already know. Links in the description. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube to Voltage Controller's channel. It's blowing up.
Sure, let's go. Yeah. Let's go,
blowing up fast.
Mm-hmm.
Check that out right there, Priest.
That right there. Yep.
Huh? Oh, shout out to Alif Bell. He is the
sponsor of tonight's show.
Sponsor. Yeah.
So far, yeah.
Our sponsor tonight, Alif Bell. Shout out to him.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Top sponsor. Our leading sponsor of the Podcraft.
That's
shout
right.
Shout out to Alif. Word.
Let's go. Next now, we've got last but not least, the grand finale. Ka Zodiac.
There we go.
Is it really a grand finale, AD?
Yeah, it's grand.
Or you got another one?
Not as of right now.
Super grand.
If somebody's...
Close it. If you say this is the grand finale and I get a card, like, look, close it. Tell them, like, we got you next time. We got you.
I mean, it depends. Sometimes they, they submit extra sometimes, so it's like, oh, we feel obligated. But hey, we'll see what we can do. Right now, we've got Ka Zodiac.
King Ka.
I got my hand over my Ka.
Yeah.
Merc Ka.
Yeah. Word.
The song is called Spirit Opera. Here we go.
Ka rocks. Ka. Yeah, I like all that. Capricorn.
Spirit opera, Holy Ghost symphony, raise the dead, embrace the ledge, praise your own symmetry, temple of the sun and moon, waken to your identity, life is a reflection of you, there's no enemy. Spirit opera, Holy Ghost symphony, raise the dead, embrace the ledge, praise your own symmetry, temple of the sun and moon, waken to your identity, life is a reflection of you, there's no enemy. Yeah, spirit opera, lyric doctor, hear me prosper, clear your roster, tears of copper rolling slowly, don't you know me, so to sow me, okie dokie, holy ghostly, hope is lonely, non-believers, plenty of them knowledge speakers, wise and we be roly-poly, grace supreme, created free, you chasing dreams is chasing me, heard me once and made them fiends, the ghost within a fake machine, roofing where the lakes and streams connect, the four gates convene, save them from their labor, said the savior with the ancient genes, high on luck, I'm the wet diamond cut with laser beams, brightest dudes are like the fool, cosmophysics, Bible school, logic is a vital tool, I promise you that I'm the fuel that keeps the fire reaching higher, be the tigers, eat the lions, see it all, don't need for walls, me and y'all the people call the beast and store the microchip inside to cause your mind to flip, the same oppressor now, but they just beat you with designer whips, like BMW, leave the struggle, beat the bubble, secret Hubble telescopic, weather watching clocks, will never meet my knuckles, beat them to the punch again, evil that I love condemned, smoking from the tree of life, seeds that didn't come with sim, the question of it all still uncompleted, with just one begin. Spirit opera, Holy Ghost symphony, raise the dead, embrace the ledge, praise your own symmetry, temple of the sun and moon, waken to your identity, life is a reflection of you, there's no enemy. Spirit opera, Holy Ghost symphony, raise the dead, embrace the ledge, praise your own symmetry, temple of the sun and moon, waken to your identity, life is a reflection of you, there's no enemy. Yeah, my art raised the dead like a Machiavelli Mozart, my love is like a burning flame that hop in every cohort, melt the ice, held the dice, roll them till the show starts, gotta make your own mark, God is in the loan shark, lift the grave, flip the page, hit the stage, it's the sage, get amazed, give him praise, honoring my glow spark, I'm so bright that I'm shocking when it's so dark, I broke nights dropping knowledge in the closed park. When Taurus rising, I acknowledge it's a slow start. Study the cycles of the dial on the globe chart. The prophet said I'm so smart. Know you reach your physique is so unique and so to speak. You gotta play your own part. Opera of the spirit. Holla if you feel it. Feel your body, feel your mind. Build it while it's still your time. When your returning starts and sperm with force to learn. It's all designed. No fall behind the course to earn. Heard the pastor serve two masters. Get up off the borderline. Yin and yang vampires bite beacon. They chip they fangs. Shifting lanes. This is change. Freeing from their liquor chains. Mystic flames. Fire and desire. Slick Rick James. Lyrics of a gold mine. Spirit opera. Holy Ghost symphony. Raise the dead, embrace the ledge. Praise your own symmetry. Temple of the sun and moon. Waken to your identity. Life is a reflection. You need to know when we. Spirit Spirit opera, Holy Ghost symphony. Raise the dead, embrace the ledge, praise your own symmetry. Temple of the sun and moon, wake into your identity. Life is a reflection of you, there's no enemy.
Zodiac, Spirit Opera.
That was like a Spirit Opera.
Yeah, let me tell you. Headshots. Body shot.
I love that video. I love that video too. Yeah.
Here's one for the head.
Man.
That was beautiful.
That's what you call a grand finale right there.
Mm-hmm.
Know the ledge, embrace the. Oh man.
What you think, Napah?
You know, Zodiac is always taking us to another level. I gotta do this. Everyone who submits is just amazing and on point. He is one of the best artists, but that doesn't mean that the artists that come before him are not amazing. At the end of the day, they're under the umbrella of Killah Priest because, you know, I'm about energy and magnetism. There's this one magnet, this mountain that sits in the middle of the city, which we're in the city of the Podcraft, which is Killah Priest. And all of these artists are magnetizing to his energy. He is amazing as an artist, and then he draws amazing artists to him. So shout out to Kai Zodiac and all my favorites out there. And of course, first and foremost, to the Mount Zion of the Podcraft, Killah Priest.
Oh.
Somebody hit some bombs over here. I'm gonna get I gotta get my board out. Come on, Priest, drop some bombs. But yeah, Zodiac is amazing. I love it. But we gotta talk about why all of this beautiful music comes in. I'm about the magnetism. It's the God of the realm, and all of the other angels come to the God. The daddy of the realm, all of the children magnetize to the daddy. So shout out to the Killah Priest Podcraft. Did I say too much?
No, that was perfect.
That was high honor, especially with that brother. That brother
he's amazing.
Amazing. A lyricist. He's incredible. And I say that openly, like
amazing.
Yeah, embrace that. What he said, embrace the ledge. See, that's right there. That's just when you just got it, yo. Embrace the ledge. Something like that. Right? That was crazy. That was incredible. I see lyricists catch that stuff like that is beautiful.
Yeah, I know you do.
What I will say about him real quickly is I love how I can tell. He's not making the music saying, God, I hope they like this.
Right.
He's giving himself to us, and we just happen to absolutely love it. But he's not the type to sit there and go, and that's why I said it's all under the umbrella of where we are. Priest, you don't sit down and do that. Aurora Borealis, I don't think they sit down and go, any of these artists, well, I hope everybody will get it. That's why it's always so cutting edge and unconventional. So shout out to the Podcraft. I'm just talking about loving over here, y'all. Hope y'all hear the love. I love it. It's not it's different over here.
I think we want to know what you drinking on. We got
let me tell everybody what I'm drinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was drinking this matcha.
Oh,
and I usually can drink matcha, but I'm drinking coffee, and I usually don't drink it.
Okay.
But one of my family members kept on showing me, like, all these different espressos and things, but
there's a bougie.
I don't usually drink caffeine. Huh?
There's a bougie meter that we're gonna have soon, because there's different type of matchas that Starbucks has. And
I don't drink Starbucks. I drink ceremonial matcha.
Ah, bougie, that's ceremonial matcha. You gotta give it to you. Bougie up in the house.
No,
that's
really
right.
no.
Ceremonial matcha is beautiful. Yeah, that's top notch. I have my own matcha. I have to send you some.
But I do drink different spirits on my show, the Sip Down. But this isn't about me. We got to keep on critiquing the brother's amazing submission. He pulled from the universe some things that we have to ride on as far as a frequency. So I'm not gonna talk about my show too much, but please tune in on Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much for letting me do that, Priest. What do you think about Zodiac? Let me throw a wrench in this. Solomon.
I think he's dope.
Stop saying Solomon.
I think he's dope. Nah, he's coming from the spirit realm. I could hear that in his music. I could hear that in his sound and everything like that. He's, like you said, like he's throwing all his music into us. You know what I mean? So it's coming from a deep place. I like it. That's the most I could say. Man.
I like how he put himself on stage, and what he's doing with the visuals is equally as captivating as his audio. If you watch how he's doing the video stuff, he's doing a lot of innovative things with green screen. You know what I mean? He's taking it to another level to where he's putting himself in the orchestra. He was also the conductor. Do you know what I mean? I like what he's doing visually, because it's not just a song, it's like an experience.
Right.
And all of his videos are like that. So y'all make sure you subscribe to Zodiac, and of course links are in the description. I went a little crazy on the description boxes lately, so everything is nice and organized in there. Y'all make sure you go in there and check it out. That way the song promotions get that much more like spotlight, because by putting those links in the description, it kind of helps the YouTube algorithm for you guys too, who submit your tracks, because there's links going back to your YouTube channel. So those are in the description. Check it out. If you want to be part of the next song promotion segment, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. And of course, links in the description. That's for Wednesday. Wednesday should be a good show too. Yeah. This concludes the song promotion segment. Yeah.
Dope tracks.
All right. Okay. Well,
I don't get to talk about the grand finale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't.
I feel like he was missing something.
I don't want no trouble, AD.
Oh yeah. Go for it.
He'll call out Nas Born. He's the.
Hey. That is Ka Gadiak, aka Ka Spiriak. He's a spirit lyrologist.
That's fire.
So he takes us from the space of his mind into the physical space that we occupy. So from the unseen spirit space to the physical spirit space, where the lyrics, they distill. You know what I mean? You know that Bill DeVere in the 1 to 40, they distill back into the planet in the forms of drops of water, drops of ice. That's Ka lyrics. You see what I'm saying? So
Ka Lib, I like that. Ka Lib.
Ka Lib. You know what I'm saying? Like so they distill back to the planet in the forms of drops of water, drops of ice. You see what I'm saying? So that part right there. So with this visual space, oftentimes when I listen to Ka, I can't look at his visual because I have to focus on, he don't waste no words and he don't waste no space. So I gotta look at his lyrics. I have to look at his lyrics. You see what I'm saying? And then I'll look at his visuals and then see why they accompanied it in a way. Because he's coming from his mind portal space. So you see that space that looks like the opera. You see what I'm saying? He's there as the phantom pulling back the curtain. He's the phantom of the opera, but he's looking and building it from the mind structure down. You see what I'm saying? Like a pyramid structure. So he's building you from the mind down, from it looks like it's outside of the realm of him, but it's inside of the realm of him that he's building you down. So in between those two pillars, right, that are there, you see how it's being built. So it's a structure that takes you along, and whatever level you gravitate towards, that's a part of it. This is why he's the conduit, but he's the conductor at the same time. So like AD pointed out, he's conducting the spirit symphony in a way to where whatever you're led to, this is what you receive. You see what I'm saying? So when you put that out there, whatever people catch, you know what I mean? So some people are like, oh, okay, I like Bible, or I like, fake MCs. You see what I'm saying? You have it out there for everybody, whatever they gravitate to.
Right.
This is, you tell them where they at. You see what I'm saying? And so he set that space up, and then, we all get a chance to be in that space, and whatever we grasp from, he pulls us in. But then when you go back and you listen again and again and again, you find something different each time. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a perfectly orchestrated symphony full of lyrics for you to catch it whenever it's your time. You see what I'm saying? Whenever it's your time and space and development. So Kai is, the king of the aha lyric moment. I got it. Yeah, I got it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I got it.
Beautiful.
Priest got the same effect. Priest I done called him a bunch of times. Like, yo, I'm listening to this right here. You like, word? Like, yo, I'm listening to this right here. Like, he wasn't slick with that. And then he was slick with it. You see what I'm saying? So it's beautiful when you can orchestrate something like that and set it up in a way that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to Kai Gadiak. I seen Mr.
like
Universe and Superman together, and I called them. What did I call them? I called y'all together like Magneto and Charles Xavier when they went together. They had a name for them when they combined together. So when y'all two got together, I think I called it
That's it.
something else. I called it something else. Hold on. I just want to say it real quick. But,
we got songs coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I called it Iron Soft L. You know what I'm saying? Iron Soft L. When y'all come together.
Ooh, the Iron Soft L. I like that. I like that. That might be the,
L, you know what I'm saying?
That might be, oh man, the Iron Soft L.
AKA Heaven Mental. You see what I'm saying? When y'all come together, it's Heaven Mental. You see what I'm saying? So Iron Soft, the Iron Soft L, AKA Heaven Mental.
Yeah. Iron Soft L, that's what we're gonna do. Oh man, Kai Zodiac, yo, if that's the work, then it's done. Like that's an APAC right there. That's beautiful. You know what I mean?
How did you meet him? Does he know you from? Was he like someone who listened to your music? Like, I'm interested because
he came to the Podcraft. He came to the craft. Came to the craft room, and it was just like, that was it. Submitted his music to the craft.
So was he listening to your music for a while, or have you interviewed him before?
Yeah, he said he listened to. Yeah, he definitely listened to it. Yeah.
He's a beautiful lyricist.
Right. Yes.
But so he was you were gonna say something. He was listening to the Woo, or you, or what happened?
I don't know. We got to bring him back on. We're going to bring him back on. Yeah, we're definitely going to bring him back on.
Yeah, he's
exactly.
Good.
Yeah. He listens to
Does he live in the United States? I saw him in a jungle once, right?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Is he Boricua?
Nah. I don't know.
We need to tap into this brother more. Bring him in.
He's been on the craft a couple of times.
But okay.
He's part of the royal. Yeah, he's part of the royal priesthood.
The royal prince. Is he the royal prince? What does that make? Wait a minute now. We got to talk on this. What does that make Solomon? We need to look at order. I'm about order. I am a Hebrew Israelite. And they're like, no, you're not. Yes, I am.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like the vizier. He's Joseph.
Right.
And you're the Pharaoh. And it's Solomon's Moses. I don't know what's going on here.
Okay.
Napah having a good time tonight, y'all.
No, actually, you know what it is? Honestly,
yeah.
I am having, it's such a good energy over here.
I like that.
To be honest.
Right.
And so people are like, what are you drinking? I'm actually drinking coffee. I can't even drink caffeine. Don't even get me started.
I thought you were about to say
but I am drinking some coffee and matcha. But it's not about that. It's about the energy and the love. I'm going to tell you something, Knowledge Born. You tapped in tonight. I don't know what happened, but you tapped in on the high God frequency right now. So a lot of stuff that he's saying really resonated with me. And it's always so much love here. So it's the balance of love. And of course, AD's always in the background, holding us all up.
In the background.
Sometimes words resonate because you need to hear it. Sometimes when it could just be a voice that's out there and it's looking for its place. And it's just like the seed looking for the right soil. And once it resonates with you, and then it starts to grow. And it's the love tree. It's the roots. It not just the leaves, but it grows roots too. And that's what you hold on to. It just rebuilds. Dad, it's about to cut. If I'd have dropped the mic on that one, maybe the game with that. No, but that's all we want to say. And there's one that watereth and one that plant. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like we all part of a family, and there's garden, and I mean God den. You know what I'm saying? So it's the den of gods, and we are all building to become our higher self. And this is why we all attract and we all meet at the gathering. This is the gathering at the craft. And I want to thank yourself, Napah Shadah, and the great Knowledge Born for coming through and making this an epic night. And thank you for holding it down to call you Mr. K. We had a Knowledge Born. I mean, a knowledge that we call Mr. K. Mr. K. That's why they call me Mr. K. It's like it's superheroes. Mrs. N. Mrs. N, Napah.
I'm Mrs. N?
Yeah, the N.
No, I'm not Mrs. N.
Hey, these are hero names.
I'm Mrs. No, I'm not Mrs. I'm Napah Shadah.
Right,
I am the fire of God.
Okay.
I am the empty space where you sit and you think and you wonder. Shout out to the darkest minds of the light.
Darkest mind of the light.
Don't get it twisted. I may be having fun, but I still am a high level spirit.
There you go.
Yes,
all right.
Yes.
And no, but shout out to you, Killah Priest, and you're ending your podcast right now. I'm actually gonna go live after this.
Hey.
Oh, peace.
So y'all come over to my channel. I'm gonna get all Bogarty.
That's it. That's
it. Who's that? Who's that in the chat? There we go. Please ask me what.
Read the chat.
We've got someone named Sonetter Studios.
Right. Read it.
I'll read it. People, ask why Napah's not on my channel anymore. Napah ran off with $6,700 of me, Jabari, and the people debate money. First polite and now you, Napah. This one hurt more because I trust you. Now, this is what I want to, this is going to be a learning moment. Shout out to you, Sonetter. Let me talk to everyone about realness and balance. Sometimes you got to put on your big girl and big boy boots, and you have to discern on your own. And this is when you activate your darkest mind. And you say, if someone is really sincere about something, Sonetter knows me, and I've never said anything bad about him. You got to sit back and say, why would he come in on this positive vibe if he's a good person? And put that out there. I don't think that's Sonetter. That's why. That's the plot twist. I think that's someone pretending to be Sonetter, and they're on here. So we want to say shout out to you for that $9.99. That's spiritual, $9.99. And anyway, that's all I have to say about that. And by the way, no, I didn't do any of that. But That's about it.
Right.
I have nothing bad to say about anybody. Lip gloss moment.
Hey.
That's not Sonnetter. Sonnetter's too much of a grown man with a great background, and he is, I know him very well. That's some troll that hates that I'm over here having a good time. So thank you for letting me be here, Killah Priest, Solomon, AD, and the Podcraft audience.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone want to comment on that, or are we just going to be frozen?
Nah, we good.
Yeah,
we're about to take off right now. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank y'all for the super chats. And we'll be back Wednesday.
Yeah. Yep.
Never a dull moment.
Yeah.
Exactly, on the Podcraft. That was...
Covenant code, I'm covered with nodes. Since they discovered my flows, the government's exposed. Cause I'm touching the souls while they abducting the gold. Cause they corrupted our globe, so I instruct UFOs. No pity upon those who stole the pygmies in Congo. The Vili in the cities of Longo, Chongo. The women hair fizzy with long robes. The men with gypsy skin with crispy. Represented strong, bold. As they put arrow on crossbow. They went to battle on horse from old. If the force was foretold, and the seers predicted a loss, they put the war on hold, the scroll. But if they died in that same place they built the tribe, I planted seed to grow a tree. Shout out to Schoolie D. He did Coochie T-I-M-E. 90s was Versace and Louis V. Well in our puberty. WHT and nudity. 60s with Malcolm and Martin. Black Panthers with Huey P. 2000s, Nas said hip-hop was dead. Fast forward, mumble rap read the eulogy. I said nothing to God's wrath influenced me. Priest back on his job to kill a foolery. Buffoonery and the coonery. Coons become Kundalini. Holy like Elijah slept under the juniper tree. Preach the super MC, plus science before the revolution. Cause before Huey P. Newton, there was Huey P. Neutrons. So while y'all plant seeds of fantasies, I'll be somewhere beneath the spheres, grooming the tree.